blowing again. From whoa, yeah, making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect, it's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. I win again. From. Whoa. Yeah. Making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect. It's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet.
Hello and welcome along to match day 2 of the eFootball Championship Pro, eFootball's professional esports tournament featuring 8 of the biggest and best European clubs as well as some of the very best esports players on the planet. As you can see here, we're not on the main stage just yet. That's because I want to give you all the golden opportunity to go straight into the players' den to see behind the scenes all of the clubs, the players getting ready for the big match day that lies ahead. Now you can't see them, but FC Barcelona, they're on the left-hand side. They're at first. They're in the zen. They're getting ready. They're in the mode. Here we have Nexa from Manchester United. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
Good, good. He's very concentrated, very focused, so we'll leave him alone. Over here, follow me. We have Bayern München. They also seem very concentrated. They're up first as well against FC Barcelona. We've got Inter Milan behind there. I believe it's AS Roma, AS Monaco. Give us a wave, guys, at the back. Say hello. Hey, there we go. Arsenal over here. And AC Milan, the big stars of match day 1. Sasinho, come over here. Talk to me, man. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
How are you feeling?
We're ready for the match. We're the last training for the match. We're focused on the match because Manchester is very strong. So we have to do another match like the first.
Are you picking up on 9 points again today?
I don't know, but we try.
Come on. Confidence. I like it. Good luck, guys. All right, well, there you have it. Obviously, it's going to be a spectacular day ahead. We're all very excited. The guys are really focused, they're concentrated. I'm sure you at home as well are really looking forward to it. So without further ado, sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride because match day 2 takes off now. As we said, we are looking down the barrel of match day 2. 3 weeks ago, we had the opening round of the regular league. We still have 6 rounds to go, including today, as well as one final knockout round, which includes the semi-finals as well as the final. I'm very happy to say that we're here in Barcelona once again. I'm Summer Hunt. I'll be your host today as well as throughout the competition. And it's great to be back here in person. And I'm very happy to say we're in some great company as well. Besides the players, besides the clubs, besides the whole team putting this great, fantastic event together. Stuart Wesley, he's back with us again. Mate, I'm so happy to see you. How are you?
It's great to be back. You know, at the end of last season, I asked and I prayed for an offline event, and we are back here again with offline gameplay.
We have answered your prayers.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I'm delighted to be back involved here.
And Fiorita Catalano, he's here with us again. How are you today?
Very happy to be here. Very eager to see the match day 2 because today we are in for some nice treats.
Ooh, nice treats. I like that. Okay, well, let's take a quick look then at what happened in match day 1 very quickly before we get stuck into match day 2. We can just remind you a little bit of some of the things that happened, and we can begin with the results. So I'll let the two of you break things down, but I think the main talking point here really is AC Milan. As we were saying just a moment ago with Sasinho, 9 points on the board. No one has done that before, you were telling me, Wesley. So really exciting stuff from them. It's going to be tough for anybody else really to catch them, right?
Yeah, well, they've really laid a marker down in match day 1. I think they take most, if not all, of the headlines. But again, a couple of things to just touch on. Monaco, 1 point. You're looking at Manchester United, only got the 2 points. But I think in this kind of realm, or in this type of match day, first match day, it's always sensitive, it's always nervous. It's your first foot forward in a competition. You want to try and make it as best as possible. Some of these teams will be disappointed, but in the words of, in the phrase of AC Milan, AS Roma, Bayern Munich, they'll be delighted with how they got off to a start.
Well, they certainly have come out swinging, haven't they? Well, let's take a quick look at the standings then to get the official breakdown of where everybody sits in the leaderboard. And as we already said, it no surprises, AC Milan are first with 9. They're followed by Bayern München, 7 points there, AS Roma 6, Barcelona 5. And I think the real surprise is Monaco, the reigning champions, isn't it?
Yes, they just got one match of the quality we expect from them. They were like a little bit bitter, a little bit mad. So will they be able to show why they made such a legacy? Well, we didn't saw that on match day 1. So today, I think one of the most important match besides the Barcelona and Bayern Munich that everybody wants to see is to see the Monaco. What can they do? And also FC Inter. I mean, 0 points seems really hard.
Yes.
So will they go for 9 today? Well, I hope so.
And 0 points in a Milan derby, we have to remember as well.
That wouldn't be easy, being in Milan these 2 weeks.
Definitely would be a very difficult time if you're fans of Inter Milan the last couple of weeks. Very true indeed. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the top goal scorers. Etorito, he's come back swinging as well to the competition. 4 goals already so far in just one match day. He's followed by Roxa and Sassinho. Those are the top 3 on the leaderboard right now, but there's plenty of other names to highlight as well. Anyone that surprises you perhaps in their absence?
I think in the absence, I think we touched on it as off broadcast. We were talking about Monaco and that lack of goals that were quite prevalent on match day 1. Of course, you look at, as we said, top of the tree, Etorito. Again, question marks as to whether he could come back and whether he could put his level to good use. You bet he can, because he's got 4 goals. He's at the top of it. Roxa, of course, is always going to be there or thereabouts. So I think, again, as we go through these match days, we'll see it progress and we'll see it develop, and you'll see these standings change as and when it's possible. Of
course, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, right?
Exactly.
So we're getting into...
literally when you're scoring goals.
Exactly.
Quite literally.
Well, as you can see, we've had plenty of goals from match day 1, so I'm very happy to say that now we can actually take a look at our first award of the day, and it's going to be handed out for the best goal of match day 1. Let's find out who it is.
Zlatan to be found in the middle as well. Here he is on the ball, back heel towards Leao. Can he strike it on goal? 2-1 to AC Milan.
We want to wish the best of luck to our team in the eFootball Championship Pro competition. Congratulations to our esports players for winning the Goal of the Day award in the eFootball Championship Pro 2023. Good work, guys.
Well, please help me in welcoming to the stage the winner of the best goal of the day from matchday 1, AC Milan's Sassinho. Let's give him a round of applause. There he is. Woo! Winner of this handsome €5,000 award. It's gonna just grab this microphone here. It seems as though fate has brought us together again already so soon. How are you feeling now that you've won this?
Now better. No, I'm very happy for this award. I'm happier for the 9 points, but it's more, so I'm very happy.
A personal prize is always a nice thing to pick up, isn't it?
A debut with 9 points and this award is beautiful.
Can we expect another one from you today, do you think? Another beautiful
Not today,
goal?
the next match day.
Yeah?
Now calm. The next match day I will try.
Today it's about efficiency, pragmatism. It's not about beauty, is it?
Today only 0 goal down.
Okay.
Next match day we'll try to win another award.
Brilliant stuff. Well,
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Enjoy it and good luck today as well
Thanks
to you
a
and the
lot.
team.
Thanks.
All right, we'll let him go and get ready and focused for his big game coming up later on in the day. But of course, there's plenty more awards to be handed out, more prizes to win as well. Every single match day, someone like Sassinho will be picking up the Best Goal of the Day award. But throughout the competition, there will be other things as well that we'll be handing out. For example, the MVP award for the regular season. The winner of that particular prize will get €15,000. The winner of the MVP award for the knockout stage will get €10,000 as well. But of course, it's not all about the players here on the stage behind me who will be winning all kinds of succulent prizes. Huesa Fiorita, guys. The eFootball fans at home, they can get their hands on some pretty tasty things as well, though, can't they? What can they win?
Yeah, thanks very much, Semra. Yeah, I mean, we talk about the two campaigns that Konami have got going with alongside this competition. You'll see some graphics come across your screen in just a moment. Accessing the stream, as you can see it here today, through eFootball itself, will be able to gain you 500 eFootball points that will be automatically applied to your account, as you see the graphic on your screen. And you can see that, as we said, you've got to access it, though, through the in-game banner. So make sure you access it through there and you'll be able to collect those points.
And of course, that's not all, because we have once again the winner giveaway campaign. Be alert, because if your favorite team wins today, on their official channels, they are giving out hats, shirts, balls, scarves, everything, water bottles. So just follow the clubs on their official channels and you may win all of this gear. I want at least 2 of each, because they are amazing. Yeah, they are amazing. I love this stuff, you know. But this is amazing. This is amazing. So be alert. Follow each team on their official channels.
Rita get his hands on some of these
Yes,
delicious prizes that we're handing out, right?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, well, the good news is, by the way, don't know if you know this, but there's still even more to come.
No.
There's more. Can you believe it?
Nah, don't believe it.
Well, I'm the bearer of good news. And so, what I have to tell you is that Konami has decided to put out an exclusive list of player cards. So what do I mean by this? It is the club selection pack, and what it is that there are 6 players from each of the 8 clubs that are now available for you through player cards, and 48 players in total. All of them have upgraded features as well. For example, there's more speed, there's better shooting, there's higher skills. All of them will be available in 3 separate volumes. Each volume will contain 2 players from each club, 16 in total if we do the maps. So every single period, every once in a while, let's say, we're going to have a new volume coming out. The first one has already come out on Monday. So Wes, why don't you tell us a little bit more about what's included in that particular volume?
Yeah, well, the two big teams that stick out for me being, as you probably can imagine from the UK, it's the big English teams. So it's Manchester United and Arsenal. You've got David De Gea and Christian Eriksen for Manchester United. You've got Martin Odegaard and Eddie Nketiah for Arsenal. But that's not all. Of course, the rest of the teams that are in this competition have all got powerful cards that you can then employ in your own tactics. Of course, for me personally, it's all about what you do with them on the pitch, though. You know, you can have the best items in the world, but you still need to be able to play with them.
Okay, well, that said, you do have the availability to purchase this first volume all the way up until March 27, and then you can take on the world with your dream team. Right, well, let's go ahead and get down to business and turn our attentions to what's coming up here on the main stage in a very short while. So let's have a quick look at what we can expect from Matchday 2. Hello and welcome to a brand new season of eFootball Championship Pro.
Finally here, we're back in the offline format. Here he is on the ball, back heel towards Leao. Can he strike it on goal? Rafinha is there on the turn. Lewandowski with the strike! That point as Serge Gnabry is free in the middle. Jesus gets his strike away, and oh, that's a rocket! That is a rifle!
There are 6 more match days to go, so there's plenty of time and ground for things to be made up here.
Barcelona versus Bayern in the real world is a mammoth affair. In the eFootball world, might even be even bigger between 2 sets of really talented players. I'm looking forward to that one.
After today, we have prepared a lot. We have to analyze them. We have to analyze our mistakes today, and we have to go for 9 points. We need it.
Compared to Inter, we at least have 3 points. They only got 0 points, which is, I think, more heavier for them.
But you look at Monaco and you think 1 point on the board, very, very disappointing from the reigning champions in their pursuit of trying to retain the title.
It will be close game.
For me, Monaco is one of the best. Now focus on this on Monaco and training a lot.
We are never scared. We are Manchester United. It will be a great battle, but we will be ready.
They were able to come through, shock the world, and yeah, they've shocked the eFootball Championship Pro 2023 season so far because they're table toppers.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a closer look then at who's going to be playing against whom and at what time. So make sure that you make a note of this because we have a very action-packed day in store for you. It all kicks off between two big giants in FC Barcelona and FC Bayern Munich. And of course, it's going to be a reunion of three former teammates as well. Alex Alguacil is now with the Catalan outfit. He'll be going up against his former teammates in Jose as well as Mestre. Following that, at 2:30 Central European time, we have FC Inter against Arsenal. Both of them, as we've seen earlier, in the leaderboard. Well, they're far down, so they do need to start collecting some points right quick. Then later on at 3:45 Central European time, we have AS Monaco, the reigning champions, against AS Roma. You may remember this matchup from last season when actually they faced each other in the semi-finals, but as we said, we all know what happened there, so perhaps the Italians will be looking for a personal bit of vendetta for today. And last but not least, at 5 o'clock, we have Manchester United against AC Milan, a really intriguing clash. Manchester United only picking up 2 points against FC Barcelona last week. They do have a lot of work to do then against a team that is undefeated so far in this competition. Wes, is there anything else that you would like to add? Because it's a hugely exciting day, isn't it?
I mean, there are stories throughout this entire fixture list. Again, you pointed to the top of the tape in Barcelona and Bayern Munich through the three former teammates facing off against one another. I think looking at Manchester United versus AC Milan at the end of the day, are AC Milan going to be able to continue that run of form, or are Man United going to strike back and start to get some points in? There's so many different things you can go with, Farita.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm expecting to see Alex against former teammates, because they are also friends. We will have plenty of time to talk about that. But I mean, I need that match to start right away.
Okay, we know that we want you to, you want to start this right now, but we do have to hold fire a little bit because we just want to give a quick reminder for everybody at home to make sure that you stay up to date on all the latest information across all of our social media platforms. And of course, you're probably already watching us on YouTube, so make sure that you stick around here as well throughout the day and throughout the entirety of the competition. And a reminder as well to collect your 500 eFootball points. You can do so by joining this stream through the in-game option. Right, well, let's go ahead and answer Fiorita's prayers. We can go ahead and turn our attention to the first matchup of the day. So do welcome to the stage now a Titan clash between FC Barcelona and FC Bayern München.
There's many different kind of teams, Man United, Bayern, Monaco, even Arsenal, that could really have chances to win. At the end, everyone is so nice, but I will say that teams are the stronger one at the moment.
The strongest opponents are Manchester United, because they have three skilled players and they always want to win. So they are real experienced and they play really well. Then we have Monaco, the title contender. Of course, they won last year the title. So yeah, they of course are one of the strongest. And then Barca with the Torito, they now have a really good squad. So yeah. Nevertheless, we don't have fear to anyone. We are capable of everything, so we need to be confident in ourselves.
The confidence coming out of each player.
tournament. This Brazilian guy called Jay Victor. He's a very young player, very talented player, and he's making his debut. You can see him on screen, Jay Victor. And he's making his debut against Torito. And there is a long-standing history between Italian world champion Ettore Torito and Brazilian players. So if something was needed to add a little bit more spice to this match, was this last-minute confirmation that Torito was playing against Jay Victor.
Yeah, and I think if you look at this matchup, it is almost David versus Goliath in terms of Ettore has that history of winning. He is a serial winner of championships within eFootball, and to then come in as your first ever game within eFootball Championship Pro, to be representing Bayern Munich, to be in a place that you're not familiar with, and then against Ettore, it's a very tall ask. But as we said, in terms of the tail of the tape for João Victor, for those of you who are unfamiliar with him at home, International Cup winner in 2022, was the national champion of Brazil in 2021, was a global esports game winner in 2021. So he's not just somebody they have plucked out of thin air to come in and play and be a part of the roster.
No. He's a well-seasoned player.
He's got some pedigree there, but again, in terms of the matchups that we can see here, it's Ettore versus João Victor.
Yeah.
This has got a classic written all over it.
And it's his first match in eFootball Championship Pro. So that's also something not to be missed. I mean, it's important how you enter this competition. Remember, on match day 1, this question was brought again with the AC Milan players. They are making their debut. Well, they went home with 9 points. So, I mean, anything may happen. These players are all top-notch players in the world. Of course, they will beat you and beat me and beat all of our viewers because they are the best in the world. But, this match would be very important. Remember, this year's format, we are having 3 games in each match. Every game counts because this all goes about points. So every match counts at the end of the season.
Absolutely it does, and in some cases they count double because of how close some of these teams will be come the end of the season. And again, for teams like Bayern Munich, for teams like Barcelona, for any of the teams that are in this competition, they're not your teams that you've never heard of. These are some of the premier teams on the planet, and they will want bragging rights as much as anybody, whether it be in real football, whether it be in esports. They want those bragging rights. And again, if you look at the makeup of the two teams, if you look at the Palma, you look at Alex Alcacil on one side, you then look at the other side, you look at Miguel Mestre, you look at Jose, you look at João Victor, Lutti, of course, there's that almost that through kind of thread that you see with Bayern, that although yes, they've changed out Alex, or Alex has then been changed out, they still have that through thread of Mestre, Jose, Lutti. There is still that consistency and that continuity there. So to have players like Mukahit, for example, or João Victor, it's a lot easier to come into that type of setup. But on the flip side, when we talk about Ettore and we talk about his pedigree within being a serial winner, there comes an expectation for it. To put it into kind of footballing context for those at home, it's kind of like how Manchester United, when they signed Casemiro, you bring that type of player into your dressing room, it can galvanise an entire team. And that might just have that effect here. Ettore brings that winning mentality and will try and drive his team on and will expect more from his teammates. So he's now got to go out and set the standard here as well, which again poses its own kind of quandary. And as we see, both teams are kind of almost ready to go here. We are under starters orders and we're just waiting for the game really to commence here. But again, looking at the two players, Ettore looking pretty calm, pretty chill. He seems to be very relaxed in his chair. João Victor not really giving that much away, but again, when you look at both players, both are encased and kind of covered by their teammates to just give them that little bit of, it's okay, we've got you. And that's sometimes all you need within esports, is sometimes somebody to just put their hand on you and go, yeah, we've got you, it's okay. I mean, we'll see, interestingly, right hand side of your screen there, looks like a 3-4-3 formation from João Victor, which is, from my reckoning, a very aggressive formation, if that is what is to be pulled out here.
He wants to start with the right feet here. Also, a big shout out to our friend Harry. Harry, it's in England. We wish that you are enjoying this match, and we will see you again very soon. You are listening to my friend Stuart Weza FC. He will be doing the play-by-play in this match. We are here live from Barcelona with the top players in the world, the most important European clubs, official esports competition. This is official. Each of these players were chosen by the clubs, and here we are for a treat. This is game one on match one. This is Barcelona against Bayern Munich.
You can see, interestingly, on the left-hand side of your screen there, Etorito employing a 4-3-3, which is relatively what we see at these types of level of esports. There's very much a down the middle,
balanced,
quite narrow, keep it compact through the middle, as we'll see as we are about to kick off here. And it will be Bayern Munich versus Barcelona. See both players in that traditional gamer lean stance of get as close to the screen as you can. And here we go. It is Bayern Munich from left to right. Gnabry to Koeman. Koeman looking for an early ball into the box there. Sergio Roberto takes it away. Back in from Musiala. And launched clear once more. And again, these early exchanges will set the tone for this game. Here's Lucas Hernandez out to Matthias de Ligt.
Yes, J. Victor start touching with fast kind of game.
That may just fall into the hands of Etorito here. May just want to have a little bit of the pressure from the youngster and then use that experience that he's got just to exert his will. But from kickoff here, it's pretty much been all Bayern so far in terms of possession. Here's Serge Gnabry, and Jules Koundé will win it back, and it's deflected out for a throw-in. So again, it's going to be these early moments where you're going to try and feel out your opponent. You're going to try and find a way through the defences real quickly. Who will have that first golden opportunity is Frenkie de Jong to Christensen, back to de Jong. Kimmich will intercept it. We'll play it forward to Musiala. Going to counter-attack personally beyond here is Sadio Mane. Little double touch inside, tries to play the ball forward, looks for Kingsley Coman. Christensen takes it away. It's Pedri to Busquets.
Good defending by Etorito. He cut the play, and now he's ready to counter-attack.
It might just be. Here's Robert Lewandowski into Pedri. Ryan Gravenberch will take that clear, and you can just see waves of players going backwards and forwards here, and I can imagine it'll be whoever can draw first blood here will take control of this game and will try and suffocate this game.
Doesn't seem very tactical by now. It seems like a homeschool game, you know, the one that you play with your pals at home.
Yeah, there could be a little bit of pressure just seeping in on both sides. Again, first game of the day here is Sommer. Plays it over to Lucas Hernandez again.
Cuidado.
Upamecano.
Cuidado.
To Matthias de Ligt. De Ligt looking forward there. There's Gnabry. There's Tell to Mane. Mane back towards Tell. To Kingsley Coman. Coman has Tell back in the middle. Double touch and a little bit of a missed input there. A little bit of nerve. Maybe creeping in there. Didn't quite go the way that he wanted to, and Ter Stegen will launch that one happily clear from a Barcelona perspective. Here is Upamecano though. Wins it back from the defences. Jamal Musiala. Sergio Roberto with the interception, and again it seems to be Bayern Munich that are having the happier of the time here. Is Tell in towards Sadio Mane. Mane double touch around the corner towards Kingsley Coman. It's been pulled wide. I think Ter Stegen more than likely had that covered.
Yeah, and it's Bayern Munich attacking, Etorito defending with Barcelona. Good interceptions on the back of the field. So we are getting a little bit of a surprise game in here, because we all know Ettore for his offensive game.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, in terms of lineage, I don't think he will be adverse to doing a little bit of defending here and there either. Here's Kingsley Coman though. Bayern Munich really setting the pace here. João Victor looking to try and find a way through. Here's Musiala to Mane. It's cleared away by Franck Kessie. Here's also Dembele. Kimmich will block it away once more. Musiala gifted back towards Dembele. Dembele now has runners. He looks to try and run it forward, but Lucas Hernandez will take that clear. And again, nice double touch in there from Sadio Mane. Here's Serge Gnabry. Gnabry clips one over the top. Kingsley Coman. He's got Tell in the middle. He's got maybe one arriving at the back post. He's double touched inside. Goes to play into Tell. Back towards Musiala. Musiala trying to fashion the chance. It's blocked. And it's cleared away by Frenkie de Jong. Bayern really setting the tempo here.
Bayern keeps banging the door, and they made get in.
Yeah, they are trying to find an avenue in here, but Ettore and Barcelona being robust in their defence of their goal. Here's Frankie de Jong forward. It's cleared away once more. It's Musiala to Mane. Araujo will take that clear.
It's amazing how he dominates the game.
He's really trying to set the pace here, but again, player like Ettore won't need a lot of touches to get himself in front of a goal here as Kingsley Coman looks to launch that one forward. Sadio Mane looking to recover it. Araujo will play it back to Ter Stegen. And you'd have to say, for the opening 35 minutes here, it has been Bayern Munich setting the tone.
Yes, they were the one making the goals. If you look this and you don't know who is who, you will say that the experienced player would be the one on the white shirt. But
amazing. It's amazing what nerves can do to somebody. As Musiala tries to play it forward, Sergio Roberto gets that clear. De Jong looking to launch a counter here. Pedri double touches in field. And Upamecano strong in the challenge. No foul from the referee. Gravenberch's trying to play that forward, but Busquets sweeps it back up.
Some imprecision on Barcelona's side.
There is, but it won't take a lot. Here's Kessie in towards Lewandowski. Lewandowski looking towards Pedri. Pedri gets away from Upamecano. Back in towards Lewandowski!
And as you said, Ettore doesn't need a lot of possession. Ettore doesn't need to hold the ball. Ettore knows how to shoot. And bazooka! Here's the first goal.
Does. We said, doesn't need a lot of touches to get himself in front of goal. Again, it was neat. It's this touch here where Pedri just takes it away from Upamecano. There, just an overcommitment. And it's a first-time strike. You very rarely see those within eFootball. Brilliant strike from Robert Lewandowski. And again, in that type of real estate, there's not many strikers on the planet you would want in front of that ball than Robert Lewandowski.
Very nice, the back heel, the passing. You know,
very smooth goal, and again, you would say it's against the run of play, but Barcelona will not care a moment about that. They are 1 goal to the good, and as we constantly say on these, casting and commentaries that we have, the only stats that matter are the ones in the top left-hand corner. It's the time left on the clock, and it's the amount of goals you put in the back of the net.
There's there's no moral result. It's real result.
Absolutely, indeed. Gravenberch heads forward. Sergio Roberto takes it away. Here's Kessie.
It's not about luck. It's not about who deserves the win. It's about who wins.
It's executing under pressure is what you need here.
And also, it's how aggressive can you be, and how can you get those opportunities? Just one situation, one goal.
I mean, if you look at the first half, there's only been 2 chances. There's been a goal, and then there was the shot that was pulled wide by Bayern Munich. So the reality is that it's more of a midfield battle, but it seems to break down when that last final ball tends to go through. As we'll see, it comes to the half-time whistle. Again, is Barcelona 1, Bayern Munich 0. And again, we would say against pretty much the run of play. But again, we do say this about players. They will find a way. They will find a way to break you down. They will find a way to score. As we'll see, kick-off now. Very quickly, here's Kessie forward to Lewandowski. Lewandowski onto Pedri. Dangerous position here for Barcelona. Double touch inside. Gnabry will clear. It's ricocheted. And Sommer will come and hoover that one up.
Oppa, be careful with that. Oppa!
Mistake there for the goalkeeper, but he doesn't get away. He gets away with it just about there.
Be careful.
Let's tell.
If you just are joining, this is Ettorito 97 against J. Victor. Barcelona against Bayern Munich.
As you'll see just there from the graphic, Ettore looking to extend that lead at the top of the goal-scoring tallies, up to 5 for the season so far. As Sergio Busquets recovers the ball well, finds it to Robert Lewandowski, Frankie de Jong to Pedri, lets it run through his legs. Pedri doesn't go for the double touch this time, looks to just negotiate his way out of trouble instead. Kessie, Pedri, Lewandowski, on towards Frankie de Jong. Matthijs de Ligt will take that clear.
His game is so smart, so intelligent.
It's those neat little passes that you just keep you guessing. Musiala,
and he plays by memory. He doesn't have to look where his players are. He already knows.
And that comes to prep work. That comes to knowing where your team are going to be, knowing how your team perform, and knowing exactly where they're going to be on a virtual pitch. And as we see there, 57 minutes gone here. Again, second half kind of stayed a little bit like the first half in the sense of Bayern trying to get themselves back into the game, but we'll see their changes just coming on the right-hand side of your screen there. You'll see you can see just what the debate really is going on here.
I think that Barcelona had a better second half than what they offered on the first half. At least they are proposing a little bit more, having the ball a little bit more in the midfield. So it would be interesting to see what will happen now, because for sure he has to, Bayern München has to bring his team forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll see there as well, Barcelona taking a look at Bayern Munich's tactic there on the left-hand side, just having a look to say, well, okay, guys, we're in the pause here. What do you think? What are you seeing behind us? Because we said before, you know, it's great having the ideas and having the controller in your hand, but sometimes you just need an onlooker to just maybe give you a, actually, I've seen something you haven't here. But as we can see, just little tiny minute changes here. You can see right hand side of your screen, Bayern Munich changed to a 3-5-2. They've started to get a little bit more expansive. It may open up the game as we'll see substitutes potentially looking to come on here as well. Choupo-Moting looking to be deployed. We've seen him used to great use over the years as Bayern Munich have used him. But ultimately, it seems to just be, these are the moments that may just get Bayern Munich back into this game. It's these little tiny changes that may just deliver a benefit here as Hernandez plays it cross field over to Kingsley Coman. Gnabry back to Coman. Choupo-Moting on towards Sadio Mane. Mane dispossessed by Araujo, but Choupo-Moting's benefited here. He's got it back to Gnabry. Gnabry looking back in for Choupo-Moting. Can he score? Oh, he's trying to play it across. It's a great manual save from Etorito.
Amazing goalkeeping by Ettore. I told you earlier, he's known for his offensive game, but what a defensive game has proven by Etorito.
Game's not over, and neither has the danger. Sadio Mane looking back in for Choupo-Moting. Ball is in the back of the net. It's an offside flag, though.
Very
we'll see there.
Very good player, Jay Victor also.
Yes.
Very good player.
Yeah, in terms of those combination plays, you can see what chances he is trying to fashion out of the game plan that you can see here. As Lucas Hernandez looks to put that one cross field. And again, for those watching at home, if you're wondering why the power bar is sometimes green and it's sometimes purple, those will be those stunning inputs that you'll normally see. Either stunning strikes, stunning crosses, stunning passes. They just give a little bit more zip on your passes and strikes here as Frankie de Jong looks to play in field, and he's played it, and Pedri has got it back from Kingsley Coman. It's Robert Lewandowski looks to take a touch in field, and instead Lucas Hernandez will take that clear. And as time ticks down here, Barcelona looking to exert their will. It's Pedri onto de Jong, neat little back here, finds Robert Lewandowski. Hernandez with the block, De Ligt will launch this one clear. Here's Sadio Mane, it's towards Choupo-Moting. Going to have runners in the middle potentially. He's found it cross field over to Kingsley Coman. Coman looking in field again, but instead challenged by a Barcelona defender, and Kesse will just lift that one forward.
And you may see that Pedri is already tired, Lewandowski is already tired, but as those players have some important physicalities, they are remaining on the pitch.
They are indeed. They're always useful, even with a depleted energy bar. As Kingsley Coman looks to deliver one potentially to the back post, was looking for Sadio Mane to stake and will come out and claim that. And as you'll see, just next to the cameras of both players, you'll see attacking bias is changing here and there. It'll be all-out defence, it will be defensive, or it will be attacking. If you're brand new to the game, they all have their different facets to their game that you can use. If you want to be a bit more aggressive, you'll go more attacking, as we'll see here. Gnabry looking forward. Tell looking to win the header. Pedri will clear only as far as Gravenberch. Gnabry back in towards Choupo-Moting. And he's looking for Sadio Mane. It's cleared away once more.
By now, Etorito wants the time to pass, and all the proposition comes from the Bayern München side.
It does, but he will be happy with that pressure as Pedri plays it into Frankie de Jong. Neat dummy to take it away from the defender. Turns back infield. Really smart turn there from Ettore. Just couldn't quite get the benefit of it, but again, it chews down some of the clock. But 9 minutes plus injury time, as we'll see tactics being deployed once more. You'll have a look at the subs benches that are there. Again, if you're wondering why there's, you know, in terms of the players on those benches, don't forget that there is a team strength limit, or a collective strength limit of 2,430. I double checked to make sure that I had the figure correct. They have to stay below that limit, and if they stay below that limit, that's what we're playing to here. So, of course, as we mentioned, or as Semra mentioned about special cards and things of that nature, you've still got to take into account what effect that's going to have on your collective strength level.
Yes, of course, all of that it's a very important aspect of the game. But I couldn't agree more with my friend Weza about all that is important, but also your hands are very important and your mind is very important.
Absolutely. If you can outthink your opponent, if you have quicker reflexes, you will often win a game of eFootball. Here's Leon Goretzka. Kimmich forward to Tell. Looking for a back heel through there, and instead it's Lucas Hernandez. Kimmich back to Hernandez. It's Davies. Ibrahimovic. On towards Choupo-Moting. Choupo-Moting looking to dink one into the back post. Mane just running a bit out of steam. Can't keep up with the play, and as such, ball goes out for a goal kick. 5 in-game minutes left here, plus stoppage time.
Yeah, and every minute coming by is a minute won by Barcelona, by Torito. He has not rushed at all, of course. And now it's like, I think it may be 1 or 2 chances left.
Yeah, if it's gonna be any time for João Victor, it's gonna have to be now. Choupo-Moting to Ibrahimovic. Choupo-Moting gets the ball back, but Koundé sticks a foot out. Sergio Busquets will clear. Anywhere will do for Barcelona at this point. It is, as they say in the UK, squeaky bum time indeed. Here's Ibrahimovic to Goretzka. Koundé takes it away though. Here's Pedri. Looking to just kill the game off here effectively. It's into injury time. Knows how important these 3 points will be if he can just evade a Bayern Munich attack. One last chance potentially. It's gone back over halfway. Ball goes forward again. Bayern looking to get the ball forward. That whistle still not there, but it is now. It is Barcelona 1, Bayern Munich 0, and Torito comes away with 3 points for Barcelona.
And look, he looks disappointed. This is the kind of player that Ettore is. He won the match. He has perfect score because he won match day 1, he won match day 2, but he thinks this is not a performance at his level.
Well, for me, if it were me looking in on it, you've won. You've took the 3 points. You've got max points. You know, maybe for personal accolades, he may have thought there might have been more of a opportunity to score more goals, maybe. Yes. But there wasn't that many chances either side. So realistically, it was more of a stalemate. If not for that Pedri touch that takes it away from Upamecano, does Lewandowski not have the opportunity to score?
Yeah, I agree completely on that. I mean, he won a good match. He defended very well. He had a very important save by his keeper. I don't know why.
Yeah, and
I will try to ask him.
Yeah,
later.
I mean, you talk about quality that proved the day. It was that brilliant manual save that we saw.
Yes.
That won the game. You know, as much as we say, oh, it's really important to have goals scored and everything else. If you're deploying a manual skill and that saves your goal, it is as good as a goal.
It remembers me of a save of a goalkeeper from Argentina called Dibu Martinez. That with a save won a match.
Yeah, but that's it. It's those moments where you go, okay, if he doesn't make that save, that cut across was onside. Yes. Tell's got an easy tap in.
Yes.
It was that simple. But instead,
it's a play that may be won a match.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. But again, from a Barcelona perspective, they're 3 points up now. So that's another 3 points in the bank. They'll be delighted with it so far. I believe from what we can see, what is coming next on the bill, it's going to be the Palma versus Jose, which will be a very, very tightly contested affair.
We are saving the ex-teammates match for the last. That would be the dessert.
Yes, or well, certainly for you, as your personal one you're looking forward to today is this, because it's more drama than you can probably take.
Yeah, but I like my telenovelas.
Well, these two here have their own history. Both are Spanish. Of course, both have played against each other. Both have represented national teams within the same setup. So these guys will know each other very well.
Very well.
But as we have always said, once the curtain goes up and the show is on, friendships can be cast aside and rivalries are renewed. And this, again, as we've heard already, it's pretty important for both teams, not just for the standings, but bragging rights. You have got bragging rights over your friends. It's as simple as that. And again, as we say about how important it is, you've got to make sure that everything is where it needs to be. And I've seen performances from the Palma in the past that have disappointed. Again, I'd point to Matchday 1, which, again, looking at it, was a 0-0 draw against Manchester United. Wasn't really the game I think that everybody thought it was going to be versus Nexa. Instead, it was a rather drab 0-0 affair. But I've also seen games where the Palma has tore defence to shreds within the first half and be 5-0 up. So it depends on what version of the Palma turns up. And of course, on the other side of things, we've got Jose, who has been in incredible form over the last couple of seasons, both domestically and internationally, has been there or thereabouts in a lot of competitions. What version of Jose turns up? Is it the version that is the super competitive Jose that we know, or is it going to be something that we're going to see that's going to be completely different?
No, I think that Jose is in very good shape, not just physically, but I mean he's in a very mature state of a player standing point. And also this is a match against the two captains. I mean both of them have responsibility over their teams, so that may also add a little bit more to this game.
Well, it's important because, again, as you've seen in real football, as you see here, and as you can certainly see from the pictures on your screen at the moment, you don't have to be the captain to behave like a captain. So you'll see, for example, with the Palma, he's getting all of the information he can from Alex, from Ettore, and again, the same thing from Jose. He's got Mestre, he's got Victor, or João Victor, he's got Lutti, who's in behind him, who, again, we often say that, what's the role of a coach and why is a coach so important? A coach is important because it's that fresh set of eyes that is outside of the emotional state.
Exactly.
You can if you can have a kind of a set of eyes that is looking at something with no emotion attached to it, it's worth its weight in gold because they can show you something that you're not quite seeing. Because again, when you are, blinkered and you're in tunnel vision and you're just focused on your game, all you can do is just focus on the gameplay. If it's not going your way, you'll need somebody to take you out of it and say, hey, calm it down, we can do this, it's okay, this is what you need to do.
I need to change, or I need to stay like this, or I need to change. That's also an important fit on your tactic, It's an important point. So, we are here for the captain's match. First match went to Barcelona, 1-0 in Ettore against debuting player J. Victor, which had a very, very good kind of play. I think he did a well performance.
I think it was unfortunate. I think in some regards it was unfortunate. Yes. We talked about the skill of Ettore in terms of manual goalkeeping, but again, that passing nature or that passing moving that we saw from João Victor, he wouldn't be in those positions if he didn't know how to get there. So again, in terms of his level, you can see what it was there, and I don't necessarily think that maybe Ettore realised that it was going to be that difficult, but it certainly was, because it was a midfield battle. Every time the ball tried to go through to Bayern's defence, it would get snuffed out by Kimmich. Every time it went through to Barca's defence, snuffed out by Busquets. So you've got to find your roots around these defensive midfielders. They are kind of, especially in these lineups, they are the most important players in these teams because it's a pivot between the defence and midfield. And once you get it into midfield, you've then got to be able to regress it forward quick enough. And they have weapons either side. Barcelona, they've got Dembele, Rafinha, Ferran Torres, they've got Lewandowski. Bayern side, it's Koeman, it's Gnabry, it's Sane, it's Müller, it's Choupo-Moting, it's Tell. There's so many weapons. You just need to get that ball in transition and get it moving. That's all you need to do to really damage teams here. And I think we're going to see probably, I'd say, a little bit more of an open game here.
And here we are for the second match. The second game of match 1, that's the correct term. It will be Jose G against De Palma.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting tie indeed. Again, looking on the right-hand side there, Jose deploying that 3-5-2 that we've started to see. We have started to see that as a different way of playing. We talked, a lot about the almost cookie-cutter 4-3-3 that we're used to seeing. Somebody playing 3-5-2 can dislodge people, but a 3-5-2, it suggests you want to be dominant in midfield. Which, if Jose can deploy that, he will win here.
If you saw the first match, you may understand why he's picking that, because this is a clear example of how important a good midfield is in this kind of game, because you have to look at your team, but you also have to look at your opponent team.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. There's so much to be said for deploying your own game plan and playing your own game, but when you have players of this caliber, both on pitch and off pitch, you have to game plan something. You have to know what is coming. As we'll see, from left to right, it is the Palma, as Frankie de Jong will lead it off and clear his Ousmane Dembele on the right-hand side, in towards Frankie de Jong. De Jong lifts the ball into the box, still it with header clear. As far as Gavi, interesting personnel change there. You're seeing players using different players that they're used to and they're happy with, one being Gavi. And it's interesting to see these little individual quirks that these players will have between these two teams. Here's Ousmane Dembele, and Sadio Mane will intercept it and take that one clear. Turn back in field here, goes cross field, finds João Cancelo. Again, a new addition to Bayern Munich's ranks. Again, interestingly, different changes of personnel here. As Gnabry looking for Koeman. Koeman does recover it. It's a little bit scrappy, but it does find its way there.
And we haven't seen any kick-off goal yet.
No, it seems to be, at this level, they seem to get snuffed out very, very quickly. Here's Joshua Kimmich. Forward towards João Cancelo, looking to get forward on that right-hand side. Gnabry in towards Mane. Mane looking towards Kingsley Coman. Has got Tell in the middle if he can use him, and Jules Koundé will take it away from him very cleanly indeed, as Frankie de Jong looks forward, and Ousmane Dembele looking to get it down the right-hand side here. Interestingly for Barcelona, looking a little bit isolated at the top end of the pitch. That might be more so down to that Bayern Munich formation that, again, has them being snuffed out in that kind of middle area. Balde looks to play it forward here, finds Pedri. Gnabry heads it on and heads it clear. Here's Joshua Kimmich on towards Kingsley Coman. It's cleared away again though, counter-attack maybe on it. Ousmane Dembele, can he find Frankie de Jong? It's Lucas Hernandez that will take it to Sommer. Sommer launches it clear. It's eventually picked up by João Cancelo. Cancelo forward.
And this may be, at least by now, the most balanced game we've seen.
I think so. A bit of an errant clearance there. It's corner ball for Bayern Munich. Joshua Kimmich with, I think it is our first corner of the day.
Yes.
Joshua Kimmich looking to deliver this in, looking towards the header of Serge Gnabry. Koundé will get the header clear. On as far as João Cancelo. Cancelo, what can he do here? Looking to shimmy and shake down the right-hand side there. Does very well indeed. Tries a double touch. De Jong reads it though. Ball's deflected back into the box. Tell. Christensen will clear it. And away it goes to Robert Lewandowski. Here's Pedri. On towards Dembele. Counter-attack could be on here. Dembele against Upamecano. His French teammates up against one another. Dembele plays a ball into Gavi, Pedri, and Coman.
Nice dribbling by De Palma. Nice dribbling. Nice, beautiful kind of game playing, but it wasn't enough.
Like
now the ball is recovered.
It's like watching a boxer try and feint with a jab. As you see, Gravenberch ball in towards Coman. Coman looking to get loose here again, but Jules Koundé again locking it down. Here's Gavi. Plays a first-time pass forward to Ousmane Dembele. Dembele looking to get forward. It's got round Lucas Hernandez. Dembele in towards Lewandowski. Big save.
Very good save. Manual goalkeeping, that's what the masters do. How important is using Dembele in Barcelona's lineup? Because he's really fast. He makes some difference that, at least in this match, wasn't able to be done by Lewandowski yet.
Yeah, well, if he can get behind that final man and that final player, you can see the benefits, but you can see both sides there trying the similar type of tactics. You can see Bayern Munich trying to get Coman in behind the last defender, just offside at that point.
Yes, you have to put not just the ball on the box, but also your player.
Absolutely,
so
indeed.
It's doubly difficult.
Indeed it is. Sergio Busquets, Gnabry intercepts it. Gnabry looking to lead this one forward. Gravenberch. Forward, it's intercepted by Koundé. Busquets to Gavi. Nice one-touch passing there. Lewandowski, De Jong on towards Dembele. Has players in the centre. Can he find them? He's dummied the cross. It's in towards Gavi. Gavi takes a touch and pulls it wide.
It tactically was perfect. It was the last-minute execution what failed. But look at this. He receives the ball just by himself.
Takes the touch and just pulls it wide.
Perhaps it was one extra step he perhaps may try to get the shot at first sight like Ettore did.
Sometimes you can be too cute in eFootball, and sometimes you can try an extra pass or an extra touch, just one touch too many.
And I think that's something that De Palma is working on. He knows that he must release the ball earlier. Sometimes he gets a little bit too possessive with the ball.
Indeed, it might just get underneath his feet here as João Cancelo breaks it down here for Bayern Munich. See at the top of your screen. 38 in-game minutes gone here. This is game number 2. If you're just joining us and you didn't catch the first game, Ettore came through. A bit of a nail-biter with João Victor, 1-0 to Barcelona. As we see Gravenberch forward towards Serge Gnabry. Gnabry looks to body feint, gets a double touch into Tell, into Coman, looking back for Tell, and Busquets again, that pivot that just breaks up the play exactly when you need it.
Yeah, and it's getting a little bit difficult for Bayern München to get to shot the ball at target.
Yeah, well, you can see as well, whenever they receive the ball, there's that wave of 3 players going forward from a Bayern Munich perspective. Here's Dembele looking down the line, looking for Frenkie de Jong. Kimmich will recover the ball. Sommer slips as he kicks it. And as a result, it goes to a Barcelona player. It's de Jong looking for Dembele. Dembele still going. Ball is still in the box here.
He went between 3 players. Dembele slid by 3 defenders.
Could have gone anywhere, but it did get cleared away. And at half-time, it is 0-0 in game 2.
Very interesting game. I think this was a little bit more tactical than the first game. As we expected, very battled in the middle field, with a little bit more possession by Barcelona, who had perhaps the clearest chances. But
yeah, I mean, I thought looking at these 2 players going into it, and this goes to show you in terms of predictions and perspectives, knowing the 2 players in the way that I do, I would have thought this would have been a bit more open. Instead, this is a little bit more cagey. Cancelo, beautiful ball into the box. It's a big save from the goalkeeper. Bayern Munich having the first real sight at goal here.
Yes, exactly. That was a real chance. Bayern Munich changed the course of the match.
And it might just open up again here. Here's Tell to Cancelo. Cancelo gets a stunning cross into the box, looking for a header. It's cleared away, only as far as Tell. De Jong will launch that glare. As Upamecano heads it down. It's Joshua Kimmich in towards Lucas Hernandez. Hernandez going over the top here, looking for Sadio Mane, and Araujo will take that back and head it to Anders ter Stegen.
How important is having a good goalkeeping strategy? Having the ability to manual goalkeep may give you a win like it did for Ettore.
Yeah, I think it's important to know when to do it. There are situations what call for it and there's situations that don't. As you'll see, Frenkie de Jong looking to make his way in for Barcelona, but Joshua Kimmich clears his lines once more. But it's knowing your players, and it's knowing a lot of it is prep work. As a foul was given away and a booking is given there to Tell. A lot of the prep work that you see or that you won't see from these players, because a lot, for viewers at home, you'll just see this game and you'll think, oh well, they've just turned up. They've just turned up and played.
No.
There is so much prep work that goes into these teams, and knowing what these players are capable of, knowing what systems work, what don't, what traits are on each player, what player skills.
And in fact, I'm amused about they are still playing today, early morning they are playing. Yep. Yesterday, late night they are playing. So they don't left anything not being studied.
Absolutely, they leave no stone unturned, as they say in the UK. As we'll see a foul given there. But yeah, absolutely, they go through every detail that they can. As we'll see a free kick looking to be cleared in towards goal by Sergio Busquets. May elect to play it short, or he may not elect to play it at all there, as it looks like it's been changed over to Gavi. Gavi to Pedri. Pedri stops and stutters and gives Bayern Munich a chance to recover. It does go out for a throw though, so Barcelona do still retain possession. Ball down the line here, finds Pedri. Pedri in towards De Jong. De Jong gets the benefit of a A lucky touch and a lucky break there. It's Lewandowski, save for the goalkeeper. It's bounced all around. Sommer will recover it.
Whoa. That ball was there missing.
It was there to be hit by somebody, just couldn't quite find it. There's Gavi though, danger is not over. Pedri, Upamecano, looks to try and clear his lines. It's a bit panicked by Bayern Munich, but they will get it away. Here's Araujo in towards Busquets. Busquets to De Jong, and Gravenberch clears it once more.
So the first minutes were for Bayern Munich. These last 10 in-game minutes are all about Barcelona.
Indeed, as it ebbs and flows. Koeman headed down. Sadio Mane. Mane looking to progress. Takes a stunning strike. Ball ricochets in the air. It's going to go out for a corner, I believe.
Yes.
You can see the
new corner coming up.
You can see the intent there from Sadio Mane. Again, if that space sometimes opens up, sometimes you just need to hit it. Very old-fashioned UK way of playing football. Sometimes you just hit it as hard as you can and hope for the best. And they do get themselves a corner. So, again, danger is not over from a Barcelona perspective as Bayern Munich look to line this one up. And I'm sure Jose will look to get into the Bayern Munich playbook here and see what he can do. It's Kimmich looking to launch this one in, and it's parried over by the goalkeeper. It's a corner again.
That seemed dangerous.
Very dangerous.
And last season, these two guys ended in a 0-0 draw, and I think I may understand why.
Header away. Again, it's that stalemate at the moment. You can see here it's either going to be a moment of magic that will separate the two, or it's going to be a blunder. Whichever one comes first in this game, even if there is a separator. 20 minutes left on the clock here. Ball into the box, looking for De Ligt. Goalkeeper punches it clear. As far as Kimmich, back towards Gnabry. Finds Kingsley Coman. Double touch out of his feet. Instead, Sergio Busquets might be able to launch a counter here as Pedri has got waves of Barcelona shirts flowing forward here. Lewandowski on towards Frenkie de Jong. De Jong, he had the space. He didn't realise he had that much space. The ball is taken clear once more. Sadio Mane has runners ahead of him, if he can spot them. And instead, he's played it to Sergio Busquets' his feet. De Jong, played clear again by Lucas Hernandez. It's just that moments that are making the game just that little bit tighter. As we see, the clock is still ticking down here as Ter Stegen gathers up the ball. Lewandowski looks to win the header here. Does win the header. It's whether Dembele can keep it in. He does. He puts those quick feet to good use. Koundé forward.
They seem to fit each other so well that they can't break the 0-0.
It's like watching fire and ice go against one another here as Koeman looks to dribble his way forward here. Will there be a game breaker here? It's Koeman. Gravenberch onto Kimmich. Headed down towards Tell. Tell gets it up. Here's Gnabry. Balde gets it away from Gnabry, but he loses out once more. Serge Gnabry. Gnabry takes a touch away from Balde. Gnabry tries to roll it across the box. He had two players there. Couldn't find either one.
He almost scored in his own goal.
It could have gone anywhere, that. But he was trying to go to the two players that were waiting for it from Bayern Munich.
But in order to make the crossing, to make the interception, he did it a little bit too risky for my taste.
Yeah, he went very much to the byline. There's only so far you can go when you are that close to the byline, is that it either has to go across the box or something absolutely spectacular has to happen for it to go in. So you kind of do close down those avenues. You sometimes maybe see a double touch the other way just to give yourself a bit of space, but as I often say whenever I'm commentating, that's why those guys are there and that's why I'm here, is that those guys will know their teams like the backs of their hands.
But you're a great player, Wes. I saw you playing so much times and winning so much times, and that's why it's so important hearing to what you have to say about this game.
You can see just see the changes there. You can see Barcelona just got a wide man just further out wide here, maybe looking for that counter-attack if it comes their way. Instead, it is Joshua Kimmich for another corner here.
And it's so important, this last ball, because it might close the game.
Cannoned over again here. It's another corner. As we've seen so many times
six corners for Bayern Munich, 0 for Barcelona.
As you've seen so many times within esports, these corner kicks, especially within eFootball, there's a pattern that they look to deploy. As we see there, Choupo-Moting right in the back post. He goes all the way through. Barcelona will finally have possession of the ball again.
Everybody is shooting the corners very, very close. Very, very... not being far from the goal.
It's where the goalkeeper and the defender need to have a chat as to who's going to come and take the ball. And whilst that chat happens, the striker may be able to take benefit of it.
Any ricochet there may end like a goal.
Indeed, it might. Here's Jules Koundé across to Araujo.
I think
Christensen.
He wants the time to go by in order to have the last opportunity very near of the 90 minutes.
Lewandowski does not win the header. Tell gets it down to Choupo-Moting. Choupo-Moting to Tell. Tell looking to turn back. It's found in towards Ibrahimovic.
Barcelona is getting a hard time holding the ball.
Ibrahimovic has got away from Christensen, but he can't deliver the ball into the box. As Christensen will launch that one clear. We've got not a lot of time left on the clock here. You feel a goal here would be the winner. Here's Pedri looking down the line. Upamecano strong in the challenge and blocks off the run here. Sommer. It's 3 minutes stoppage time there in Cancelo. That's an error from Bayern Munich. I think he was looking to try and get that ball forward. Instead, it's gone all the way out of play.
I can see Jose laughing.
Yeah, I think he's more so embarrassment at that going out of play at that point. Ball goes down the line and launch clear once more. Maybe both players thinking that a point may be better than a loss, and that might be why they are not committing numbers forward as Christensen plays it down the line here, finds Pedri. Pedri can't find a ball in, and judged to be a foul. Which way has it gone? It looks like it's gone the way of Bayern Munich.
There's the Palma.
Going to be one more chance here.
Last play of the match.
One big chance there. Jules Koundé blocked off. Choupo-Moting charged down. Could have gone anywhere, and this one will finish 0-0.
Yeah, but you know the last one? Whoa, he was sweating.
Could have gone absolutely anywhere.
He was sweating, yeah. So once again, as last season, these two guys cannot break the 0 line. They can't get the match. It's once again 0 for the Palma, Barcelona 0 from Jose on the Bayern München. So by now we have 4 points for Barcelona and 1 point for Bayern München.
Well, I'll throw this out as a question to you, Ferita. In terms of before a ball was kicked, if you're Barcelona, would you take 4 points in the first 2 games?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I think so, because you look at the quality. I was hoping you would agree, because again, looking at the quality of the players, looking at the teams that are on show, and it's only been 1 goal that separated them over 2 games.
Yes, that's true.
That shows you the level that they're at. It shows you the quality that they're at, and as we'll see here, this is from, in terms of the highlights you'll see on the screen there wasn't that many opportunities in the game, and even then, when the opportunities did present themselves, they were half chances. They were half chances. And we look here again, stunning strike that could have gone anywhere.
We got some good goalkeeping.
Yes, and I don't think there was any real clear-cut chances. I mean, of the 6 corners that Bayern Munich had, there was only the 1 that went really close, and that was from Choupo-Moting, and it was floating all the way through. So we'll see here, Dembele trying to find his way in. This was I believe it was the Gavi opportunity, maybe? No, it was again, it just broke down at half-time. But we had the Gavi opportunity where the ball's just taken too far out. And you'll see here as well, Lewandowski again, they tried to just go near post. Maybe knowing each other's game plan, they may have thought, well, they might get manual goalkeeping, they'll bring it away from the near post, and that would give them the opportunity to score. And instead, it was just, it was much to do about nothing.
Even when Bayern Munich in the numbers, in the tail of the tape, has better numbers, I think Barcelona was a little bit closer to getting the win. A little bit.
Yeah. Oh, if you looked at that there, that was that chance you were talking about where if you've got yourself to the byline, you really have cut down your options. And you could see where Jose wanted to put the ball. It wasn't to the guy at the back post, it was the guy in the middle, because he was backing off and looking like he had an opportunity. And again, this was this almost chaotic end to the game where it ricocheted off Choupo-Moting, could have literally have gone anywhere.
If that was a little bit closer, that would be a really dangerous opportunity.
But you can see the reassurance from his 2 teammates there. You can see the reassurance of it's okay. It's a point. It's okay.
It's okay.
I think had the Palma lost that game, I think there might have been a slightly different conversation that's happening. But they seem to be quite happy with this as we have to wait for Game 3 to get under the way. And as we've worked out by process of elimination, it's Alex Alguacil versus Miguel Mestre.
Yes, these two guys know each other a lot. These two guys were teammates last season, and I want to ask them after this match if they feel this match is special. As I told you, Miguel Mestre was saying at the beginning of this match that Barcelona is a very important team, having a Torito on board. I think this match would be a 6-point match for these two guys. And of course, they know each other, they are friends outside, but as you tell, here you have to win, and I think this match would be really, really interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the two players, and again, I look at the successes that Alex has had historically.
Yes.
And you'll hear it a lot on the broadcast in terms of historic achievements that players have had. It sometimes then gets to a point, and I'm not saying necessarily this is the case with Alex, that it's almost like a what have you done for us lately? In the sense of, yes, you got to I think it was a final last year with Bayern, but where are you now? Now that you're away from that Bayern umbrella, where are you? How good can you be? Because we know the gameplay and the game plan that Alex can give. Whether it's a case that Ettore is the guy to drive that out of him, because, like I said, there is an air of expectation when it's like a team that has Ettorito, has the Palma. These guys are heavy hitters. You can't shrink. So for Alex, yes, I think previous match day was 1-1 against Kilzu, which is actually a very good result, all things considered.
Yes.
As Kilzu, again, as we'll talk about later on in the broadcast, one of the kind of breakout stars of eFootball Championship Pro historically. Has become one of those players. Now it's a case of, as we said, you're going up against Miguel, you're going up against former teammates, you're going up against former rivals as well, both domestically and internationally. What can you do here? And for Mestre has, for me, kind of become almost the unofficial heartbeat of that Bayern Munich team. Whenever you see him score, he is as passionate as anything. You've seen him in derbies in previous competitions. You've seen him represent Bayern in previous competitions. It's almost become that kind of heartbeat that you kind of just go, actually, he's really got something about him, Mestre has. And that's why this is so fascinating, because, yes, as we said, previous teammates are now against one another, and how much of one does know about the other?
A lot. They know a lot. They know the strengths of the other player, and they know I don't want to say the weak side, but you know the weakness. Yeah. I mean, if you play so much time together and you spend so much time training, you know it by heart, you know? Yeah. So I think that also this is an important piece. Barcelona is undefeated in this tournament until this match. So he will be trying to continue with this. It's 4 points today. Let's see how this match ends.
Yeah, they'll certainly be gunning for 7 points out of this game now that it is there as the carrot. But if you're Bayern Munich, you're looking to split the points. You're looking to get the 4 points yourself, because again, Bayern Munich have their own aspirations, as do Barcelona. We say it all the time. These games you don't get these games back. So this is one that really keep an eye on so early in the broadcast today. As we'll see, Bayern Munich from left to right, Barcelona from right to left.
And I won't be surprised if we have this match on the knockout stage, of course.
Well, a very early call there for the knockout stage, of course. Bear in mind, all of these games that you'll see here today all count 3 points per game, or a maximum you can get out of them. It's not a best-of-3 scenario just yet. It is 3 games that will cost you some points. Here's Tell up to Sadio Mane. Mane.
Strange ball lost by Barcelona. Now he recovers.
Recovered it very well there. Here's Pedri onto De Jong. De Jong to Ousmane Dembele. Dembele into Frankie De Jong, looking for De Ligt. Well, as I say, looking past De Ligt. De Jong does get that ball back. It's ricocheted to Stanisic. Ball is cleared to Koundé. So again, just how much do each other really know about one another? There is Pedri just to clip the ball infield, but Koundé will recover it. Kessie. Gnabry will win it back here. He's got Tell in the middle should he need to use him. Instead, it goes out wide to Gravenberch. Forward to Tell. Tell has runners. If he looks to use it, Tell on towards Kingsley Coman. Big save. It's just offside.
Offside. Yeah, it's offside.
It's a big save from the goalkeeper. It's just a toe that is offside.
Yes. Yeah, but it's once again Barcelona is good at goalkeeping. I can start to see a pattern there. Like they are training very well their goalkeeping skills.
Stanisic out wide to Gnabry. Gnabry looking to go past Koundé. Koundé, it's Christensen. Koeman's won it back. Koeman, can he dribble in field? Double touch around the corner. Great manual save. Tell looks to recover it once more. Here's Gravenberch. Gravenberch double touch. Gravenberch, good save again.
Whoa, amazing attacking by Bayern München. Two great opportunities, very clear, excellent goalkeeping abilities from Barcelona. Alex Alguacil really had Ter Stegen as a superhero.
There's a big, big save there. You can see the outtake of breath. They knew there was chances on there.
Amazing attacking by Bayern München.
Corner has already gone in as we missed it on the replay, but no damage was done as Ter Stegen took a hold of the ball for Barcelona. It's Gnabry looking to win the header. Matthijs de Ligt gives it away to Pedri. Pedri looking forward here, looking to just do a couple of super cancels just to unseat that Barcelona, the Bayern Munich defence, but Barcelona run it out of play there. There's Koeman, Stanisic, on towards Matthijs de Ligt. Sergio Roberto wins it back. It's forward in transition. Dembele, Pedri looking for Lewandowski.
It was the last step, the one that failed.
Yeah, it's that key point. It's that key point in the field where the defensive midfielder lies. That's where both of these teams have got experts in their craft. One has Sergio Busquets, the other has Joshua Kimmich. Both are premier in that position, and it's something that they're going to have to find a way around here. As Kingsley Coman looks forward, finds Serge Gnabry, back to Coman, looking for the give and go down the wing instead. Koundé will intercept it. Kimmich wins the header again, so valuable in that position. Tell, neat little back heel, finds Kingsley Coman. Coman looking forward, lofts it up towards Gravenberch, instead it's taken clearing away. Back again though, this pressure coming with Bayern Munich. Sadio Mane looks to the curler, and it is taken gratefully into the hands.
Good goalkeeping, but now he makes an error.
An uncharacteristic error, might I add, as Gravenberch will look to take it instead. Positionally, it's always good to change your thrower, because, again, centre midfielder might have been out of play there as we see Tell, but the centre midfielders would have been out of position, so playing it to that side of the field is always handy, but just didn't quite get anything on that ball. There's Kimmich trying to win it. Instead, Kessie battles him.
I don't know why the goalkeeper did that.
It is a mystery to you and I, Farita. It is a mystery. As we'll see, Coman forward to Mane. Instead, Araujo comes forward and takes it away. Lewandowski is forward towards Pedri. Pedri's onside here. Pirouette. Tried to take it away from Upamecano. I think he maybe thought that there was going to be more pressure than what he thought there. As I see an early booking there, but sometimes you try and bait your opponent by trying to figure out exactly how much pressure they're going to exert.
I think he was looking for the penalty.
I mean, he could have also been looking for the penalty. I'm probably trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here. As we'll see, it's going to be Sergio Busquets, that familiar figure, taking the free kick up towards Lewandowski. Upamecano heads it clear. Here's Tell on towards Mane. Free kick given. Barcelona will take a quick one. Finds Lewandowski. Kessie back towards Pedri. Pedri wins the header. Matthijs de Ligt will clear it away.
I will ask you a spicy question.
A spicy question, go on.
Do you think he would play that pirouette if he wasn't playing against a former teammate?
No, I think he still plays it because it made contextual sense. It wasn't a case of, oh, well, I've just done it in midfield and I just thought, oh, I'll just put it in. Instead, he knows that the pressure is going to come there. And if you do press the secondary player press, you have to commit to that press. So it's the right move. It's just, it wasn't something that Mestre, or something that Mestre had read. As a mistake goes in there, it's Lewandowski in on goal. Big save by Sommer.
Amazing save once again.
You can hear the groans from the mix zone up at the top.
that was a clear opportunity. That was a clear opportunity.
Gnabry, though, plays a long one forward. Goalkeeper comes out. Oh, that might have been handball, but the ref has not given that. It's play on.
Whoa, now we are having some fun here in this game.
Well, it's certainly lit the touch paper of this game.
Last 10 minutes were fire, my friend.
They were indeed. Gnabry forward to Coburn, cleared away. Petri looking to win the header. Instead, it's down to Joshua Kimmich. Forward. Christensen takes it away. 1 minute added on, as you heard.
It's like a boxing match now.
It's very much who can do the damage first here. Ball goes long, and instead it's headed on towards Gravenberch. Ball is still live here. Referee has not blown up here. It's Sadio Mane. Mane, double touch, and again Sergio Roberto takes it away. There is half time, 0-0 at the half.
Punch by punch, blow by blow. They were taking turns. Amazing end of the first half.
Yeah, I think there was a lot to be said about that first half. It just woke up in that last period, that last 10 minutes in game. All of a sudden, it woke up a bit. A couple of chances here and there will certainly provide a little bit more spice, as you would call it. But as we look at it here, still finely balanced. And again, we're still waiting for a goal. We have not seen a goal in, let me do my maths here, 135 virtual in-game minutes here. We've not seen a goal.
But I think that the last 10 minutes had some more opportunities, some more football, and some more errors.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be a case of either error or magic. It's going to be one of the two. And Sergio Roberto plays it forward. Looking on towards De Jong, heads it back, looks for Lewandowski, finds Dembele into the box. Pedri, it's not quite cleared away. And you can hear the audible groans from the other players watching on here. They'll certainly have their vested interests in terms of who they will be looking to
and the thing
win
is that
the game here.
They both defend very well. That's why it's so difficult, because there's always one more defender.
There is indeed. But Gravenberch looks to lead it forward. Sadio Mane. Mane looking for runners. Finds Kingsley Coman, he's one of them. Gnabry, double touch, turns it in field, looks over the top there, finds Sadio Mane onside, takes a knee, and Roberto, it's knocked off him, but I think it might have been judged to have been a foul there, and it does look to be a foul, so it will go back the way of Barcelona.
And Barcelona is, at this point of the match, repeating the match day one. Etorito wins, and they don't lose.
Yeah, I think looking at it, it's kind of almost echoes of it in terms of how they are playing at the moment. It feels as though it could go either way.
So it's a very nice match. This is the last game of this first match. The game one was for Barcelona 1-0, game two 0-0.
It certainly is indeed. That was a dangerous one back there from Sergio Roberto. If Tel had been a little bit more alive to it, but I mean, it may have just had half a chance there, but instead goes back and away. Is Kessie to Lewandowski. Barcelona looking to lead the charge there. Pedri up towards Frenkie de Jong, up against Stanisic. Ball goes backwards. Brilliant ball inside. It's de Jong. It's Dembele!
And we were saying that it's even an error or it's magic. Well, it was magic.
Absolutely. That give and go with Frenkie de Jong, as we'll see in the replay here, that give and go with Frenkie de Jong, it took we talked about teammate pressure as well. That's a perfect example of when it goes against you, as we'll see here. Frenkie de Jong, you can see that there. You'll see that movement triggered from there. Defender falls over. It's one moment in a game that it just switches off. And again, from Alex Alguazil, we'll see a moment of magic, which then allows Ousmane Dembele to pound it into the back of the net.
And watch Lewandowski's work. He does the curtain.
Yeah, and you look there in terms of reactions there. It's muted from Alex Alguacil, but you'll see the fist pump from Etorito.
Yeah.
He knows how much this means, as does the Palma.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. And this is so important because Alex, on match day one, he was a little bit grumpy. He said, okay, I got 1 point, but he's very critical with his own level, you know?
But
because
that goes to be
that's
said.
what a champion looks like.
I was just about to say, you know, we spoke about Monaco just in the build-up to the start of the match day in terms of their, you know, in terms of their standing. But the reason why it's such a shock to everybody is because of how their standard has always been so high.
Yes.
And the same can be said for Alex and for Barcelona. There's an expectation with Barcelona in terms of their performances, and he will feel as though he needs to reach that. And again, at this point in time, he certainly is. Sane looks to dink that ball in towards Tell. And it ricochets off. Ter Stegen will take that clear.
How fast did Bayern München react? It was just a second ago, and on the kickoff, they were really fast into the opponent box.
As quick as it is to concede in eFootball, you also have to have almost the goldfish memory. You have to basically just say, it's happened now, we need to go again.
Exactly.
And as you'll see Bayern Munich trying to set the tone once more, but again, Lewandowski and co trying to get that second and be a little bit more secure as Koundé, Dembele, back to De Jong, Dembele to Pedri. It's almost mesmerising watching this ball move forward here. Upamecano will stop.
You can see the confidence building in.
You can indeed, but you've got to be careful with confidence, because confidence becomes danger as Leroy Sané gets through Christensen, gets around to Sadio Mane. Big save again from Ter Stegen. Wasn't a manual one that time, but still very impressive save for the goalkeeper.
Yes, how important is good goalkeeping?
Yeah, it's worth its weight in gold when you have a keeper like Ter Stegen or any of the clubs that have here, because again, I look at all of the clubs, they all have kind of marquee goalkeepers.
Yes.
So to have a goalkeeper of that standard, it's worth its weight in gold when it comes to eFootball.
Yeah, it's very important, very important. And we are seeing the last game of this match. If things end like this, we are looking for a very, very good result for Barcelona, but things haven't ended. Anything may happen still.
Yeah, it'd be 7 points taken if results stand as they do. 7 points taken for Barcelona. But there's a corner here for Bayern Munich. Corner going into the box, looking for Tell's header. It's headed down. Sergio Busquets scrambles that clear.
Qué peligro.
And it's Robert Lewandowski who will take that ball away. It gets deflected up into the air. Kimmich will win it though, and Bayern Munich will look to stride forward once more instead. Busquets.
That bomb was ticking.
Very much so, but so is the clock at this point in time. Tell though, on towards Leroy Sané. Sané does the dummy, takes it, super cancel. Oh! That clearance could have gone anywhere.
Mamadera.
That could have been nestled in the top corner, but luckily it has gone the wayside. Danger not gone here though. Ball into the box, looking for De Ligt's header. Tell will recover it at the corner.
Alex has nerves of steel.
Nerves of steel, and he certainly has 9 lives that he is living by here as Frankie de Jong.
And you could see
Lewandowski,
that play, he didn't move a muscle in his face.
No, he didn't. I think it's probably more so out of shock than it is anything. Is Lewandowski, though, trying to fashion a chance here. De Jong in towards Lewandowski, back heel towards De Jong. Goretzka picks that up this time. The German looking to try and drive forward here. Araujo will chest that one down. Sometimes you just need to clear your lines if you're Barcelona, as Sané plays the ball in towards Mane. It's cleared away once more. It's Kessie.
The attack from Bayern Munich seems very dangerous.
It's given away though. You've got to be careful on those counter-attacks, but 9 minutes left here. Time is ticking down.
Yes, but each opportunity seems a little bit more dangerous.
It does as time goes on. They have to be careful. They have to keep going. But if you're Bayern Munich, you need to find a goal, and you need to find one very quickly.
And now
though,
Barcelona has a hard time holding the ball.
It's Lewandowski, Dembele with the strike. It's Upamecano that will take that one clear.
It rebounds.
It does indeed. It does. Mane, Goretzka, Mane, Koeman. It's cleared away by Christensen. It's Ousmane Dembele. Ball's cleared away once more though. Counter-attack could be on here for Bayern. There's not a lot of time left here. Leroy Sané looking to unseat that defence. It's Koeman. It's cleared away once more. It's Ousmane Dembele. And you've got to feel from a personal standpoint, a little bit of vindication for Alex Alguacil if he goes on and closes this game out.
Yes.
It's Sergio Roberto.
It was interesting seeing how they studied each other on this last play. Will he pass? Will he try to do it? They were studying, you know?
There's poor ball given away there though, but brilliantly dispossessed by Araujo. There's only 3 minutes left of stoppage time. And sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. You have to kind of tuck your chin and hope for the best, as we'll see there. Lewandowski wins it back from defence. Kimmich will win it forward once more. Time of added time here. Here's Koeman. Koeman in towards Mane. Mane, oh, it's a bad touch. But I think the referee has pulled it back.
Offside?
No, he's pulled it back for a free kick. Still, time is ticking here.
Whoa,
One last chance here for Bayern Munich.
Whoa. Don't move. Don't move.
What's going to happen here? We have seen plenty of trick free kicks within eFootball. Will we see something special here, or will it be closed out? It's Leroy Sané with the hit. Goalkeeper's been moved, and that is into the hands of the goalkeeper.
See the hands.
That will be final whistle.
Whoa!
And Alex Alguacil has closed out game number 3. It is 7 points to Barcelona to 1 point for Bayern Munich. You saw the animated celebration from Alex.
Yes.
Probably just to quieten down the noise.
I thought he was going to do the Topo Gigio.
No, that was very much a pipe down, everybody. Calm down. I've got this.
Yeah. But everyone. It was, you know, when he put his hand near his ears, I said, oh, he's going for a Messi.
Well, indeed, in this fashion, you'll see there great handshakes from everybody. Barcelona will be absolutely delighted with that result.
Yes, of course. You know, 7 points. It's a very good start. Both of the players in the teammates knew very well each other, and if you ask before the match, 7 points, I think it's beyond what you may expect when you play against Bayern Munich.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think about it as well, after 2 match days, they've got 12 points after 2 match days. Very good showing from Barcelona.
Very interesting. We are seeing here the players come by.
And we'll just cut some of the highlights out of this game. As you'll see at the bottom of your screen. You see at the bottom of your screen, it was a great save there. And you'll see there again the double touches and the chances that were there and were coming. Yeah, you can see there as well. It's fantastic to watch. I mean, Semra, I know you probably had a bird's eye view of it, probably up in the gallery. I mean, I'm not sure. We could hear the animation up there, but it wasn't something that we couldn't quite decipher who they were rooting for, if I was perfectly honest.
Up close and personally to see what was going on. It was a fantastic match all around. In game 1, you had the veteran, the champion, the multiple-time champion in Etorito going up against a debutant, the young Brazilian who's never played here at the eFootball Championship Pro before. And still, Etorito managed to eke out a marginal win. A great 3 points for him to put on the board for today. The second game, no goals. It was such a tight contest, but it was so entertaining. Some beautiful football. It was nullified by some great defending. And it was a repeat of the quarterfinals last time, these two, when they went up against each other in game 1. A game which had to go down to penalties, which Jose ended up winning, by the way. But it was a spectacular game. I think you called it the game of fire and ice.
Yeah.
Good fun, that one, even though it was a goalless draw.
It felt as though we always felt that there was going to be more goals, but sometimes, as you find out with both within esports and real football, sometimes the best games are the ones that are incredibly tight. And as we'll see there, I mean, you can, as I'm looking over at kind of player, kind of almost their auras, you can really tell the confidence that is now coming through Barcelona's ranks now. You
absolutely can sense that, and I think we saw that coming through in game 3 with Alex. Alex, someone who was really trying to get a sense of vindication for himself. He's trying to find a path of redemption, if you like, and he came out strong today going up against his former teammate, someone who he'd played alongside for 3 years, actually. They know each other inside and out. That can always be a blessing, or it can also be a curse.
Absolutely.
But he came out on top, didn't he? So it was brilliant to see him get those 3 points on the board, and like you said, 12 points. So now they're 5 clear. No, sorry, my math isn't very good. They're 3 clear,
3 clear of AC Milan.
Yeah, and we'll see how that changes throughout the day, but certainly a great way to start off match day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fantastic, and I'm sure, I think Ferrito is ready almost with Alex to hear what he's got to say, but I'm sure he'll be delighted with the performance today.
I'm sure he will be indeed. I can only imagine that Alex is very much on cloud 9. Let's go ahead and cross over to Fiorita, who is speaking to him right now, and get his thoughts.
Felicitaciones, congratulations, Alex Alguacil. 7 points, and this match was the match that all of us wanted to see. Was it a special match for you?
It was a normal one. Just the second match day, obviously, against my former teammates. Happy because at the end we took 7 points with a great performance. Torres, Saul was close to win, and I did my job. Finally, it feels good to win your game. It's tough to the many hours that we are investing, training. You have to arrive here and play your best, and obviously I'm already far to the level that I want to reach, but super happy because it was as you say, a special victory. I think 2 months ago I had not enough level to be playing on that side, but here we are, and there is no more motivation that someone don't trust on you, and that they say that I'm not capable to reach that level. At the end, I wanted to dedicate the victory to my teammates, Torres, Saul, because they are always there, supporting, training hard, and to my family, to my girlfriend, and to all of them that don't trust on me, because it's the biggest motivation that I could have.
They made a mistake, not trusting you?
No. They have an amazing team. They deserve to be on top as well. I think they will qualify to the playoff, and they are one of the favorite teams to win. It's just a simple match day. That doesn't mean nothing, this victory. But, keep looking forward, keep training hard, and keep improving each one. Yeah.
The celebration was a special one?
No, not really. It was not the best game. It was a close match against Mestre. I respect them a lot. I wanted to say everybody that FC Barcelona is not a Toritos team. It's a FC Barcelona. They have 3 of the best player in the world playing here, and we will keep improving. I think the victory of Saul will come. Ettore is in another level, and I myself, I keep training, keep focus on the small details, and try to be ready. Every player here, every team is so strong. Every match day is super difficult to win.
Next match is against Inter. What can we expect?
It's a completely rolled of game. Today we have a face-to-face against Bayern. Going forward to the match, Inter is play differently a little bit, so it's going to be really, really tough. We will try to see them today, see how we can face them, and train hard. It's 2 weeks, can change a lot.
Well, it's Alex Alguacil, very, very explosive. But I respect you a lot, and you had a great match. Congratulations. Go ahead, friends.
Thank you very much. Alex, for what it's worth, we trust in you. We believe in you. But it's always great to hear from him as well, because he always offers a lot of sincerity, a lot of honesty. There was a bit of spiciness, picanteness, we could say, in Spain. And he was throwing darts, as I like to say in Spain as well, lanzando dardos. He really wasn't holding back. He was telling the world what he really thinks, what he really feels. And it's nice, actually, to see somebody open up so honestly about what's going on right now.
Absolutely. That was the old Alex Alguacil. Yeah. That's the level. That's the level that we all know.
Vintage performance and vintage interview as well.
The thing is, let's not beat around the bush. Alex is one of the best players that has ever played the game. Not just always one of the best players, he's one of the best players historically ever.
Which is why you loved it when he said this is not a Toritos team. This is FC Barcelona.
And not to mention the fact that exactly. And the team that he has, or the team that he is a part of, 3 premier players. So for people to say, oh, well, it's Etorito's team, Etorito is great within the team. That is also great. So
but that was an answer of the tape we saw before. Remember that with Mestre saying, well, they have Etorito. I think that was the answer for that question.
Well, moral of the story, if you're looking forward, is don't annoy him. That's the worst thing you can do. Don't annoy him. That's the worst thing.
That's like Lionel Messi, right? Yeah. The worst thing you can do is wind him up.
Yeah. And I thought he was going for this one, Because he made this celebration, and I think, is he doing this one?
No.
Not today. Well, in any case, Barcelona, after today, they were unbeaten after the 3 games, so it was a brilliant match day 2 for them. Well, we can roll right on into the next one. 2 teams that are very much looking for points as they sit 8th and 5th in the table. In the case of one team, there's no points on the board. In the case of the other...
Barcelona because I played against few of them and also others, but for me, they are higher level.
I think this season might be the strongest tournament in terms of players that are participating in the league, but if I had to name one club, then it will definitely be Manchester United because of their new lineup, and of course it will be an all-English derby.
So interesting to hear that both sets of players there, both fancying Manchester United as a team to watch out for. And to be fair, I can't blame them for that in terms of the players on the field and players off the field. But the focus here now is a little bit more intriguing. You've got Arsenal and you've got Inter Milan, or FC Inter, and you've got Arda versus Ostribut. You have a wonder kid versus a former wonder kid.
Yes, two very young players. I think they are the both of the youngest players in this tournament. And both teams and both players need to get a win. Very, very, very important. Inter has 0 points. So that's, you know, it's a lot of pressure. At least
a lot of pressure to go onto these shoulders, especially for Ardo on your screen at the moment. For him to lead his team off when they have got no points on the board is a lot of pressure. I'm surprised to see him when you have two experienced heads, both in Merriman and Christopher, who have been around the block in terms of eFootball Championship Pro, have been around the block internationally and nationally, to put him in. But to say that, it's a bit of a kind of a confidence boost for Arda, because he may look at these two players and go, oh, okay, well, you think I can lead this up? Okay, let's go. On the other side of the fence, you have Ostribut, who I would say sometimes has flattered to deceive. But since he broke onto the scene, it's been a difficult time for him. He had his time with Manchester United. It didn't quite work out the way that he wanted it to, looking from the outside, looking in. Now he finds himself with Arsenal. He's got a new set of players he's got to find a footing in, and he's a new set of teammates. Of course, Roxa, as we know, is a shadow that looms large over esports within eFootball. And you've got Indominator, who again, as we said, is one of those players that has been there with previous teams. He's been there with previous teams, but he's not done anything recently, and that's the key bit. Is you now need to bring it to the fore. You know, it's all well and good being bridesmaids, but someday you've got to be the bride.
Yes, exactly. And you know, it was just Roxa, the only one in these 6 guys that won his match. So I think that we are here for a treat, you know, because all of these players need to win as we need the water and the sun.
Well, this is it. I mean, the thing is that if we see a replication of Matchday 1 with Inter, they could be no points with 6 games, it would be making kind of Kilimanjaro into Mount Everest. it's that kind of distinction. Whereas, again, on Arsenal's side, there's expectation that goes with Arsenal. Obviously, domestically, in real world, they are top of the tree, the English league. They will want to try and replicate that because they have weaponry. In terms of players around the pitch, you've got Gabriel Jesus, you've got Odegaard, you've got Martinelli, you've got Saka. You have players that can do damage. Of course, they've got Partey that will hold it down in midfield. Inter Milan, of course, as we no doubt know from your countrymen, have got a couple of premier Argentinians in Lautaro Martinez, Joaquin Correa. They've also got Nicola Barella. They have a lot of good players that they can utilise. So it's all about, with this, especially in this part of the game, it's about knowing your team and using the weapons you have at your disposal.
Exactly.
You know, use that pace, use that trickery, use that dribbling that you have. Because with Arsenal, I mean, you look at them and you can see that Inter are looking at their formation currently. It's almost a mirror, a little bit, of the formations. But you'll see there as well.
It's an exact mirror, in fact.
Yeah. And you can see there in terms of the players they have at their disposal. And I think here it's going to be a case of you've got to put your best foot forward here. And if you're FC Inter, you've got to win the first game. And for me, you have to win it. There's no.
Well, at least you have to not to lose it.
I think it's that desperate. They need to win. They need to win it. I mean, also, if you look at the stage as well, you talk about players to have in and around your circle. You've got Christopher and Merriman. You've got an incredibly experienced head in El Matador, Mike Linden, one of the best German players that we have ever seen, and is now kind of part of that setup. So what experience can he lean into with Arda? As we see, game is kicked off here. Martinelli and Ødegaard and Arsenal are going from left to right here as Eddie Nketiah and Inter are going from right to left. You see Skriniar tries to block, or to clear that one away. It's Bastoni to Dumfries.
And in fact, as you spoke about El Matador, some players were asking me today, what is going to do here El Matador? They were like surprised. It was kind of a little secret about...
It's a nice surprise to have that type of player. As Lautaro Martinez finds the ball through ball. It's just offside though, as you can see the encouragement already starting from FC Inter. Again, just to give yourselves a bit of confidence, that's fine. We like a bit of that. Get behind your team, get around your teammates. That's what the order of the day is. To sit up there like it's a library, it's kind of not really what you want, especially if you're a player. Here's Saliba looking to launch this one forward. Martinelli trying to get the header on there is Correa. Tierney loses out. Is Calhanoglu on towards Correa. Correa has options in the middle. One of them appears to be Edin Dzeko. Whether he can find him or not is Correa. Correa looks to dink one in. Saliba headed clear as far as Calhanoglu. Partey disrupts that back line, or disrupts the ball and gets that clear. Ødegaard to Nketiah. Given away to Pagliardini. Brozovic. Martinez. Looking wide there. Tierney intercepts it. It's Jorginho. Martinelli. Martinelli back to Jorginho. Jorginho looking long here. Nketiah is onside here. Can he get away from Brozovic? It's Eddie Nketiah. Turns back the other way. Goes to the back heel on towards Ødegaard, and Brozovic will clear that away. Advantage looks like it's with Inter Milan. Ball on towards Edin Dzeko. Dzeko back to Martinez. Just can't find the return ball, but Inter get the rub of the green. And you'll notice every positive thing that is being put through here met with an applause by FC Inter, which is, again, it's encouraging, it's good to see. Maybe it might just unsettle their opponent. Is Saliba, back heels it to Aaron Ramsdale.
Yes, as you said earlier, they need
gets away with one there. They do. They certainly need a win. They need some type of confidence boost here. And again, as Arda, you know, has been put into this team, he's one of the most up-and-coming talents within eFootball. It's just a case of whether his time is now or whether his time is too soon. As ball goes through towards Eddie Nketiah. Nketiah goes to deliver the ball. Skriniar with the block. Off for a corner it goes.
By now, the play is quite balanced, with Inter Milan having most of the initiative.
Dzeko clears it away. As Saliba heads it down towards Kieran Tierney. Tierney goes across field to Tomiyasu. All right, he's settling down into a more balanced space here. Nketiah, can he find the ball into the box? Looking for Gabriel Jesus, headed down, and away it goes from Calhanoglu to Thomas Partey. Martinelli back towards Jorginho. Nketiah looks for the runner of Jorginho. Jorginho in towards Ødegaard. Ødegaard back to Jorginho, has a man in the middle. It's Gabriel Jesus, headed clear. Martinelli trying to flick that one down. Partey heads it down. Bastoni just clears it away at the first time of asking. Dzeko to Correa. Beautiful ball out to Brozovic. And Tomiyasu is onto that one very quickly indeed. There's Ødegaard. Rolls it forward towards Jesus. Jesus in towards Nketiah. Nketiah, can he turn away from Skriniar's challenge? He can't. And the ball will go away here. Martinez, good header down to Brozovic. Brozovic looking forward there. Advantage given by the referee. And the advantage was due to be over. Is Ødegaard. Nketiah.
The match is played far away from the goals.
It's that midfield battle that we constantly see. Here's Handanovic to Matteo Darmian. Darmian back to Bastoni.
We don't have major danger yet.
Not quite. It's not a very clear and obvious goal scoring opportunity just yet. Here's Dzeko. Brozovic into looking to change that narrative. Dzeko, Correa. Tomiyasu plays it backwards to Aaron Ramsdale. Takes a second or two to collect it. The ball eventually is found out towards Eddie Nketiah, but Brozovic will recover it. Free kick given. See there a live table on the left-hand side of your screen. You'll see how those results have changed. Bayern now on 8 points. And as we worked out with our mental maths earlier, the Barcelona are with 12 points. Here's Calhanoglu up towards Edin Dzeko. Here's Brozovic. Brozovic down, looking for the flick on towards Dzeko. Can't get there ahead of Tierney. Aaron Ramsdale looking to launch this one forward. Is Nketiah. Dumfries gets it down and heads it clear. Brozovic gives it to Lautaro Martinez, who lets it roll through. Has got Dzeko in the middle. Can he find him? Martinez still there. Brozovic on towards Kalanoglu. That's Correa who intercepts it, takes the ball away. Neat double touch. Goes for the 1-2. Martinez. Ball goes down. Still there is Martinez. Kalanoglu. Double touch. Trying to take it away. It's Kalanoglu the outside of the boot strike, and it's cleared away.
And this was the first shot at target.
It certainly was. It was both goalkeeper and defender that cleared that one clear. Jorginho to Partey.
Solid playing by Arda Golazo.
Very much so indeed. It's a lot better of a showing here today. But again, as we said, Matchday 1, a little bit of almost a red herring, as it were, in the sense of, you know, would have been Arda's first game in front of cameras, under the lights. It's a lot different environment than if you're just playing at home. Now that he's no stranger to it. He's current national champion of Turkey, was runner-up in the International Cup, has got experience at this level. But obviously being in an environment such as an offline event, it's a lot different. Here's Martinelli looks to try and find a way through. Brozovic will clear, and it's going to be last chance here for Arsenal. It goes back the other way. Eddie Nketiah. Nketiah in towards Odegaard. It's hung up in the air for him, and he can't quite get the strike away. And it will go to half-time 0-0.
0-0. Yeah, it was a balanced match. The better opportunities for Inter Milan, I think. Not by much. It's like perhaps a 1-0 wouldn't be unfair, but also the 0-0, it's quite of a logical result of this. I want to send a big hug to everybody in Turkey and Syria. We know what you're going through, so a big hug to all of you.
Yeah, absolutely, indeed. And hopefully, what we'll see here will be a little bit of a reprieve for gamers. Good defensive work there by FC Inter. Here's Bastoni. Skriniar. Gagliardini. Brozovic. Gagliardini back to Brozovic. You can see the wheels are turning for Arda in terms of getting this ball forward and getting it forward, as we see here Tomiyasu.
And he's showing his quality here, his skill.
Yes, indeed. As Gabriel takes it away, though. Here's Odegaard. Odegaard forward to Jorginho.
15-year-old Arda Golazo from Turkey. He's playing in Inter Milan.
There's Correa. Neat through ball to Dzeko. Can Dzeko hold the ball up? He can't. Although the ball has come back to Brozovic. Correa, double touch around the corner. Oh, it's at the post. Ricochet! No flag, and it is Brozovic to tuck that one away. Inter have the lead.
And we were saying it was Inter the one proposing. It was Inter the one having the match on their back. And it's kind of a fairness game if the one who proposes, the one who tries, gets to win this game.
Well, we talk about skill. It's that double touch from Correa.
Yes.
It's timing. As much as we say about, oh, you know how to use skills, it's timing, it's executing it. Beautiful skill, takes it away. Yes, it hits the post. It is first one to react. But again, when you're at that level, it's not going to matter how it goes in. It's the fact it's gone in. And for Inter Milan, they have their first goal of this match day. And you can see the reaction of teammates, those around him. But you've got to be careful, though, because he might come back the other way. Gabriel Jesus in on goal. Oh, it's on the post. Arsenal have a chance, and it goes by the wayside.
Amazing role for the post.
Although ball's been given away by Saliba. Sorry to cut through you, Farita. Here's Edin Dzeko. Dzeko turns back. He's got to play with it. Oh, it's a wonderful ball to Correa. Correa trying to get the shot away, and he does force the save. It is end-to-end here.
Yeah, he didn't want it to rush. He didn't want to be like, you know, having this kind of desperation. He planned the play, but it went away.
It did indeed. It was two very big chances either side there. You see Arda's goal tally now doubled. Here's Martin Odegaard on towards Thomas Partey. Partey forward towards Gabriel Jesus. Darmian will take it clear here. Is Correa. Dzeko looking for those combination plays that we see so often. Instead, the ball's been given away. Is Eddie Nketiah on towards Martin Odegaard, on towards Gabriel Jesus. Bastoni with a hard challenge. It's just been fair, but it will be not be there for the ref to give a chance to, or give an opinion on. As Partey tries to play the forward, and Darmian will take it away. Here is Martinez. It's dispossessed by Tomiyasu. Nketiah looking for Ødegaard. Neat little spin from Ødegaard. Ødegaard trying to find that extra pass through, and instead is bobbled to Lautaro Martinez. Is Nketiah to Jorginho. On towards Martinelli. Martinelli in towards Jorginho. Good save for the goalkeeper. Ødegaard on the rebound. Is side netting.
Good defending by Arda, golazo.
Big chance going by the wayside there for Arsenal.
Yeah, Osterbuch couldn't finish that play.
There's a free kick given the other way here to Inter Milan.
And if this result keeps this way, Inter is getting away from the bottom of the league standing.
Would it be the first points of the competition?
Yes.
Which, as we said, I think at this point and at this juncture, I think it has to be a win, just to put some confidence back into them. I know it's very early in the match days, it's very early in the season, but the longer that would go on with no points, the longer it's just going to be a talking point.
Yes,
for,
a problem.
Not just for us, not just for Semra.
It's for them.
It's going to be for players. It's going to be people at home. We'll be asking the questions of, oh well, why are these? Surely these players could be better.
And remember, this guy represents the official clubs.
Exactly.
So that's also important. These are professional players, but they have a responsibility towards their club.
Absolutely, they do indeed. And as we've said, there are no kind of Park or Sunday League teams here. Instead, it is all Premier teams that you have seen from around Europe. As we see that ball eventually comes to Eddie Nketiah. Is Gabriel Jesus. Ball is gifted back to FC Inter. There is Lautaro Martinez. Martinez on towards Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan looking for a ball through there, looking for Edin Dzeko. Ball is cleared away once more, but 15 in-game minutes left. I'm not trying to be an oracle about this, but I can only imagine the reaction if Arda can see this one over the line. I can only imagine the reaction that's going to come as Brozovic finds it in towards Mkhitaryan. Emil Smith-Rowe.
And as you were talking earlier, how important is the first game?
It sets the tone. It sets the tone here. That's what it will do. But Arsenal are not out of this just yet. Here's Jorginho, who looks down the line towards Gabriel Martinelli. Martinelli infield looking for Jesus. Skriniar will intercept it. Will launch that forward to Edin Dzeko, that physical behemoth that is Edin Dzeko, especially within this mode. As we'll see Brozovic on towards Dzeko. Martinez looking across, finds Correa. Can he? No, Tierney gets involved again once more. Time is ticking down more and more. As we'll see, Inter would then go into that top six with just one result if they can stay this way. Of course, we still have games to come across the board here today, and we still, of course, have 2 rounds of Inter Milan versus Arsenal still to come. But the game is not quite finished here. It's Martinez on towards Brozovic.
Coming up next, Meromain. Coming up next, Roxa.
It should be an interesting tie. As we'll see, Correa trying to get the ball through. It's Jorginho, Nketiah. There's 4 in-game minutes left here. Is Smith-Rowe. Can Arsenal produce something here? Is Martinelli. Marte looking back for Smith-Rowe, and the ball is cleared away by Correa. Here's Mkhitaryan.
We have Christopher, we have Indominator, the best players.
Ball's given away here. Here's Emil Smith-Rowe on towards Martinelli. Looking back for Smith-Rowe. Cleared away again by an Inter defender. There is not long left here.
No.
And it is going to have to be now or never for Arsenal and for Osterbuch.
Let's see some substitutions.
But I would say here, for the performance we've seen from Arda, very mature performance.
Yes.
Very mature performance in terms of got his goal, defensively very strong. It's what you would need at this level to succeed.
For the time being, he prefers to get the match secure than to extend the lead. But, you know, there is a fine line between not risking too much and being too cagey.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And there's a fine line between a win and a draw here, as we'll see this play develop. As we'll see, long throw looking in towards Gabriel Martinelli, who wins the header down. Gabriel Jesus, big save from Handanovic.
Amazing save.
Ball is going to be cleared. There's not long left on the clock. Here is Brozovic.
Not very good defending on that ball, but
Down
very
the line,
good goalkeeping.
It goes, and will the time tick down here too long? Last chance. There it is. Inter Milan are on the board. 1-0. It's one solitary goal from Arda, who takes game 1 and takes 3 points.
Yes,
vitally for FC Inter.
It was enough, and we are seeing some matches ending with 1-0, and that also shows how close every team is in terms of players' abilities and players' skills.
Absolutely.
It's not that, oh, but it's perhaps they are not so good. No, it's exactly the opposite. They are so good that it's so hard to make a goal to these guys.
Yeah, and if you just looked at it, you saw that on your screen there, the reaction as Arda got off, it was hand slaps and it was hugs, and it was just giving him the confidence, because I think as a team, they understand the importance of Arda in terms of the ability that he has. And it's just that little bit of confidence that he needs just to get himself there. And I think, you know, if they can take what is on the training room and put it onto the match stage, that's the types of performances we're going to expect to see. From Ostribucci's standpoint, you've got to go home and take a real long, hard look at how this team plays when you're with them. Because, again, for the chances that we saw, it was only that vital, even that last opportunity with Jesus, where the goalkeeper makes the save. There wasn't that many chances to speak of from Ostribucci in that time. Now, as you can see now, as we'll see when the cameras come back here, you'll see Dzeko as well. In terms of there were chances to have more opportunities here. Correa could have been 2-0. Really could have been. Just had a little bit more of a killer instinct. But the job was done. The job was done. They're on the board. They have 3 points. Yes, the goal difference isn't fantastic, but they won't care, because points is what is going to matter.
Exactly.
At this moment in time, is get points on the board and worry about goal difference and things like that later.
Well, the post played a very important role. Ostribucci had a good opportunity there, missed by so little. But, you know, for Arsenal, things are looking hard once again.
Yeah, you'll see here. So the knockdown there, it's just throwing the body at it from Jesus, which, again, you would look and say, yeah, that's what you need there. But again, when you're looking at their previous results, or at least from Matchday 1, as you mentioned in commentary, they only picked up 3 points, and that was through Roxa.
Yes.
So now we're going to be in that similar scenario again. Are we going to have to see Roxa try and lead this from the front and try and get ahead? But of course, with Merriman, it's a different animal. It's a different animal to combat.
Of course, and this would be a very interesting match because of the styles of these two players. Because I think they have a really different approach to the game.
Yeah, I mean, styles make fights is the saying, and styles make these games of eFootball even more intriguing than they already were.
Yes.
You know, if you already look at Inter Milan versus Arsenal already, and then you look at all the players you have there, and then you factor in the two players that are then controlling each team, it just makes it almost that kind of almost cauldron of kind of chaos that there's going to be here. Again, as you said, Merriman, I would say, is probably a little bit more of a defensively minded individual. Roxa is on public record, wherever you'll hear him talk, where he says, I don't care about trying to box the game off. I want to score as many goals as possible. If I can score 5, I'll score 5. If I score 3, I'll score 3. He just knows that he wants to score more than the opponent, and that's all that matters. It'll be interesting to see whether Merriman can combat that.
Yes.
And that's always that intrigue that we're going to find out here. And, you know, you can see there, both appear to be relaxed.
Yeah, but I mean, these two teams both need the win as much. I mean,
absolutely.
That's also something interesting to watch here.
Well, it was interesting for the video, or from one of the clips that we saw in regards to Merriman, where he was, I believe it was when you'd interviewed him Matchday 1, he said, we're going for 9 points because we need 9 points.
Yes.
It's okay saying that. You've now got to go and prove it.
Yes.
You've now got to go and prove it.
And you have to play against Roxa, which is never an easy game to have.
No, it's not. And as we'll see through the lineups, you can see slight differences in terms of personnel. You can see slight personnel changes within Arsenal, but you can see there as well, Christopher, again, a man who has almost a game plan for every situation. You talk about having a plan A and plan B, he probably goes all the way down to plan P. Like it's that depth of knowledge that he has, already pointing out to Merriman, going, hey, make sure this is sorted, make sure that's looked at. And such is the wealth of knowledge with some of these players who have been around for so long.
And how important it is to have El Matador on the bench also.
Oh, just to have that as an individual, just for confidence, just a presence, you know, as we've said on previous occasions. When I saw him walk through the building, I was like, oh, brilliant, he's here. And then I was like, oh yeah, I remember how tall you were. Like, but it's an imposing figure, from both an eFootball perspective and just somebody to have around that will create that kind of environment. As we'll see here, kick-off from left to right is Inter Milan, right to left is Arsenal. Is Martinelli, who's nicked the ball back from a kick-off here, is Partey. Smith Rowe in towards Gabriel Jesus. Oh, it's off the bar! Whew. Very, very quick opening salvo from Roxa, showing that he's not afraid to strike a ball. Here's Jorginho to Ødegaard.
He came with guns blazing.
Some would argue that he would have to at this point in time. Here's Correa, back towards Çalhanoğlu. Forward towards Correa. Tomiyasu appealing for an offside. Nothing was given. Tomiyasu does get back and make the challenge. And there's Gabriel. Gabriel forward towards Martinelli's header. Bastoni imposing his will. He's getting that ball away. It's Smith Rowe, neat little back heel, looking for Tomiyasu. Gagliardini plays that down the wing to Correa. Correa, neat little feint inside there. It's Çalhanoğlu, cross the ball into the box, looking towards Edin Dzeko. Lautaro Martinez!
And as you said, can Meroman prove that he's a player that not only defends, but he may attack? Well, he counter-attacked, which is what good defensive players do. And on the first occasion, with just 9 in-game minutes, it's Inter 1, Arsenal 0.
What I loved about that goal was the instinctive nature of it. First port of call is, ball goes through, it looks like it's gone to Dzeko. Dzeko and defender both missed the ball. Ball falls to Lautaro Martinez's feet. And instead of doing anything fancy, I am a great proponent of doing the simple things. Ball falls to him, he's like, I'm just going to shoot. Puts the ball into the back of the net. 9 in-game minutes gone. It sets the pace and it sets the tone. And you can hear the reaction from Inter Milan. Fantastic to see. And now, Roxa will now have to summon up some powers of recovery to get himself back into this game.
Now this game may turn into one of the best games of the day, because, you know,
keep your eyes peeled, folks. This could go a while here. Dzeko headed on towards Lautaro Martinez. Back to Dzeko. Back towards Nicola Barella. Oh, he scooped that one wide.
That one was clear.
What an opportunity.
That was a good opportunity. I think he rushed a little bit.
Rush of blood to the head, certainly. Didn't really feel he was going to be in that real estate. Could have took the touch, could have controlled it. Instead, Barella goes weak-footed, hits it with his left, and instead picks it out of halfway up the stand. Interesting
game by Meroman, proving that he may do a lot of damage on the offense.
Well, certainly will merit his inclusion if he can continue this opening salvo of form here. Here's Correa. Correa forward. Dummies back inside again. Tries to shake off Gabriel, and Jorginho will take that clear. Partey to Ødegaard. Ødegaard to Partey. Partey looks to charge forward there. And Çalhanoğlu will take that one away and will play it back to Handanovic. He'll clear his lines forward there towards Correa on the right-hand side. Jorginho intercepts it once more. It's Smith Rowe. Again, we talk about personnel changes. Smith Rowe wasn't even considered by Osterbuch in game 1. Instead, he looked to be almost a go-to for Roxa in game 2. Here is Jorginho. Gagliardini intercepts it, finds Çalhanoğlu.
It's an intelligent game plan, the one from Meroman.
It is indeed. It's just knowing what you have at your disposal and working with it. We know that Inter Milan have physicality throughout their routine. We've spoken about it at length in terms of how important physicality is in these types of competitions. Here's Partey low, looking to deliver a ball into the box, looking for Martinelli's header. Dumfries gets the header down. Instead it's Ødegaard. It's Jesus outside of the foot. What a goal that is!
Amazing.
There's a right smile that goes across from Roxa to Merriman, as if to say, pick that one out.
How dangerous is having a player like Roxa when he's attacking you? You know that at any time he can deliver, and indeed he did. Let's see this goal again.
We said it earlier about Eterito. These players don't need a lot of touches to find the back of the net. That is a wonderful strike. As we'll see here, Partey gets the ball into the box. Dumfries with the header clear. Odegaard taps it down. Jesus, instead, defender backs off instead of going to the ball. Allows Roxa the space with Jesus, who is, again, an elite level striker of the ball. And as we'll see here, beautifully outside of the boot, right around the corner. It's a brilliant goal camera angle there. And you'll just see the reaction here. As soon as that ball, you can see what's going to happen. You'll see there, straight over towards Merriman.
And the smile.
Yeah, that's my goal. That's my goal. But you can see there, there's that knowledge of, yeah, I'm still here. Like, don't panic. I'm still here.
And you know,
as we'll see here though, Partey on the charge.
How important is now the opportunity missed by Merriman just minutes ago?
Well, that's it. It's those, you know, it's those kind of the butterfly effect. If it goes in, then the game changes again. But of course, this goal's now gone in, completely changed the game again. You saw the graphic on the left-hand side of your screen. Roxa up to 4 goals. He seems to be at the top of that goal-scoring tree pretty much in every tournament he is playing in. Skriniar looks to head that back, and Handanovic will gobble that up. End-to-end stuff, really end-to-end stuff that is just, you know, you struggle to catch your breath here as Kalanoglu looks to play it on. Tierney intercepts it.
Yeah, it's a very intense match with the ball going from one side to the other. It even doesn't stop at the middle. It's always played on the box.
Perpetual motion as ball is played into field again and just ricochets and doesn't quite get the rub of the green there.
Dangerous defending. It worked, but it was dangerous.
Yeah, it certainly was, but see here, Inter Milan going to try and calm things down here just a little bit. As Checo wins the header, finds Correa. Although, as we know, the pace of this game, it can change on a dime. Here is Smith Rowe on towards Odegaard. Barella intercepts it. Kalanoglu looks to find Correa, who's got inside of his defender here. Is Tommy Yasu, look caught lacking. Dzeko has a man over. He's gone early with the pass. It's going to go for a corner.
Good last resort defending. It was the last resort, but he was able to intercept that ball and send the ball to the corner kick.
Indeed it was. It's going to be Kalanoglu looking for Bastoni. Tomiyasu heads it clear, only as far as Kalanoglu. And Smith Rowe picks his pocket there like a thief in the night, and now the attack could be on here for Arsenal. Here's Jesus. It's a 3-on-2. Jesus, can he find the right pass? It's Partey. It's Darmian who clears it. That will be a disappointing one to let loose there from Roxa. Ball is not clear though.
Wasted opportunity there.
Yeah, I think the numbers game there, you can sometimes have too many options and you're not quite sure which one to go with. As Gabriel gives it away to Dzeko. Martinez, Dzeko, back to Martinez. Martinez, stunning strike, deflected, takes the sting out of it. Ramsdale will take hold of that.
Now they are taking turns in making errors.
Yes, certainly. You can see the pressure just starting to build a little bit on both players. You can see, as we can see from the stats there, not a lot of opportunities, possession relatively even. But you can see that there's just that little bit of pressure and a little bit of expectation on both of these players.
But you know how important the precision is, because both players missed opportunities, both players made some errors that may explain why this match, until now, it's 1 for Arsenal, 1 for Inter Milan.
And a tip for players watching at home, if you're looking for ways to try and stop potential kick-off situations, you can pull the offside trap. It's very dangerous, but sometimes it can work to your advantage, and that's what's happened there. As we'll see, Inter Milan coming back on the counter-attack is Barella in towards Dzeko. Ben White with the challenge. Odegaard will take that one under his spell. And look to play that forward. His teammate pressure has blocked off that ball. Martinez forward towards Kalanoglu. What can he do here, the Turk? And Tommy Yasu will clear that one away. It's Partey to Smith Rowe. Breathless stuff here. It's just going backwards and forwards at a ridiculous rate. Ball long goes forward here to Jesus. Bastoni clears that way. Here's Barella. Blocked away again by Arsenal heads. There's Ødegaard. Martinelli. Ben White wins it back again. Jorginho. Smith Rowe. Towards Martinelli. Got a man over. It's Ben White of all people who was forward there. Skriniar takes it away. A necessary foul for Arsenal. Knowing that Ben White's out of position, you've got to give the foul just to let your team reset.
Yes, yeah, that was a tactical foul.
Cynical in my world is what it is. Cynical. If you put your player out of position, you make sure you give them the opportunity to attack. Of course, I joke. You wouldn't give anybody anything, especially at this level of eFootball. Here is Thomas Partey.
It's an interesting game. As we said earlier, the mistakes explain the score.
It does indeed. It's got very tense all of a sudden. It's got very tense. Ball is very, very closely guarded there. It's Jesus though. Martinelli, Arsenal in on goal. It's blocked away for a corner.
Some guys seem to like the danger.
They seem to be flirting with the line between crazy and stupid. It's flirting with it. They really are, because it's crazy defending because you should just clear your lines. It's the most basic of things to do. I know that people like to have possession of the football, but there's a time and a place. There really is. As we'll see, the corner going from Ødegaard, looking towards the back post. Instead, it's Partey that will recover it.
The harsh opinions from my friend Weza.
It certainly are. It's Martinelli. It's what's Jesus!
Oh, la 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 la.
And that's why you don't mess about. You do the clinical things, you do the critical things cleanly. It's clean.
What
again,
a stunning
as
goal,
you see that
my friend.
Rice smile again from Roxa just across the merriment. You can see there's just that little bit of something there between the two of these players. But you'll see there, great movement of the ball. Again, first time strikes. I say it constantly, instead of dummying and taking it under, just take a first time strike, just let the shot go. And of course, Roxa not afraid to do it. We saw one of the first attacks in the first half was him hitting the bar. He's not afraid to shoot, just needs the right opportunity. You can see staring a hole in FC Inter's team.
And with his typical smile, you know, in Spanish you say de primera, first touch.
There's two.
De primera.
There's two smiles you don't want to see. One is from Roxa, the other one is Irma. He's a smiling assassin, that dude. And we'll see him later on. But as we'll see here, Arsenal still on deck here. As we'll see, Roxa now up to 5 goals. Could it be more here? As Ødegaard takes it under his own brilliant lofted ball. Martinelli heads it on. That's a good save for the goalkeeper. Bastoni almost heads it into his own goal. And it's a corner ball.
And with this, Roxa is climbing to the scorer list.
Beautiful lofted through ball there. Beautiful ball. Nearly had a 6th for the season.
Yes.
And you can see there the look to the heavens as if to say, how did that not go in?
He's sharing the first standing with Etorito.
He doesn't like to share, does Roxa. He will want that for all for himself. Here's Jorginho. Tries to loft one through. Darmian gets caught by Smith Rowe. He does in possession, but it's Çalhanoğlu that will win that one. Here's Martinez to Barella. Barella to Correa to Dzeko. Dzeko forward. And looking towards Martinez. Martinez has got there ahead of Tierney. Martinez cuts it across. It's Partey that will clear it. It's Ødegaard will launch this forward. And now all of a sudden there's a 4v3. It's Smith Rowe. Jesus.
Amazing how
Ødegaard. Brilliant ball to Martinelli. Martinelli looking for the man over. Could have gone on his own. Instead the ball is cleared. It's getting to that stage of the game where energy levels are sapped both on and off console, and now mistakes are starting to creep in here. Martinez on towards Çalhanoğlu. Martinez looking back towards Çalhanoğlu once more, places it across the box to Barella. Dzeko, ball in the back of the net, but Barella was offside.
Offside. It's amazing how he climbed the game. He started losing, he went for the equalizer, and then with just first touch kind of goals, he's ahead on the marker. I think he's deserving the win.
It's the powers of recovery from these players that you will see so often throughout this entire competition, both through this match day and future match days. You will see these powers where they will just summon what they can to get themselves over the line. Now, Merriman has got to go to the well here and has got to find a way.
Yes.
That's what we need here from a broadcasting standpoint, is for him to go to the well. But Trossard is on for Arsenal. You see changes have come on for FC Inter. You can see Ødegaard out wide to Smith Rowe. Ball ricochets in towards Dumfries, and it's cleared away by Handanovic. It's up towards Inter head. There's Mkhitaryan though, has won it back in possession. Dzeko won it in transition. Eddie Dzeko, can he go all the way? Yes, he can!
And
powers of recovery, you say?
We were talking about climbing, and you know, you never have to sell the crop before the fruits are ripe.
If anything I have learned over my courses of football history, you never count a German out. Ever, in any competition. It was a wonderful, crafty goal there. Dzeko holds off that defender, gets the rub of the green, gets it off the post in the net, back of the net. There's times where that shot hits the post and goes wide. It's a bit of luck there, but it's a brilliant ball. Brilliant ball.
He holds the defender was pushing.
Yeah, brilliant finish in the end. Had that composure as well to take it on and find his level. You can see what it means to them. You see what it means.
And you may see there the coach saying, okay, let's continue.
Yeah, you're not out of the woods yet, as you see Ødegaard across. Martinelli! Oh, he found a response as Arsenal.
And happiness only lasted a minute. It was on the next ball. It was kind of a kickoff goal.
It only takes a second to score a goal within eFootball, and you saw the most emotive that I have seen Roxa in some time.
Yes.
He got up and he was shouting.
Yes.
Wonderful goal there. Little bit of a ricochet through the defender, but that there goalkeeper should have done better.
And once again, first touch goal. Don't make things longer than they need to be.
Yeah, and you don't give people the chance to get set.
Exactly.
You don't give them a chance to get set.
Exactly.
Wonderful goal, and you'll see Roxa there again, delighted that he's gone 3-2 up now.
And now he's the top scorer of the tournament.
I told you he didn't like to share. I told you. I gave you the hint already. He doesn't like to share things. But again, in terms of powers of recovery, both of them are just proving that they won't go away from one another. It is Arsenal who have got their nose in front. How long they'll keep it in front and whether they can close this game out, we will find out shortly once we come back from what we have seen here, as we're seeing the tactical changes come in.
And Roxa is still putting his players forward. He didn't park the bus.
Yeah, doesn't like to. He's readily admitted across anything you'll listen to. He doesn't like to park the bus. He just goes. He just wants to go and put his game, because he believes in his game so much that he doesn't like to go ahead and try and do something different. He knows his game plan. See ball go forward there.
So
see there 10 in-game minutes here left. We'll see Roxa again. Left-hand side of your screen is Mkhitaryan. Wants to get forward. Here's Correa. And it's a foul, free kick given into Milan in a promising position here.
Yes, promising position, promising part of the game. A goal here may seal the match.
We'll see what happens here. We'll see who's taking this kick. It's going to be the right foot of Henrik Mkhitaryan. He'd look to play. He's brought up Bastoni from the back here, and that is a loose player to try and take the ball. And Trossard wins the header, one of the smallest players on the pitch that won that header. Bastoni, though, still there causing problems. And now, counter-attack could be on here. Bastoni's out of position. Here's Trossard, plays a beautiful through ball. Jesus has broke the defensive line. He's not offside. It's Jesus. Oh, it's Handanovic with a brilliant save.
Excellent saving. It's very difficult when you have the player running to your goal.
How much is that going to be of a detriment to Arsenal? Will they look back at that chance and rue it, or will they be like, oh, it's okay, we won?
It's 5 minutes.
5 minutes and we'll have the answer to that question.
Exactly.
It'll be thrown from Matteo Darmian.
But amazing save.
Well, it was manual. It's a bit of gamesmanship, bit of brinksmanship. If you go for a controlled shot from that distance, 9 times out of 10 they go into the back of the net. There's Gabriel back to Aaron Ramsdale. Forward, looking for Trossard. Dumfries wins the header, finds it down to Joaquin Correa. Here's Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan rolls it in. Curatolo!
And once again,
he will not be denied. Merriman makes it 3. And now, how vital does that chance that was missed?
it was the curse of the narrator.
It's the curse. It's the curse of the commentator, ladies and gentlemen.
I told you.
But now, all of a sudden, the complexion changes once more. It's a goal kick. Oh, it's a clearance that doesn't really go anywhere. It's this brilliant ball. Curatolo breaks free. Finds a brilliant finish past Ramsdale. Brilliant ball from Amrit Mkhitaryan again. He's known for it so well. But again, took a leaf out of Rox's book. First time strike.
Yes.
First time strike. Get it out of your feet.
Look at him. Look at him. He says,
yeah, he knows.
Quiet,
he knows.
Quiet.
But they all know that both sets of players, both teams know they are in a game.
Yes.
They know they're in a game here. They know that they're in a battle.
Yes, exactly. And they know that the player in front of them is as good as them. And that explains a little bit. Well, some conversation with the referee.
Just to make sure integrity is all kept and above board here.
Some complaints?
No, I don't think so. I think they're just trying to make sure everything is the way that it needs to be. Of course, we want to make sure that the rules are adhered to as they are. Of course, we do wait and see what's happening here.
It's about how many collective strength.
Well, you've got the collective strength of 24-30. You've also got players that you can use and players you can utilise. There's only so many you can have in a squad. Not sure what the query was there, but we are back and up and running, and there's not long left here for what has been probably the game of the day so far, just in terms of excitement, goals, drama. 6 minutes added on by the referee. Love to know where he's got those ones from, as Curatolo is to play forward. Mkhitaryan plays it through. Dzeko back towards Biral. Back to Dzeko. Curatolo. Momentum building here for FC Inter. Biral tries to take it infield. Plays it towards Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan back towards Curatolo. Biral looking for Curatolo. White clears it away. Jorginho forward. Will it be Arsenal's time here to have another opportunity? Odegaard is towards Jesus. Trossard.
And how
Jesus
fast
again. It's gone frenetic here. Trossard. Jesus! It's there! Gabriel Jesus! Rocks it at the death!
And you know, 6 minutes at a time in the hands of this player is an eternity.
You may as well give them another half when you give them 6 minutes added on. You may as well. It's a fantastic finish. And look at the time. Look at the time. It's so close to the end. You would imagine it will be kickoff and that would be it.
Yeah. And
what a time to score.
What an amazing match. What an amazing game.
Brilliant finish from Gabriel Jesus.
Excellent.
And it was well worked. And you were saying the pace of it, the build-up, it was frenetic. It was urgent. He needed it to be. Took the game away. Brilliant finish into the bottom corner. And Gabriel Jesus and Roxa may have just taken all 3 points here. And you can see there the passion.
Look the celebration.
All of the Arsenal players.
The celebration.
There is the final whistle. It is Arsenal 4, FC Inter 3.
Excellent
Roxa
match.
takes 3 points.
Excellent
what a
match.
game.
Excellent game.
Do we get a break? Do we get a break?
No.
I need to rest.
No.
What a game that
don't.
was. Fantastic game to watch.
No, we don't. I feel a little bit pity about Merriman. He can't believe it.
It's a phenomenal game. And again, for both players to be as skillful and as resilient as they were, it's a credit to both teams. It felt as though that was, in a weird way, I think a draw would have been a happy result for everybody.
And the match had everything.
It had everything.
It was for Inter Milan first. It was a draw later. It was for Arsenal later. It was again a draw. And it finally went to Arsenal.
It was back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth. And you know, looking at there's you won't see it on the highlights, but there's been a gentleman's handshake between both Merriman and Roxa. I think they know what type of game they've been in. If you were to have like a highlights package of the greatest games in the eFootball Championship Pro, that would certainly rank up there. It had absolutely everything.
Amazing game, amazing class, amazing goals.
There was post hits, there was everything you could have possibly wanted out of that game. There was hits off the woodwork, multiple goals, chances for both teams, manual goalkeeping, defensive errors. There was everything you could have had.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
If you have to learn how to play this game, well, this may be a very good lesson for you. And now we are here for the third and final game of this match. Captain Indominator on Arsenal, Christopher in Inter Milan.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game between these two. Again, two veterans. That's the only word I can think of to describe them properly. Veterans of esports within eFootball. They will have a bit of time here as we are just waiting to see what is going on here. Again, a little bit of extra time. As it is, guys, you know, live broadcasts, there are things that we have to make sure integrity of everything is kept above board, make sure that everything is exactly the way that it needs to be. Of course, these players may have, as you mentioned on previous tournaments that we've had, in terms of, you know, controllers and making sure that everything is the way it needs to be. Because,
of course,
again, for those guys at home, or for viewers at home, and even for gamers at home, you will probably know as well as me and Farita will, we all like our own controllers. We all like our own controllers. We like to make sure that everything is exactly the way it needs to be.
And there are rules, because this is an official championship. So this is not like, okay, we have a pizza and play some games.
There's no turbo buttons here. There's no turbo buttons here. We can assure you of that. But as we'll see on the highlights on the screen here, again, we just said frenetic, wonderful finish from Jesus. Just fantastic finish. And not that I have any jurisdiction over goals of the match day. That will certainly be one in the running.
Yes, I think so. Yeah,
certainly
I think so.
But again, it was back and forth. And you saw that was the reaction. It was the stock reaction every time that Roxa scored. It was a look over at Merriman, and there was no eye contact made between the two of them up until that handshake at the end.
And the celebrations keep building.
They did.
And building.
They did.
And
we saw here the risk that was being here in terms of where you were with the ball. So Martinelli just getting a chance there. But it was back and forth. It was goal-ridden. It was almost as though they'd seen all of the games that have either finished 1-0 or 0-0 and just went, no, we'll give you all the goals in this game instead. We'll just front-load you, we'll give you all the goals.
Seven goals.
7 goals. A fantastic game to watch.
Amazing.
But
really amazing.
But again, just as a point, in terms of context for Arsenal, it's a massive 3 points. It's a massive 3 points.
Yes.
Because again, in terms of, as we said, match day 1, and he came out with 3 and it was Roxa, we could still have echoes of that in match day 2. Because, again, Jos versus Christopher, these two are very well skilled. As I mentioned, though, you know, with Jos especially, it's what are you going to do now? Like, this is the time. Now it's, you know, we've had those moments in tournaments past and in games past where you look as though you might just get there. You need to bring your top level, and as I use the analogy, you've got to stop being the bridesmaid. At one point, you've got to be the bride, and you've got to get there.
And in this case, this match in particular, Indominator just scored 1 goal, and Christopher hasn't scored goals on match day 1.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
but the game against, I believe it was Naples, I think it was, of AC Milan, was a really tentative game.
Yes.
From what I was watching from the beauty of my own home, where I was watching on my sofa, and the gameplay it was very tactical. It was very defensive until it didn't become defensive. Now, whether Jos, because we know that Jos loves possession, we know that Chris loves a tactic. How that playstyle marries up against one another, I'm not saying that we're going to have a barn burner in the same way that we had game 2, but I think there'll be a lot more of intrigue in terms of how these teams will mesh up against one another in this environment.
That's true. You're here in Weza, my friend from England. Here we are live from Barcelona in this once again in-person tournament. The most important clubs in the world are competing here, and we are in match 2, game 3. It's Indominator for Arsenal, Christopher MM for Inter Milan.
Yeah, and like we said, in terms of the players they're going to have at their disposal now, I think it's going to be interesting to see because, lest we forget, Christopher once of Arsenal.
Yes.
Christopher, former teammate of Jos.
Yes.
So, and yes, there's been a couple of additions to Arsenal in the off-season, in the likes of Zinchenko and Gabriel Jesus, but the majority of that team will be relatively what Christopher has used previously.
Yes.
So, does that give him a bit of a jump on what, and especially knowing how Jos plays, is that going to give him a jump on it? Or is it going to be a case that Jos will just say, I'm too good for this, I'm going to steamroll through you? It's that level of intrigue that we have here. You know, we always kind of, I don't want to say that we sit on the fence on the casting team, but from a balanced perspective, you could make an argument for each one of these players winning this game.
Yes, because as we said earlier, here is the top of the notch. You know, it's the better of them all is the players that we have here. So
yeah, somebody mentioned to me earlier, they were talking to me about things, and they were like, oh, well, you know, is there anybody here who's a weak player? And I was like, no, there's nobody. There's nobody here that you would consider as a weak player because, again, at this level, there is no such thing.
Yes, if I say pick who do you want to play against, nobody.
Yeah. Who do you want to play against the most? I'll be like my cat at home. Like, that's what I want to play against. I don't want to play against any one of these guys. And you know, you can see there that, and I would imagine as well in terms of emotion. You know, Christopher is normally very introverted in terms of won't let his emotion go.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see whether he can keep his cool for one. But more so, Jos, when I've seen Jos play his best eFootball, it's when he's fired up.
Yes.
It's when he knows he's got something riding on it, or he knows that he's got to perform. That's when he plays his best. So the argument suggests now is that this is where we should see the best version of Dominator, because your team, you know, it's one win each. If you win your game, you leapfrog into Milan once more, and you put yourself in a better position than what you started out with at the start of the match day. Because the start of the match day, you know, as we said, these are the games where you need to start setting the pace of where you are in the team, and you need to back. No disrespect, you have to back Roxer up here. Roxer's the only one that's gaining points here. You've got to back him up.
Yes. Yeah. You need to prove that this is a team.
Yes. Yeah, to kind of almost echo Alex's point, where he was talking about people referring to it as Eterito's Barcelona. This isn't Roxer's Arsenal. This is Jos is the captain. Yeah. Jos needs to lead by example.
Yes, exactly.
That's what we need to see.
Exactly. So here we are for this game. This is the man. This is Jos Indominator from the Netherlands, representing Arsenal against Christopher MM.
You can see that interestingly changing shape by Indominator, playing a 4-4-2, which I love as being a stereotypical Brit. We love 2 banks of 4 and 2 strikers. We love it. So tapping into what your players know, and also you can see interestingly there, Christopher has multiple kind of versions of what he would like to run. So you can see that there's multiple ways that he could look to try and skin this eFootball cat, as it were, because again, you're going to look to try and mirror what you've got in front of you. But we're about to find out, as play is about to finally get underway here, as the lights come down, and we'll see exactly where Game 3 winds up.
So here we are for Game 3. Christopher MM versus Indominator. Inter Milan against Arsenal.
Yeah, it's Indominator from left to right, as you can see Saka to Partey. You can see Christopher and Inter Milan from right to left. Saka to Tomiyasu. Ball back to Jorginho from the opening. Martinelli, Smith Rowe, back to Martinelli. Martinelli, Arsenal could be in here. Jesus! Oh, he's pulled it wide. And you can see the reaction behind it from Roxer. He knows how much of a chance that was, but really positive signs from Indominator in the early going. I mean, it's only 3 minutes gone, but to have an attack of that potency already, it gives you something to go off of.
good speed, good precision on the passing. The final step was the one missing, but good start for Indominator.
Indeed. It'd be interesting to see whether Christopher looks to maybe try and play for a point here, or whether he looks to try and go for all three as Gozens down the left-hand side here, chips the ball in towards Dzeko. Knockdown to Joaquin Correa, Kalanoglu, Dzeko. Martinez lets it roll through him, tries to get past Xhaka, looks to play it back, and Smith Rowe will pick that ball up and take it clear. It's Thomas Partey. He's got Saka on the right if he wants him. He's got Jesus in the centre. Tomiyasu. He's gifted the ball away and he's out of position now. Correa, though, goes back to Gagliardini. Gagliardini looking to just give his team a little bit of time to reset after that attempted offside trap from Indominator. Push that defensive line forward. It's Gagliardini. Partey intercepts it, finds Jorginho. Jorginho to Smith Rowe. Jesus in towards Gabriel Martinelli. Onside. Martinelli, control strike! And it finds the corner.
And how important is the patience. I didn't count the passes, but we will try to do this on the replay. I think it's at least 10 passes, at least.
It's finding, it's not only just the passes, it's giving your players the time to move.
Exactly.
Because once you've played that pass, it's then time to move. As we'll see there, that is a wonderful ball. And the replay doesn't do that justice, as you quite rightly said. The build-up to that is phenomenal from Indominator. And I'm kind of, you know, again, as an unbiased bystander, I'm great and I'm very happy to see it. Because that's, again, as much as what we said about Alex Alguacil, that's the level from Indominator that we are used to seeing.
Yes, and using the diagonals, if we see the match from the top, you will see that the ball always crosses diagonally.
Indeed it does, as Tomiyasu tries to recover the ball, as he does get it back to Ramsdale. Ball goes out wide to Bukayo Saka.
A lot of triangles.
Tomiyasu. Well, sometimes it's the simplest way to play football is triangles and squares. Well, the ball is given away to Dzeko. They're looking to drive the ball through. Tierney, the combative Scot, will take that ball away. It's Thomas Partey, Gabriel Jesus, Emile Smith-Rowe, Martinelli, Partey. Partey rolls it through to Jesus, back towards Martinelli, in towards Smith-Rowe. He's loose in the middle. Oh, it's a brilliant save for the goalkeeper.
But excellent possession game, but smart possession. It's not just dribbling, stupid dribbling.
It's
no.
It's not mindless. It's not mindless. There is always an intent.
Yes.
With the likes of Indominator, there is always an intent, and there is some rationale behind how he will move this ball.
And very, very good tactic, very good execution. He's focused.
Corner is inbound. We're looking at a ball going into the box here. It's fallen to Jorginho. It's fallen to Martinelli, who was onside there. Gagliardini will clear that one away, and is Martinez forward towards Joaquin Correa. Correa forward. Tierney intercepts it. Ball's fallen to Smith Rowe. Finds Gabriel Jesus. Finds Bukayo Saka. Neat flick from Saka back towards Jesus. Bastoni will come across and take the ball away. Dzeko to Barella. Jorginho intercepts it. Neat back heel, gets away through the midfield there.
Nice back heel.
Nice back heel. It's Partey forward towards Bukayo Saka. Saka, always a danger for Arsenal. Rolls the ball in towards Smith Rowe. Can't quite get there.
Now everything is on Indominator's hand.
Smith Rowe, Martinelli, Gabriel Jesus, Saka, back to Jesus. Gabriel Jesus, challenge to the box. Martinelli! It's 2-0!
Whoa. So that celebration.
2-0.
So that celebration, he made the telephone ringing sign. And he stood up and he said, here I am. You know what? I've been playing this game for so long that I can only get better.
When you need goals, who are you going to call? You're certainly calling the Dominator, because that is a fantastic finish. Wonderful finish. And it's well worked. As we'll see here again, ball is just going. It's that triangle, as we said before. Gabriel Jesus takes a stumble, but it's that first time strike that you need. You sometimes need to just put your foot through it.
6 touches. At least 6 touches. But look.
It's a brilliant finish.
Excellent finish. And he had 2 defenders on him. Didn't matter.
Yeah, you can see there.
Who do you want to call?
He's very animated, is Indominator when he gets going. But again, as we've said, or as I said at the start of this game, he's at his best when he's fired up.
Yes.
It's almost like he's It's almost like watching the Incredible Hulk. He's at his most dangerous when he's angry, and when he's up against it, and he probably feels as though that there's probably an air of questions around his gameplay, comes to the fore. And Christopher has to find a way now. He has to find a way forward. Again, the next goal is crucial. At 2-0, you want to, you need, certainly from an FC Inter standpoint, you need to get a goal. You need the next one.
Yes, and Christopher in particular needs a goal. He didn't score on match day 1. And, looking at the clock, well, I think he will be a little bit worried.
Well, here's the thing as well, is that almost traditionally what we have seen from some of Christopher's gameplay is to starve a player of possession. Once he's got a goal ahead, starve the player of possession. This is kind of echoes of, it's almost like using somebody's own finisher on them.
Yes.
It's like, it's essentially, we've got 2 goals now, and we're going to try and start you with the ball exactly what you would do to us. As Partey looks to recover the ball, Martinelli looking for Jesus. It's almost using a strength of somebody else against them, and that's something he's got to be careful of. But again, if you are Christopher, you need to keep hold of the ball. You need to be careful with the ball, because you need to get yourself back into the game. And of course, as we've said before, if you haven't got the ball, you're not doing damage. There's Tommy Yasu down the line to sack it.
The ball belongs to Indominator in this game. Christopher is having trouble getting it.
Ball going in towards Jesus. Yeah, I was going to say at this point the ball may as well be red and white at this point, because it seems to just be all Arsenal. And this is the type of performance that maybe Arsenal fans have been calling from Indominator. As Kalanuga looks to get his ball down the line, beautiful ball into the box, Tierney with the header clear, corner ball, ref won't allow the corner, and it's half-time.
And the day started good for Inter Milan with Arda's golazo won, but from there on it gets worse and worse and worse and more difficult because the match between Meromen and Roxa was more balanced than this one. In this first half, it was like a monologue on Arsenal's hand.
It's almost as though the Roxa result took the air out of Inter.
Exactly.
It's almost as though it's, to use a sporting parlance, it's that body blow that just saps you of all energy and all air.
Yes,
and now all of a sudden the confidence is just, it's almost like it's deflated them and they've gone revert to type.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's not good, especially if you are an FC Inter fan, if you're one of the players that are here. You don't want to go back to that because you've already experienced what it's like to win a game. You want that feeling. Instead, they are on the end of a player who has got a point to prove.
Yes, or at least if you draw this game, you will split points, which is not so bad.
It's not so bad.
If you look at match day 1.
Yes, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, if you walked away with 4 points, you would take it. But I think given what momentum we saw from that game 1 into game 2, we thought, here we go, it's going to be good. And then it was so close to being a draw in that game, and it not being for the last 10 seconds of that game, it's an Arsenal draw, or it's a draw with Arsenal. Instead, it turned into an Arsenal victory. As we'll see, Gagliardini looking to lead it off here. Here's Lautaro Martinez. Xhaka back to Saliba, though. Partey and Arsenal looking to just grow back into this once more.
And how difficult it is for Inter Milan to get the ball, to keep the ball. It seems like they have, weaker players, but they don't.
No, they don't. And the thing is it's not necessarily keeping the ball. It's a nice double touch there. Barella into the box looking to try and get that in, and it's headed away. It's not necessarily just getting hold of the ball and keeping the ball. It's then trying to be progressive with it at the same time, which is the difficulty, as Martinez looks to get a stunning cross into the box. Ball is cleared away. The ball is cleared by Arsenal. Gagliardini, it's cleared away by Jorginho, and Partey looks to get that ball forward. Here's Emile Smith-Rowe. It's going to go out for an Arsenal throw-in. But it's having possession, but then being progressive with it enough that you score to get yourself in the game. It's one of those moments where you just look at it and you go, is there going to be enough here? Jesus rolls it across. Saka! Oh, it's at the bar.
Whoa.
That could have been game, set, and match.
But see, it's 10 in-game minutes. All of these 10 minutes were with Inter having the ball, but Arsenal needs just 3 touches to beat the ball.
They need 3 touches to beat the ball, and they need 1 goal to put this game to bed.
That's true.
If they score again,
that's true.
It's game.
But I mean, they were with just 3 touches closer than Milan with 10 minutes of possession.
And that's what we say. We talk about, you know, possession being king, yes, but I call it negative possession. Negative possession or positive possession. Positive possession, you're pushing forward.
Yes.
Negative possession is we'll just keep it around the back and we hope that something breaks for us. You've got to be progressive. As we'll see, Martinelli gets around the defender, falls it out to Jesus! And is that the goal that gives Dominator all 3 points?
Yes, it's 3-0 and match is not finished, but it seems a little bit more difficult every minute that passes.
Absolutely, but it's a wonderfully crafted goal once more. 1-touch passing. It's that neat touch. We saw it from Pedri for Barcelona. That neat touch takes it past the last defender and allows you that opportunity to play the ball in. As you see there, reaction times, brilliant. First time strikes are at a premium at this point in time, and it seems as though Arsenal have a blueprint to move forward. If they are replicating what they are seeing with Roxa, they have a blueprint to move this team forward.
And he made the silence sign. Was that for us?
I think he might tell me. He might be telling me to be quiet.
I don't know.
He might just be like, "Can you stop shouting about Jesus?" I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But it's certainly a silencer of a goal, because 3 goals up now, and that mood, as we can sense it in the studio, and that's the beauty of this being offline now. You can sense the mood.
Of course.
And it's all of a sudden on the Inter Milan side of things, it's become a whole lot different. It's very tense over there.
The day started so well.
Yeah.
And now it's so bad. Because once again, going home with 3 points after 2 match days, it's not...
So that's 3, potentially, if results... And I always say because results stay as they are, because we have seen some mammoth comebacks in eFootball.
Of course. But
if results stay as they are,
3 out of 18.
3 out of a possible 18. That is...
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yes.
But that would mean, though, if you think about it from a fixture standpoint, that means they've got to go against who, you know, looking at the teams they've still got to go up against. It's a lot of a bad time here as Martinelli finds it through. Jesus pulls back, drag back, brilliant finish!
Oh la 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 la! Oh la 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 la! And he may now the celebration grew.
He will appreciate this as a Dutchman or as a Dutch native. That's total football.
Yeah.
So good. Drag back, takes him out of the game completely.
And this is the Dominator we grew to know.
It's almost like it's like someone's put a time machine in the studio and has transported 2 of premier eFootball players back in time a couple of years, and now we're seeing levels that we are used to seeing. So it's gone from the question marks of, oh, should they be included? Oh, what effect are they going to have to? Actually, they never went away. They never lost it. It's just they just had to find it again. Wonderful finish. You can see the reaction. He knows what it means. And there's a giant smile across his face right now, as is across of his teammates. And he will be delighted with his performance.
The goal scorers leaderboard has 2 Arsenal players.
I was going to say, all of a sudden, it has a little bit of a North London look about it. It's all of a sudden. It's incredible performance from Dominator. But it's exactly when his team needed it. This is what we said. It's exactly what he needed, and it's exactly what his team needed. Because all of a sudden now they go from having 3 points start of the match day, now going back with 9 points, now nestles into that group in the middle of the table.
Yes.
And all of a sudden now it looks a whole lot of a rosier garden, so to speak.
Yes, yeah. And this last goal may also compete for the goal of the...
It might just be, it might be an all-Arsenal affair in that at this point in time, because some of the goals that we've seen, in terms of the ball movement, and in terms of the ability, they're very, very good. And it's the skilled inputs as well. So, you know, let's not take it away from the inputs of the players. Yes, it's one thing having Jesus, but knowing when to do a drag back, knowing when to do a dummy, knowing when to do a shot fake. And especially some of the shots there, as you'll see there, Dominator on 5 goals now. And it could be hunting for more here. Jesus just hits one again, and Handanovic makes the save. And Handanovic plays one out to his right back. He just about gets away with one. As Kalanooglu looking to maybe get a consolation goal here for Christopher for Inter, or it may even be damage limitation at this point. Advantage is given to FC Inter, but none was gained. As we'll see, time ticking on here. There's only, what, roughly 25 in-game minutes left here. As you see at the top of your screen, if you are only just joining us for the results that you have seen, in terms of what we have seen over the course so far, we have seen Barcelona pick up 7 points. We have seen Arsenal now potentially picking up 6. As you see at the top of your screen, it did start off so well with Arda picking up the first 3 points. Instead now staring down the barrel of that being the only points in FC Inter's tank at this point in time.
Yes, it's a lot. It's a lot. And you were asking, how about putting the youngest player in the first term? Well, perhaps it worked at least for him, for Arda, to get some more confidence.
Certainly something to be said here. And again, Merriman unlucky in some regards to not come away with a point. As we'll see, Dzeko just heads it wide. But this match here has been, you know, if we did give out man of the match awards for these ties,
yes,
in Dominator, I think he's fighting Roxa for it in terms of a man of the match performance from the pair of them. But again, it's the older heads,
and this victory is much clearer than the one Roxa had.
Yeah, you could almost argue that Roxa stole his one in game 2, whereas this one has been it's been very, very one-sided as Trossard looks to make his way through. Darmian is adjudged to have been a foul, and now could potentially open himself up for a 5th goal here. It is a set piece. It's Gabriel Jesus that was over it, and he's now called for the extra man in Martinelli. Martinelli looks to strike one early, and he's hit the post. It's gone wide. At this point, it's almost showboating in terms of what he is doing here. Called the second man, tried to get it across early. Instead, it goes for a goal kick. About 20 in-game minutes left here. In terms of what, you know, in terms of the aspirations of these two clubs, like I said, Arsenal nestle into that kind of midfield pack, and I think Inter, although they get 3 points and they get up there, they still obviously have teams around them that are still going to have to play today.
Yes, of course.
So it may still not move them off the bottom of the table just yet, as Kalinoglu clears, or tries to get it into the box. Xhaka will clear. Here's Martinelli. Again, foul given against Inter Milan.
Everything looks like this match has already a winner, but I think we may have at least one more goal.
We may just see it. Here's the Belgian, Leandro Trossard. Trossard looking to head for the corner. I don't think he necessarily needs to. I think it was more so of a dummy to get it back to Jorginho. It's Barella who nicks that one clear. Xhaka, Jorginho, Thomas Partey. Partey back towards Jorginho, and Barella intercepts it. Dzeko onto Martinez. Martinez. Saliba's given chase here. Kalinoglu looking, ball into the box over Edin Dzeko's header. It's gone over the bar. And that's kind of been, in this game, has really been Christopher's only real outlet, is get the ball into the box and hope Dzeko can really do something here. But at the moment, just heads it over the bar, and it's...
And I think that pressure will start to build. You know, if for 2 consecutive matches you cannot score even a goal.
Well, it becomes, you know, once is an occurrence, twice, you know, is slightly unfortunate. 3 times is then going to be a pattern. You know, I think it certainly becomes a narrative, or it certainly becomes a talking point, because if you know.
But Christopher is a very good player.
Absolutely,
and I think
without doubt,
he can do better than this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's just got to find a comfort level with this Inter Milan team, because again, their strengths and their weaknesses. Their strengths is their physicality, and again, as we said, some players they mould to teams quite well, and some teams or some players don't mould to teams quite well. This certainly at the moment, at least from this looking on, and from Matchday 1 and Matchday 2, it doesn't appear that it's blended with him just yet. So he's got to find a way, or at least taking it away. I know we're talking within the last minutes of the game here, as game play is still going on, but as talking points going forward, he's got to go away and try and figure out what he can do with this team. But as we can see here, though, it has been all in Dominator. It has been all Arsenal in game 3. and it is going to be them coming away with the lion's share of the points, which I'm sure they will be delighted with, given their start to the day, given the first game that they had, and then given their starting position. They will be delighted with this performance. As you see Martinelli, and it's not long left here.
Also comparing it with Matchday 1, I think there is, of course, an improvement.
There is certainly a massive improvement as Martinelli rolls it in. Jesus for 5! And that is the exclamation point. Arsenal 5, FC Inter 0. What a finish and a flurry from Indominata.
Amazing performance, 5-0 with this goal. Indominator climbs to the second standing on the top scorer of this tournament. Number 1 and number 2 are from Arsenal, and this explains a lot about what we may see this season.
First time finish again from Jesus. I feel like we'll be seeing that for quite some time over the course of these match days. We'll see it a lot. You can see Rox's gigantic smile on his face. Ostrubuch very much happy to be seeing that as well. And the Dominator, of course, being the architect of it. 6 minutes again given by the referee. That might be time for another one, maybe, but got to maybe think that there might be a consolation here for FC Inter. Here's Dzeko.
And this also means some relief for Ostrubuch because, okay, his loss was not so hard.
I mean, you can see their goal tally. You can see their goal tally. It's an Arsenal 1-2 at the moment, with games still to be played here. But it's Trossard, Jesus, Martinelli. It's cleared away once more. There goes the final whistle. It'll be Arsenal taking away 6 points, Inter Milan taking away 3, and Indominator, quite much as his name suggests, absolutely dominated that final game.
This game was a monologue. For not even for a minute, his victory was putting in doubt. He showed his best level, and he became once again this guy from the Netherlands that showed us some excellent eFootball.
Well, I asked for it. I asked for a performance from him. I asked for him to come to the fore, and boy did he. Boy did he, as you've seen the handshakes and the fair play that always comes along with eFootball Championship Pro. But obviously you'll get to speak to Indominator, but we'll see some highlights in just a moment, and you can just see it's just littered with goals. You'll see at the bottom of your screen there. I mean, it could have been even worse. That a really early chance from Jesus that goes flying by the wayside could have been even worse for Inter Milan, but instead they just have to deal with the 5 goals they've conceded, not with the 6. But as you'll see there again, it's just brilliant play from Arsenal in terms of their performance. And again, Roxa got away with one just in the nick of time. But as we said on commentary, Indominator's result was absolutely what it should have been. It was just a one-way traffic.
Break it down then, shall we, Match 2, because it was fascinating stuff from start to finish. In game 1, we saw the youngest player of the tournament, Argo Golazo, who was just 15 years old. He managed to take a marginal victory, but it was a merited win. He was the only one really proposing anything in that game. Ostrubuch, he had a late chance, very late chance to nick something, really, but he wasn't able to do so in the end. But we could say it was a fair result in game 1.
I'd say so. I mean, and you could see from the it was the body language of both teams. I think that was the really telling part. Was FC Inter, everybody was jumping up and down. Hand slaps, left, right, and centre, and it was the same a lot for game 2. We saw a lot of, almost like beefing each other up as if to kind of like get themselves pumped up. But it just immediately fell flat the minute that last-minute winner goes in from Roxa. Just deflated them, and then as a result, it just deflated everybody. But it was it's one of the greatest games that we have seen within this tournament historically. If you were to make a compilation list of the best games, it's up there. It's really up there.
It has to be. It was a 7-goal thriller. It had things from start to finish. We saw the earliest goal of the day. Then we saw Roxa come back not once, not twice, but 3 different times. As you said, in the dying seconds of the game, not minutes, seconds of the game, he was able to pull off a heroic win. And not only that, he now goes to the very top of the goal-scoring charts with 7 to his name. It was an absolutely stunning performance between the two, in end-to-end stuff. But in game 3, you already said it, Indominator absolutely smashed Christopher into oblivion. And in Dominator, again, a manita, they call it here in Spain, 5 goals and a clean sheet. Unfortunately for Christopher, in this clash of the veterans, well, there was no goals from him still across 2 match days.
Yeah, it was like Destruction Derby. It was like watching him just go to work. It was like he had a wrecking ball and just crushed it through their defence at will. It was having that mobility between Martinelli, Saka, Jesus, having the first-time shots and not taking those moments. It was perfect from Indominator. More of that, please. More of that.
More perfection is what we want to see.
More of that.
Well, in the case of Inter Milan, if you look at where they are now, they're still rooted to the bottom. They do have 3 points on the board, which is better than where they started with none. But still, it's not looking good for them, is it?
It's 3 from a possible 18, which is it's dire viewing at this point. The only thing that I can probably say as a kind of a consolation for them is they still have match days. It's very early, but you don't want to be the kind of you don't want to be the last person to sit down when the music stops. You know, you want to
musical chairs.
you want to be in that pack in that middle, and that's where Arsenal now find themselves thanks to those results.
Well, that certainly was the case for Arsenal, who managed to pick up 6 points today. They have now 9 in total. So you can imagine that a Dominator is going to be absolutely thrilled, not only with his own individual performance, but what this result overall for the match means for the club today. They'll be all smiles, the Dutchmen. Why don't we cross over to the mixed zone then, where Fiorita is going to catch up with Arsenal's captain.
Thank you very much, Semra. Congratulations in Dominator. On match day 1, you said, I have to improve. I must lead with the example, and you did improve very much.
Yes, thank you very much. I think as a collective, all 3 of us, we improved a lot. Even Mikuláš, he was playing very good. I think he played even better than his opponent, but he was very unlucky not to score his chances, his opportunities. And on the other hand, Roxa was playing very good as well, but a few mistakes. Finally, he made sure that he conceded a couple of goals. And for me, I think I played a perfect match. I played my game, possession, building up from the back, keeping as much as I can the ball against him, because I know I need the ball against Christopher. If he gets the ball, then he's probably going to do the same like me. But yeah, at the end, very happy with the win.
The 2 top scorers right now are from Arsenal. What does that say about your team?
Well, it's the first time that I'm hearing that I'm part of being off the top scorer list. It's new for me, but yeah, it's great. It shows the quality in our team, and we are still waiting for Mikuláš to score as well. But I'm pretty sure he's going to perform even better next match day, and hopefully we can get the full 9 points at the next match day.
Next match day is against Manchester United. Is that a special match?
Of course, it's an all English derby. But on the other hand, they all 3 have 3 French players. I think personally, I prefer to play against French players, just as today against Christopher, and hopefully we can all 3 perform.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. It's in Dominator, 5 goals, guns blazing, amazing performance.
That it certainly was. He still a little bit of a zinger there too at the end, didn't he? To Christopher, sorry to say, unfortunately for him. But we heard in Dominator, he mentioned that it was a perfect performance. We talked about that. He obviously liked what you had to say in terms of what he put on display for today. But let's take a look at the top scores, because he himself mentioned it. He's not exactly used to finding himself in this position, and the crazy thing is, actually, he could have won this game by 6 or 7. He hit the woodwork once. There was a great save as well, called into action late on in the game, but there he is, second in the list behind Roxa. Both of them shooting up to the top of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said, he's got a very North London feel to it already, and again, yeah, we're not, I would say we're probably more known, or we probably more know in Dominator for that possession gameplay that he has. And in terms of being free scoring, you very rarely see it from him. But again, he has got it in the locker, as we saw to great effect. He has it in the locker there. And of course, you can see there as well, Merriman probably in 4th place as well, slowly creeping in there. So there is hope there for FC Inter. But it's a fantastic performance. They just came up against a very good Arsenal team today.
And we've got a couple of matches left, right? So we can still see some of these players on the list working their way up, closing up the gap behind the likes of Roxa and Dominator or Torito, or maybe even seeing some other names make their way onto this list that are not yet here. What do you think we might see happening over the next couple of matches?
I mean, if there's anything to go by for the last couple of games, I'm hoping it's just goals everywhere for Isa. I'm really hoping so. But the one name that was on that list who I personally love as a player, because I've watched him for quite a long time now, is Irma from Roma. I called him a smiling assassin earlier on when we were talking about smiles. Smiles you don't want to see on people. He's got this cheeky smile. The minute it comes across his face, you know it's trouble. So I am very excited to see if he can move up through the gears. But of course, he is up against some incredible talent.
All right, well, he's got 2 goals to his name so far. We'll see if he can work his way up that particular goal-scoring chart, because right now he is going to be in action, as it's going to be a rehash of last season's semi-final between the reigning champions AS Monaco and AS Roma.
Ça va être très compliqué avec des grosses équipes comme le Bayern, le Barça, Manchester et tout. Et nous, on va donner le maximum parce qu'on est là, AS Monaco, et on va essayer d'aller chercher un 4e titre. Monaco.
In this competition, we don't have a particular rivals because all the teams have very strong players.
So no rivals. I don't believe that at all. He's very much trying to underplay that, very much so. But you heard from us, Maccabiel. Name dropped Bayern, Barca, Manchester United. But from their standpoint, they are still aiming for the 4th title.
Yeah, and he said that with a smirky smile. Fourth time.
And the thing is, though, they have the capabilities there.
Yes.
They certainly do. In terms of players, in terms of the actual abilities of those players, and then the players that are in control of the sticks, they have that ability there. I mean, I was speaking to O'Neill before broadcast and spoke about a couple of players that Monaco have lost in terms of the actual real world of players that would be potent in terms of the players. Badiashile, Chouameni have gone on to pastures new. So now Monaco, especially with us Maccabiel, have now got to find a different way of playing, but they still have players. They have Ben Yedder, they have Volland, they have Golovin, they have Baudou. In terms of Roma, of course, though, they've strengthened themselves in terms of the fact they've got Dybala, they've got players that can do real damage, and then you're going to put them in the hands of players, as I remember you saying, they're very stylish, these players.
Yes.
I remember you saying on Matchday 1, they're very stylish, these players. If you can play good eFootball and you look good doing it, it's a bonus. It's a bonus. But looking at how these two are going to line up, I think looking at it from what I can see across on the stage there, it's going to be Eldridge O'Neill versus Irma, and I think this has got the potential for fireworks.
Yes, and I think, as you said before, that Monaco has to show and has to explain why they are the reigning champions. They didn't quite show it on match day 1. Today they have a great opportunity against a team that is not so cagey as others.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it from Roma in previous seasons. We've seen it from last season as well. They have a very much a respect but don't fear mentality about them. They will respect their opponents, but they won't go into this game thinking, we're up against the 3-time world champion here. We're up against the 3-time Dutch champion here. Oh, we're up against somebody who's representing France this year. They'll just go, another day at the office. Yes. Another day at the office. Whereas, again, the expectation, as we've said, because Monaco have been so good historically, the expectation lies with them. Roma, I would say, as a football club, and then more so as an esport club, they love being the underdog. There's that mentality of, yeah, we're not expected to do anything, so we're just going to go out and shock everybody. And that's what I suppose I love about them as players is there's not that expectation of, well, we should come in and we should just win everything. No, it's not. No, do you know what? We're good. We know we're good. We're not going to tell you we're good. We're just going to show you we're good. And again, against the 3, I would say, players that you've got on Monaco's side of the fence, in terms of Cams, in terms of Eldridge, and in terms of Uzma, they have got 3 heavyweights that they have got to combat.
Yes, and in terms of jerseys, what a beautiful jerseys this match gives us.
Well, both of them. Both of them. That traditional, the red and white Monaco with the slash across, and many of a good memory with that. And the Roma, I tell you, you talk about merch that you might be trying to get hold of.
Yes.
That might be something I'm trying to snag at the end of the season.
Of course. It would look very nice on us.
Oh, yeah. But in terms of where we are right now, again, we referenced it. So O'Neill, giving you a tale of the tape here, was runner-up in the 2018-2019 season of eFootball Championship Pro. He's a 3-time national champion. That's a record for the Netherlands. He's a record holder of that title. Meanwhile, Irma's side of the fence was runner-up for his national final in 2019. He was third in the top 3 of the co-op for the entire region in 2019. But then more so, which is where I got to know him, semi-final of the E-Euros in 2020. It was, as we said at the time, it was a Cinderella story. It was a team that nobody fancied. They knocked out the likes of Germany. They knocked out some heavyweights that nobody expected. And Irma was key to a lot of the good fortune that happened there alongside his Romanian teammates. And he's carried that form through. He's carried that form through and that success through because he's somebody that you always point to and go, nobody really talks about him, but they should.
Yes.
That's what it feels like for me. They don't really talk about him at the level, but they absolutely should.
On match day 1, his game was quite good. I think he showed some very interesting features. And let's see what we have today in this match against Irma, representing Roma, and O'Neill, representing Monaco.
Yeah, to put you in context, if you didn't catch Matchday 1, Matchday 1 was a 2-0 victory against Ostrubuch for Irma. And again, for O'Neill's, or Eldridge O'Neill's side of things, was a 2-1 loss to Jose. So there'll be a little bit of kind of a personal journey here for both players. Irma will want to keep up a winning streak, and O'Neill will want to kick off one of his own.
And speaking of Ostrubuch, that you just mentioned him, it's nice hearing in Dominator as his captain recognizing his effort.
Absolutely, absolutely. As Monaco look to lead us off very quickly, they're going from left to right here. As Desassi looks to go look at the ball, and we'll go right to left. Sorry, right to left. Sorry, from AS Roma in the black kit there. Ben Yedder flicks it on to Minamino. Back towards Ben Yedder. Baudu back onto Minamino. Minamino, can he get away from Ibanez? It's a good save from Ruud Patricio.
First opportunity is for Monaco. He recovered the ball very fast and he counter-attacked right away.
Did indeed, but Roma will come back the other way. They have Tammy Abraham, they have Stefan El Shaarawy as well. Here's Pellegrini, has men in the middle. Marapan, the Chilean, comes away with it. Here's Baudu to Golovin. Matic intercepts it. Playing on serve. It's Dybala, Pellegrini. Pellegrini lifts one over the top, looking for Abraham, and he's found the net!
And it's on the first occasion of the match. 8 minutes have passed, and Roma goes ahead in the marker. The first opportunity was for Monaco. They couldn't score. Well, Roma says, you know what? If you won't score, I will.
I forgot to mention this in the pre-match. Irma doesn't start slow. Kind of forgot to mention that. He absolutely doesn't. Brilliant clip ball in. Abraham diving header. Goalkeeper, you could argue, should have done better. But again, it's a wonderful finish on the Englishman. And Irma finds himself 1 goal to the good there. You see there, just creeps past the goalkeeper. But they all count the same. As long as they get past the white line, doesn't matter how they get there.
And I can imagine him pushing both buttons at the same time in order
for the best is what it's called where I'm from. It is hoping for the best. You press the button and you just hope. As we'll see there. Here's Desassi. Looking forward to Ben Yedder, who's got away from the defender. Here's Minamino, and Kamara will come away with it. Up towards Tammy Abraham. Good chest down for the Englishman. Finds Pellegrini. Fafana loses it. Shaarawy. And towards Dybala. Dybala looking to turn away from his man. Marapan will win it back though. Here's Baudu, Golovin.
And if you have to coach a team like this, which player would you put on the first slot? The best player?
Which, in terms of player selection,
yeah,
I think again, given the context, you've got to put your best foot forward. As El Shaarawy looks to get his way in again. Kamara, nearly got there ahead, but it'll be Minamino that will clear it. But you put your best player out. You start off you put your best foot forward. That's how I would do it, because you want to get points on the board. You don't want to leave it to chance. You don't want to even put your best player under pressure. You just put your best player out.
Okay,
obviously, it's an opinion based on who you want or you feel is the best at that point.
You will put the best player first.
Always put the best player first. But there's always some gamesmanship that comes in with these types of things, because you can keep people guessing. Here's Kamara, finds it through to El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy looks to knock it back across. Marapan will clear. As Kamara wins it back in midfield, and it is all Roma at the moment. Dybala to Abraham, back to Dybala, looking back for Abraham. He's in again.
It's offside.
And there's applause, but they kind of have not realised there is an offside flag, and it will not count.
Yeah, it was near.
It was close.
Yeah.
It was very close indeed. Tammy Abraham looking for goal number 2, and it's a step.
Yes.
It's a step.
It's just a step, but that's enough for O'Neill to say, okay, this is bad, but not so bad.
If you're offside by a yard or a mile, you are still offside. Here's Ibanez forward. Gives it away to the Russian Golovin. Here's Boadu in towards Vanessa. Cleared away decisively there by Roma. It's El Shaarawy in towards Nemanja Matic. Clips it forward to Kamara. Dybala couldn't figure out who was going for that ball there.
Yes.
Tano Enrique. It was Disasi. Disasi to Marapan.
This match is quieter than the ones we had before.
Very much so, but it has the ability to liven up at the drop of a hat. Ben Yedder looking to play it forward. Minamino. Cristante intercepts it, finds Pellegrini. Pellegrini looks forward to Stefan El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy clips one into the middle. Heading back towards the goalkeeper. Nubel will take it clear. And again, if you're O'Neill or if you're Eldridge here, you have to build up slowly, get yourself back into this game. If you're Irma, you've got to keep your foot down here.
Yeah, you have to keep pushing. You have to keep having the ball and try to get a second goal.
Absolutely. Matic clips one forward to Pellegrini. El Shaarawy, lovely one-touch pass in there from Roma. As Kamara tries to get it back. Golovin will intercept. Is Gelson Martins forward to Boadu, back to Martins. Martins has Boadu on the return. Has players over here if you can find them. Boadu. What's he going to do here? Boadu tries to clip one into the box. Rui Patricio takes that one into his grasp.
And the defender was lifting the foot. That's dangerous also.
It's just making sure that it doesn't go or a ground ball. It's Vanderson. Vanderson forward to Boadu. Boadu up against Chris Smalling.
A big shout out to everybody watching this match, watching this competition. Thank you very much for your support.
There will certainly be keen eyes on this game. There always seems to be drama and eyeballs wherever Monaco go. It's clear, but it is Roma who are in the ascendancy here. It's Pellegrini. Wants to try and throw this one down the line, maybe. I'm just going to look back to Ibanez. He's just a little bit of feinting of who he's going to throw it to. Instead, he's going to drag players back and hopefully drop this ball in. As he does so, gets it into Stefan El Shaarawy. Goes for the first-time crossover. Karen Enrique heads it back, and goalkeeper will gobble it up. Time is ticking on here. It will get to half-time pretty quickly. As Nubel looks to lob that one forward. Boadu chests in, does not clear that at all. Here's Kamara, Dybala, Kamara, Abraham, Kamara, Dybala. It's moving so quickly. Pirouette for Dybala! What a goal that is!
Can I say that we may have the goal of the day?
That's golazo.
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 Golazo without Arda.
Goal. What a goal that is from Irma.
Mamadera, incredible goal.
I said, players and viewers don't talk about him enough, but they should, because he is a quality individual. That is a fantastic goal, and he has echoes of that skill that Alex tried earlier on for Barcelona.
Yes.
That is what you do, and that's how you make it work. Fantastic. Takes two players out of the game. Dybala on his left foot with a controlled shot. It's his stronger foot, so fantastic finish.
In fact, you may look, he has 3 defenders, not 2. 3 defenders.
Takes them all out of the game. It's a wonderful finish.
Amazing.
And you can see the reaction there.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
It's a confident individual is Irma, and when his tail is up and when that look comes across his face, like I said, that cheeky little grin, you know you're on for a bad day.
Well, it was an amazing goal. collective play, individual finish.
Brilliant goal, and just before the half as well. If you're talking about traditional football stereotypes and tropes, a goal before half-time will change the team talk.
Of course. Yes,
Definitely changes the team talk. It might not be over here, though. Here's Abraham onto Dybala. Ball's cleared away. Minamino looking forward.
Yes, he wants to have this half go to bed. And indeed it goes.
Fantastic goal. Fantastic goal. 2-0. And again, it just goes to show you don't need possession. Possession is very nice to have, but it's the quality of your possession. If you can make the ball work in the offensive half of the pitch when you are in control of it, it makes it so much easier to play.
It's important what you do with the ball, not just to have it per se.
Yeah. Having it for having its sake is not great. You have to do something with it.
Exactly.
As we'll see, second half kicking off here. Matic places to Abraham. Golovin intercepts it. It's Pellegrini though, El Shaarawy on towards Tammy Abraham, back looking for El Shaarawy again. It's scrambled clear. And as far as Baudu. Baudu took back to Fofana. It's Baudu. So Vic Kamara. Abraham has runners. He's double touched. He's gone towards Dybala. Dybala looking to roll it to Kamara. Collision in the box, but nothing was given. Is Minamino. Goes the stunning pass forward. Baudu to Golovin.
And with this result, AS Roma is passing the Bayern München in the standings.
It'll be great to see those live standings as and when our production team will flash them across our screen. But you'll see so many changes that will go on. As time goes on. As we see Chris Smalling look to launch that one forward. Tammy Abraham has nodded it down. Finds Stefan El Shaarawy. Tries to go cross field. Instead, ball goes out of play for a Monaco throw. It's Minamino. Kamara intercepted.
Interesting match.
Dybala up towards Abraham. Vanderson. Oh, it's a risky one. He wasn't quite in control of the ball, and it nearly presented an opportunity, but here's Ben Yedder to Baudu.
And the striker just expected the error there.
He did indeed. It's good anticipation there, but here's Martins. Can Monaco get one back here? It's in towards the box, and Irma even looked surprised that ball had got that far across. Instead, Rui Patricio will come up and take that ball away.
Le nombre de spectateurs pour ce match, 72
It's Golovin. Gelson Martins. Next goal vital. Here's Baudu. Baudu looking across. Finds Wissam Ben Yedder in towards Golovin. Golovin controls straight off the post. Ibanez will clear.
Sometimes you also need a little bit of luck.
Exactly. It's that concoction that we spoke about. And the counter-attack is on here for Roma. It's Dybala from one end to another. And the ball is cleared away. It's timing, it's skill, and then it's a little bit of luck sprinkled in there. That's the perfect formula for playing a game of eFootball. You do sometimes need to ride your luck. As Minamino, beautiful ball in towards Baudu, the Dutchman. Rui Patricio.
Good manual goalkeeping, very important in this part of the match, because a goal here would set things a little bit harder for the end of the game for Roma.
Absolutely, it would set up a little bit of a nerve jangling finish to the game, but Nemanja Matic, again, that DMF position being so important to a lot of teams here, just to break up how a team will play. As the ball is scrambling around here, it eventually falls to Kamara. It's Pellegrini to Stefan El Shaarawy on towards Tammy Abraham, but Disasi will take it clear. There's Golovin. Forward towards Minamino, finds Baudu. Baudu looking forward, Smalling intercepts it. Pellegrini's back the other way. There's a 3v3 on here, but numbers are now getting back for Monaco. Here's Dybala, neat little double touch. Double touch again. Again, smart defensive play. Just backed off. Backed off and waited for it.
Yeah.
Here's Martins.
One touch in excess.
Indeed it was. Martins looking forward. He's got players in support. And Silic will header it back, and time is still ticking on here.
Today doesn't seem to be Eldridge O'Neill's day.
Not at this point in time. It looks to be all Roma. As Vanderson will launch that forward. Finds Baudu. Smalling will play backwards, and There's a little bit of that gamesmanship that we talk about when we talk about killing a game off. Roma will know the importance of points here, especially against Monaco.
Yes.
They will know the importance of it. As Selic looks to launch it forward, they will know the importance of getting these points across the line. Here's Ben Yedder. Nemanja Matic intercepts it, finds Stefan El Sharari in towards Dybala. Pellegrini, Abraham. Disassi intercepts it, finds Gelson Martins. Martins to Baudou. Baudou to Gelson Martins. Martins looking to shape, try and make a pass here, maybe. Vanderson back to Martins, has a bit of space here. What will Martins do? Martins tries to play the ball in, ricochets to Minamino! Oh, it's just wide.
It's very difficult for AS Monaco to reach to the goal, and once they get there, they don't have the accuracy and the precision that is needed to score.
You'll see from that angle there, first time strike just goes just bitterly wide.
But
that might be the last opportunity that Monaco see in this game.
They didn't bring much danger, really danger to AS Roma's goal.
If you look at the substitutions that may be coming on in just a moment, you've got Kevin Volland that's coming on by the look of things there, and whether it's too little too late at this juncture,
maybe
5 minutes left,
maybe
it can't really be that impactful. As you can see, the small technical tweaks on the right hand side of your screen, where Roma are just tweaking their situation here.
Changement pour l'AS Monaco.
Not long left here.
Le numéro 18.
Patricio looking to distribute this one forward. Brian Bolo has came on as well.
And Urma repeating his 2 goals mark from match day 1.
Le numéro 36. Le numéro 31.
And now it goes again. It's Roma with the ball. Pirouette.
Good double touch there.
Opa!
Rainbow flick.
Empezamos.
It's very rare that you see a rainbow flicking compared to
a little
football.
bit of luxury there.
I think maybe just a little bit of showboating, but as we said, Irma is not shy of a bit of confidence. He knows that he's got the game by the scruff of its neck, and he knows that we are heading into injury time. Abraham heads it down. Ball bounces to Volland. Here's Ben Yedder. It's Kevin Volland. Again, Nemanja Matic clears it away, and there it is, the final whistle.
And it's too...
Told you, it's that smile. I told you, it's that smile. You don't want to see it. He knows what it means, though, to take those 3 points away from Monaco. He knows what it means, especially in the context of where we are. Because looking at the game that he had in front of him, he had to get that across the line. Because he knows full well that that's important for his team, and that's important for him personally.
And they seem a little bit lost. Look at these faces.
I don't think they can understand how that's happened. I think they're looking at it a little bit kind of dumbfounded, as if to be, well, how has that happened? But as you can see, the Roma reaction is a much of a difference, especially with how things have been there. You can see there, it just floated over the top into the back of the net. And it was that man, Tammy Abraham, who has almost reinvented himself since going to Italy. And
yes,
from an eFootball standpoint, very much a potent weapon for Roma to deploy.
And very intelligent game plan from AS Roma.
Yeah, you can see that was the offside goal where it was a half step the other way. You can see that was almost the go-to move for Irma at that point, was just get Abraham to be the guy that's free in the middle. But when you see the secondary goal coming up, I hope that the people who are looking at the goals of the day, certainly this one will be up there. Triangle passes, gets it forward. Oh, it's a fantastic roulette. It's a fantastic roulette. Slots it into the back of the net. It's a fantastic finish.
You know, if you are coming to play after this game, you know that you will have very hard competition in order to get the game of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
The goal of the day.
Well, we've seen 3 that we have earmarked.
Yes.
Roxa, Indominator, and now Irma.
Yeah.
We've now earmarked them. Like if the goals panel are listening, it's very easy to try and take a selection. But again, Monaco just couldn't really get themselves in. There was the half chances here or there. That post hit. It was, if it goes the other way, we've seen post hits today and they've got this to the back of the net.
Yes.
If it goes the other way, complexion of the game changes and all of a sudden there's a lot of different game. Instead, it just didn't go the way that it needed to for Eldridge and for for Monaco.
And now we have Uzmakabil on board.
Yeah, it looks like it is Uzmakabil versus Stifler. And again, this one will be intriguing for me in the sense of Stifler had a very good debut season last season. In terms of, he wasn't necessarily... to take a point what we made earlier, it wasn't Irma featuring everybody else.
Yes.
It was Roma as a squadron with Gallardo and with Stifler. Both were kind of almost adjoining pieces to it. Stifler has had a few good performances. Again, though, it does kind of almost pale in comparison to a 3-time world champion, a back-to-back winner of eFootball Championship Pro. If matches were made on paper, this is a walkover from Monaco.
Yes.
But as we've noticed today, games are not made on paper, games are made on eFootball. And this could go...
And AS Monaco just has 1 point.
It's quite unreal when you think about it, because we talked about the perils that... Funny enough, we talked about the perils that FC Inter have. Monaco is staring at a very similar situation.
Yes.
And they need to rectify it pretty quick.
Yes, indeed. And the fact that FC Inter made 3 points today also leaves them with a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, because again, if you don't pick up points in these next 2 games, you're slap bang at the bottom of the table, which, again, for a club of Monaco's stature within eFootball, again, if you look at when they've won the title, 2019's season, 2020 season, last year, they've won 3 out of the last 4.
Yes.
They have a reputation to uphold, almost. But again, we talked about players when they're angry, we talked about players when they're frustrated. Again, players who play well when they're frustrated, Uzmakabil.
Yes, of
course.
always
plays better when he's frustrated.
Yes, of course.
And he'll want to set the tone. He'll want to set the tone for his teammates, say, look, give me something else to work with here. That's going to be the moment or the thing to really look for. But again, in terms of, if we looked at players' past results, Stifler's Matchday 1 result took out Indominator 2-1.
Yes.
So, by the comparisons of what we've seen today, he should be in a pretty good position to take this challenge on.
Anything may happen here, because, as we said earlier, these players are really excellent, all of them. There's no even one that you say, well, but this, this is so-so. No. These are all top players. They're very good, different styles, different backgrounds, different match plans, but all of them are great players.
Yeah, and it says something a lot about the depth chart, both within eFootball as a kind of an ecosystem, or as an esports ecosystem. We could go into an entire list of people who could come and play at this level, because quite frankly, there's so many players. The issue is, of course, there's a finite amount of slots to the league. So the reality of the situation is again, as we said earlier, who are you going to drop? Who are you going to take out and go, you're not worthy of this, or you're not good enough to be here? Because we've seen from all of these players, at some form or fashion, in the last 2-3 seasons, we've seen them pull out wonderful performances. We've seen them pull out game changers. We've seen them pull out performances that you didn't realise they had. And who do you take out? Because I look at all of the players that are here and all the players that we've seen so far and that we are yet to see, and I struggle to go, I'd take him out of that team. I struggle. But looking at where we are here, I mean, in terms of where we are right now, I think looking at Uzmakabil looks annoyed, looks ready.
Yeah, well, that's an important thing. He plays not just against Stifler, not just against Roma, but against himself.
Yeah, but then you also look at Irma and his influence on everything. It's basically saying, keep it cool, keep it calm.
Yeah.
Because it's strange. You don't want to antagonise, because as we saw previously, one comment from anybody.
Yeah, it's enough to light the fire.
You do their own team talk.
Yes.
And instead here, if Stifler can pull this off, and Stifler can take this on, then that means it's 6 points for Roma, and Uzmakabil has lost the game.
Yes.
But I can't look past Uzma, because again, if you were doing a Mount Rushmore of players, he's your immediate top pick. He's your immediate top pick. There's no one else. So he's one of the greatest that's ever done it. And in my opinion, he's the best to ever do it. Now he's got to tap into that experience well that we talk about. And he's got to pull out some type of adversity. He needs to pull this out of the fire. And I think he can do it because he knows, if anybody knows this Monaco team better than anybody, it's just Maccabi. You know? So hopefully we see that type of game here today. As we see, it's going to be Monaco from left to right. There's Volland to start us off early here. Volland clears the ball into the box, looking for player there. Instead, Dybala will flick that one forward. He's Abraham on towards El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy forward to Abraham. Abraham looking forward. Enrique takes the block. Malang Sarr pushes that forward. It's Ibanez. Ibanez forward to El Shaarawy. Takes it under control. Turns out El Shaarawy trying to find a ball in field again once more. And an aspect of this we've not really tapped into. Monaco have got a target on their back here, as we see Ben Yedder trying to make his way through, and the Patricio will gobble that up. But they have a target on their back.
Yes.
But rightly so. Almost the drawback of success is you're putting yourself in the crosshairs of every other team that are here. Here's Pellegrini forward, looking for Kamara. Kamara takes the touch back inside. Tries to play a ball forward, and Fofana will clear it. Here's Volland.
And as you said before, Uzmakabil looks annoyed. They are not used to this kind of results. No. So that's also some key ingredient.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're in a position where you are constantly winning, to be put in a position there where you then start to lose, it's a hard one to say, because Volland looks to make his way through. Good save from the goalkeeper. Here's Pellegrini to clear it forward.
In fact, the only point that AS Monaco has was the draw that Uzmakabil got in Matchday 1.
It's against Mestre, if I remember right. That's a terrible mistake! You cannot give this man an inch because he will take a mile.
Amazing goal, proving the experience, proving his far sight. You know, always on. This is like the phones that they have this always on screen. Well, this guy is always on.
Yeah. And the thing is, you spoke about it before, players reading that header backwards because he's read it. He's read what was happening. He's not even challenged for that ball. No. He's read exactly what was going to happen. And fantastic, brilliant finish from Uzmakabil. And again, it's Monaco 1, Roma 0.
He says no big deal, no big deal.
It's hard to read because my French is absolutely terrible. Sometimes it's very hard to read exactly what Uzmakabil is saying. I think sometimes it comes from a frustration of, I didn't want to score a goal like that. Like, I want to score a better goal than that. And it seems like he almost challenges himself. But he has a lead, which is fantastic news for him. As we see Dybala, though, and Stifler looking to try and get their way back into this game. Abraham takes a strike. Big save from the goalkeeper, and Volland will clear it away. Here's Golovin. Nemanja Matic up to Dybala. Fofana intercepts it.
And he's a very loud player.
Indeed. Almost the louder he gets, the more success he has. Is Bawadou. Big save for the goalkeeper. Could be mopped up by Volland! Yes, it is!
And now the difference goes 2 for AS Monaco, 0 for Roma. I hope this may bring Uzmakabil level back to normal.
I think this might be the little reset button he might have needed. It's again, he forced the save, and Volland just gets to it first.
Yes.
But his reaction is get to it first and took it away. And again, he might not necessarily like the quality of his goals, but they're goals. They all count the same.
Of course.
You know?
Yeah, but in fact, he complained a little less on this second one than on the first.
Yeah, you'll
perhaps
see the
by the time
there.
He's 4-0, he will start smiling.
Yeah, you just see him just shaking his head. I mean, like I said, I'm not a French lip reader, but certainly he's just annoyed, which again is something you need. You need a little bit of anger, you need a little bit of venom to really go into games. As you see Pellegrini though, there's El Shaarawy. Roma not out of this yet. Abraham, it's just wide. Stifler in disbelief.
And now it's Stifler who doesn't believe what happened.
Staring in disbelief that had happened.
And doing the typical Italian montoncito.
Very much so. Whisker
Cosa
away.
fa? Cosa fa?
Whisker away from goal that was. Well, as it stands, there's 2-0 for AS Monaco. Confirmation of the third goal from Usman Kapil. Malang Sarr to launch forward. Smalling beats Volland in the air. There's El Shaarawy. Pellegrini, El Shaarawy. On towards Tammy Abraham. Abraham goes to clip one in towards the back post. Could have gone anywhere. Goalkeeper didn't really know what was happening there either.
That was an interesting strategy.
Certainly feeding into the potential of getting Abraham in on goal. Certainly appears to be the order of the day here. He still heads it back. He's got trust in his ability, Stifler. And he's not out of it yet, is Pellegrini to El Shaarawy.
Yeah, it's just 30 in-game minutes, so the game is still open.
Ball's there, Dybala, wonderful ball. Oh, it's hit the stanchion behind the goal. Brilliant move.
Did you hear the Mamma Mia? I heard Mamma Mia.
I did not hear it.
Yeah, I heard the Mamma Mia.
And he knows the chance that's there. He knows the chance that's there. And of all players, you may not necessarily fall that to Mady Camara. If that's Abraham, it's probably a different outcome.
Yes.
Centre midfielder, 86 rated on their item. It's those little moments that you need.
I heard the Mamma Mia. That's as Italian as it gets.
Very much so.
We are in game 2 of match 3. The first game was won by AS Roma. This game, as for now, it's 2 for AS Monaco, 0 for Roma.
And go Ben Yedder looking through there again. Smalling intercepts it. Is El Shaarawy. It's intercepted again. Is Volland. Baudou, first time stroke. What a goal that is! Fantastic stroke from Usman.
And now it's 3-0. This is Usman Kapil at his best.
It's reactive, and it's taking a strike. Brilliant strike that is. Keeper's completely unseated, has no idea where to go.
Very good definition. He knows that his players cannot have the ball much time because they may be a little weaker than the opponent. So first touch, and there it goes. It's 3-0.
Yeah, you can see there Stifler trying to figure out exactly how that's gone in and why the keeper has not made the save, but it's not going to matter at this point. Fantastic work from Usman Kapil, again showing that level that we all know and appreciate. As you see, El Shaarawy, Pellegrini though, in towards Abraham, and the ball doesn't run to Abraham.
And now it seems like nothing will work for Stifler, AS Roma's play.
It won't, unfortunately, at this point. Usman Kapil slowly climbing up the goal table as well. As we see Enrique looking forward. So with the clearance, only as far as Golovin. Golovin in towards Kamara. Baudou, brilliant back heel. Ben Yedder! He's free scoring. He's been let off the leash.
He's still saying no. 4-0. This is Usman Kapil on the house.
Brilliant finish from Wissam Ben Yedder. Again, finding that place in there. Just a neat pass, that neat back heel.
Once again,
shot.
Look, first touch shot. He knows
brilliant
his
back heel,
players can't hold the ball. So you have to change your game plan.
You have to move with the times.
And did he change?
Yeah, Stifler pretty much saying there, just sub me out. It's done. Don't. Let's get on to the next one. Fortunately, there is no mercy rule within eFootball Championship Pro.
Yes.
There's no white flag you can wave. You have to sit there and unfortunately take punishment when it is dished out. As you'll see, El Shaarawy trying to win the header down. Is Pellegrini, Dybala, and Abraham cleared away.
What a player Usman Kapil is. even being angry or disappointed or whatever, look at this performance.
It's passion. It's passion. It's part of my own kind of notes. It's both his biggest weakness and his biggest strength.
And I can see Camps saying, slow down, slow down.
Yeah, but you know, as Maccabeal, he's never going to listen. Like, God love Cams for trying, but he's never going to listen. Because again, it feeds into that aura of, you know, this winning mentality. As we see, ball going through there. Oh, it's in!
And he needed this goal.
He's got one back straight from the kickoff.
And he needed this goal. If he wants to have any chance, he needs to score a goal in the first 5 minutes, and that's what Stifler has just done.
Well, at least there is a foothold of some description in the game.
This match is not
great
close.
Finish. It's not over just yet. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's anywhere close to being a comeback just yet. Certainly needed to score first if he was going to score, or if he was going to get back into the game. He needs to score the next goal. You can see he's very unhappy, Stifler.
And let's see.
I would be too if I had conceded 4 in the first half.
Let's see what did he save for this second half.
There's Ben Yedder, Enrique forward towards Volland. Volland with the knockdown, got Baudou. Oh, it's a wonderful goal.
And this is how Uzmakabil says, okay, you scored on the first 5 minutes, I will do this the same. Now,
wonderful goal.
Now things get back to normal.
It was the knockdown.
Yes.
The knockdown from Volland.
Yes.
When that ball comes through, it's this ball here, it's a fantastic ball, and it's that knockdown. Knockdown, Baudou, first time strike, into a corner. Fantastic goal.
5 goals.
It's watching the best be at his best.
Yes. Yes. He recovered his level. No doubt. I for sure don't want to be on Stifler's shoes.
Well, Dybala's stolen it away there. It's Paulo Dybala, and Dazati will clear. Again, confirmation, 6 goals now. And again, if my memory serves me, that would put him level with Indominator.
Yes, exactly.
Second place, but he may not want to share. As Ben Yedder forces his way back in here. Double touch. Golovin. Baudou! Told you he didn't want to share.
But he shares with Roxa.
He now shares with Roxa. It's a demolition.
Yes.
Absolute demolition.
Yes. No doubt. There's no room for annoyance today. I don't want to hear him being mad or sad.
This could get really ugly. It really could. 6 goals to 1. If my memory serves me, the last time I saw that many goals was, I think it was the Palma last season against Arsenal, where I think he scored 7.
Yes.
But this looks like it's going to get ugly in a hurry. 54 minutes gone here. There's so much time left on the clock.
A lot match to be played.
Ben Yedder heads it down. It's Fofana. And you had said about Monaco being absent from that goal table. They aren't anymore. As Matic looks to win the header. Baudou wins it down though, finds Kevin Volland. Volland into his Kamara. Baudou, Golovin, Ben Yedder. Blocked away, and Ibanez will scramble that clear.
It's amazing to see how it's all one touch.
Like you said, it's muscle memory. Ball into the box. And Rui Patricio.
Yeah, it's knowing your players, knowing your team.
Knowing your players, knowing your team. And as we said, if there's anybody that knows this Monaco team better than anybody, it's going to be a 3-time world champion in Maccabeal. As we see, they're level with Roxa, with time still on the clock.
And this also proves that the name of the team doesn't close any discussion. I mean, you may play with any team.
Yeah, absolutely. It shuts down the narrative of teams are weaker than other teams, because if Maccabeal can do this with this Monaco team, there's nothing to say that Cams and O'Neill can't do it.
Exactly.
Which I think is probably part of the discussion point as Ibanez tries to clear that way. But that's where the discussion point comes in. if Osma can do this, Cams and Eldridge should be able to do this too.
Yes.
I mean, if you're again though, on the flip side of it, of course, if you're Stifler and you're Irma should be, Stifler will be looking at Irma's result, going, well, how has he had the success there?
Yes.
And it may just be a case of it's an unfortunate matchup.
Yes, of course.
With no disrespect to any of the Monaco players, it's a different prospect playing O'Neill than it is playing Uzmakabil.
Of course.
So if it's an unlucky matchup, you could just go, well, it's a black swan event. It's something you don't really see all that often or at all, and it just happens. And that might be what we're looking at right now. It's just a kind of a perfect storm of Stifler against Uzmakabil, and it's just a perfect storm.
He wants this match to end right now.
I mean, he wanted the match to end at 4-0.
Yes, I know.
He was already calling for a substitute at 4-0. So
I know.
It's as we see here, Karen Rique bludgeoned into the box. It's Marapan. I don't think at the start of play I would have suggested that Uzmakabil would have or could have the potential to reach the top of the goal scoring table. Diatta with the air flick. Very nice looking flick, but I never would have predicted that he would have had the chance to go ahead of Rox at top of the table. Especially with the fact that that top 10, Uzmakabil's name wasn't even on it.
Yes, exactly. He had just one goal.
It's unreal, as Minamino is caught offside.
So, from 1 to 7 in just one match.
Yeah, unreal performance from Uzmakabil. And again, if you're probably looking at, in terms of performances, it's a very, very good performance from Uzmakabil.
It's an amazing match that we are seeing. This is game 2 of match 3.
Ben Yedder looking around the corner for Baudu. He read the turn, but he couldn't get the ball off Smalling. Mr. Bala. Enrique runs it out. The briefest of wry smiles from Uzmakabil there. There's Minamino looking forward. 10 minutes in-game left here. Alongside with the header. There's Diatta on towards Minamino. Ben Yedder trying to flick it through the gap there. Send it to Cristante. Ibanez. Chris Smalling. Bumped up by Diatta. Matic wins the header.
And I can remember how you feel when you know that you are losing a match for so a big difference, and you know that you won't be able to get any near in the score. You want this to end.
You feel hopeless.
Yes.
I've been on the receiving end of quite a few batterings on eFootball, and it's not a good place you want to be. As Ben Yedder tries to flick that through, but it's that feeling of helplessness. It's like you can't get forward, you can't get back, you can't defend, you can't attack, you can't pass. You may as well just throw the controller at the wall, and that will probably do more than your own inputs in the controller. Yes. But you just kind of feel helpless. Ball is launched forward by Roma, and this will be a comprehensive victory for Uzmakabil, and that will be 3 points in the bag for Monaco, and that will now mean that's 3 points apiece here. As you see, Minamino plays it to Ben Yedder. Can Ben Yedder find his way through? It's cleared away once more. And it's going to tick down, and there is going to be the final whistle momentarily, and that will be Uzmakabil 6, Stifler 1.
And
incredible performance.
Monaco gets 4 now in their first 6. They get away from the bottom of the table. They reach 4 points, leaving Inter with the same number of matches on the bottom.
And then there's a live table for our last game. Not that we're going to shoot ahead to it, but we're going to have the top of, well, what was the top of the tree at the start of the day, which would now be at the bottom of the tree in the live table. So it would be interesting to see, as you said, whether AC Milan can pick that up, whether they're able to replicate that form. But before we even get to that, by process of elimination, and I'm just doing the math in my head, it's going to be Cams versus Gallardo.
Exactly.
It's going to be a very interesting tie between the two of these. Again, you talk about characteristics and personalities. Both fiery individuals when they play. I watched Cams play a practice game yesterday, and you would have thought he was playing the game today. You would have thought he's that animated even in the training room. So if he's animated in the training room, Lord knows what he's going to be like today. So expect, again, as we said, expect there to be emotion, expect there to be a bit of fire in the belly from both teams. But again, it was, again, as one-sided as we saw in Dominator versus Christopher, that was as one-sided as you're going to see between Uzmakabil and Stifler.
Yes, and now I can see Uzmakabil talking with Camps, giving him like instructions. The same can be said for the Italian team.
Well, like you say, in terms of knowledge pools between teams, it's pretty good. In terms of both teams there, they've got a knowledge pool or a knowledge pool to call on.
Yes, very interesting.
If you're looking behind you and you see Eldridge O'Neill and you see Uzmakabil, you've done all right. And Cams himself is a phenomenal player anyway.
Yes, of course. And
yes, he had slight, you know, I think the United kind of trio that they had where it was O'Neill and Osterbuch and with Cams, it wasn't the right mix, I think, at that point. I think this is more of his home in terms of, as we said, players sometimes like to be combative. They like to be in a place where they think, actually, I've got to go and fight everybody for this. And I think that's where Cams is at his best. When Cams has got his back against the wall, that's when he's at his best.
Yes.
And I think that's where he likes to kind of be. I don't think he likes to be in a position of too much comfort.
And here we are going for the last game in this match between Roma and AS Monaco. It would be Gagliardo 28 against Mr. Camstem.
And again, no stranger to nation or international Cams in terms of, I remember Harry mentioning in Matchday 1 in terms of the co-op tournament that Cams and Kills You, who were a co-op team at the time,
yes,
qualified as a duo against 3v3.
Yes.
And that in itself was unheard of at that time.
Yeah,
and it showed the level that they had.
Exactly.
And obviously you've seen, or you will go on to see Kills You later on today, and you'll now see Cams. But there's a pedigree there with it. And of course, again, with Gagliardo, we've saw glimpses of good performances from him in previous seasons. It's now a case of, okay, we know what your level is. Can you produce it?
Yes.
Again, your team's up against it. It's 3-3 in terms of the points gained. If you want to try and get your nose ahead of Monaco and keep your nose ahead of Monaco, now you've got to go and perform against Cams.
Yeah, and Gagliardo is 30 years old. Cams is 29 years old. So these are veteran players looking that they double Arda Golasso age, for example.
No, you make them feel old. Don't do that to them.
No. I'm older.
It's a stat.
And I'm older.
But I get your point in terms of experience, life experience, gaming experience. These guys will have been in the trenches for a good number of years.
And so, in fact, Camps have been all over the world. I've been with him in Argentina.
Yeah, but that's it. That's the level, as we said before. That's what the level these players are at. These players are at a level where they have been to other countries to go and compete. They have been to regional finals. They have been to world finals. They've been to the eFootball Championship Pro before.
I think
there's so many levels to this. And as we've said, there's no easy games here.
No.
So the fact that we've just seen 6-1, that shouldn't have been that. But Uzmakabil was too good.
Yes.
He's too good. When he finds that level, when he finds it, he is unplayable. It's like I say, it's awful to be involved with. When you're on the end of that type of loss, it's soul destroying. Because now, if you're Stifler, you're going to go home now and be like, well, what do I need to change?
Everything.
But actually, you're on the surface of it, you think everything. But the reality is actually, you just come up against somebody who's better.
Yeah.
You've just then got to learn, go back and study that game film, and take on some of the lessons that you got taught in that game. Yeah.
Let's see what these guys are cooking.
You can see here as well. You see both sides. It's almost that mirrored 4-3-3
once again.
But that's because these players or these teams have got these players to use in these formations. These formations only suit the players that you have. If you've got a 5'5" forward he probably doesn't play well to play long ball and try and get knockdowns from him.
Yes.
You know, you need speed, you need to be mobile. Whereas with Roma, they have Tammy Abraham, who is a proven target man, and he's like 6'2".
And they have Dybala.
You've got Dybala, who you would then benefit from the knockdown, who's really skillful. So that's why that benefits them. And then on the flip side of this, Volland is normally the point guy, because I think he might be the taller of the two, if my stats are right. And then you've got Ben Yedder, who would benefit from it. So there's ways and means to get your way around this formation. You just need to make sure you do it in the right manner.
The Italians, they're really vocal right now.
They are. I think it's more so a case of Roma are. I think they're trying to figure out where they go next with this, because Gallardo, like I say, is a competitive and combative player. And I think you're going to try and keep your cool across the board here, especially even if you're Cams as well. As you'll see, Golovin forward to Volland.
Well, the first change is that Cams carries the ball.
Yeah, certainly. It's a very early thing to look at. You see there Volland, brilliant touch into Golovin, who tries to stay around the corner. Smalley was too aggressive in the challenge. It's a block from the defender. Diatta can't get to it. But that's a big opportunity there. It's Enrique back towards Diatta. Diatta, neat double touch, try to take around, takes another double touch. Oh, what a goal! Fantastic goal from Cams.
And it's dramatically different than the kind of the game from Uzmakabil. It's exactly the opposite. When Uzmakabil touches just first touch play, Cams carries the ball, dribbles. It's very, very interesting to see these two teammates playing with the same team in things completely different.
It's like taking on the heads of a hydra. They've got three completely different play styles.
Exactly.
Fantastic footwork. It was a double touch into another double touch. But you'll see again here, recycles the ball from a chance that should have been converted. Double touch from Diatta into his feet, takes another double touch, takes it round, and it's the controlled shot. It's an underrated controlled shot. When you hold either R2 or RT, depending on what console you're on.
Yes.
The controlled shot is a very underrated weapon within eFootball. You can get that little bit extra bit of curl. It curls into the bottom of the court. It makes it harder for the goalkeeper to get to. As we'll see here again, or as we'll see from the lead-off here, is Abraham to Dybala.
Well, very, very interesting for me is to watch, and this also proves our point, our earlier point. Sometimes it doesn't mind the in-game team you're using.
It doesn't, indeed. Here's Dybala. Dybala trying to snake his way through there. Enrique blocks it off. Dybala tried to benefit from his own block there, and ball is launched clear. But to your point, you are correct. It's all about how you utilise these players. It doesn't necessarily matter about the team itself. It's how you utilise them. You're only as good as the team that you have, and you're only as good as the person controlling them. Here's Nemanja Matic forward to Stefan El-Shaarawy. El-Shaarawy, double touch inside, goes to the control shot. Good save for the goalkeeper.
But in fact,
Abraham recovers.
There
Chances
was
gone.
a lot of gossip and social media talk about Monaco, if the team is weak, is not weak, is fast, is slow. Well, today they are playing with two different styles and both are working.
Absolutely, indeed. They may have just found the key to their form. Here's Kamara, tries to clip it in field. It's a corner ball. They certainly have come to the party here in the early going of game 3. See there, Cam's trying to figure out how he's going to deliver this ball in. Ball goes deep over Disasi. Ball's bounced down. Ben Yedder, it's ricocheted. And it's gone for another Monaco corner.
That was also a dangerous play.
Could have gone absolutely anywhere.
Roma is not defending well.
Ball into the box once more. Header in. Good save for the keeper. Matic with the clearance. El-Shaarawy will scramble that clear, and Dybala has not got a lot of people up with him. He may just have to try and do. He may have to try and do a lot here, and Dybala has done very well.
Alone in the dark.
He's given the ball away. Try and read Lestate. Diatta throws the ball in, gets it back from the throw receiver. Plays it in towards Ben Yedder, who's got some time and availability. Plays it in, Golovin! Oh, he's pulled it wide!
That was...
Reaction of Monaco says it all.
That was incredible.
O'Neill's head in his hands. Usma's out of his chair. And they're shrugging their hands as if to say, how did he miss that?
That was very, very hard to miss.
It was harder to miss than it was to score. It really was.
The goalie was defeated. There was no defender.
If he'd have gone maybe a controlled shot, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. There's Volland, tries to play it forward. He's got Smalling and he's read the challenge. He's read it well. Here's Ben Yedder across the box looking for Diatta. Header is clear.
We haven't seen anything from Gagliardo yet.
We haven't as yet. It's Abraham up towards Dybala. Dybala. It's Karen Rico. It's taking it clear. No foul was given. Here's Kamara. And it may be something to be said that they may have just found the key to unlocking their game plan. As we see here, Volland, brilliant ball from Diatta. Kevin Volland turns in field, tries to get the shot away.
So perhaps the answer is training.
Perhaps the answer, within Monaco is you're trying to find out what you do well, not what the other teams do well. It's Junior Wijnaldum. Dybala clips it in towards Abraham, cleared away. But the answer might just be just perfecting what you do well. I know we say talking about particular game plans you can employ against teams, but you also need to have your own game plan that you know quite well.
Yes.
As I see ball go in towards Dybala. Dybala trying to keep it in field. He can't. It's out of play. It's a Monaco goal kick.
It's difficult when you cannot get 3 or 4 passes together, you know? It's very hard.
It is indeed. Kamara blocks off Dybala. Kamara looking forward here, finds Kevin Volland. And see he gets the ball. Advantage given. Ball is launched forward again.
Once again.
Enrique. Kamara.
Starting from scratch. Now Monaco is freezing the game.
It's Volland though, Volland's got away. It's Kevin Volland once more. Plays it back towards Golovin. It's hit the defenders. Is it going to be kept in? It is by Diatta. There's Golovin once more though. Golovin, Diatta. Diatta rolls in the ball towards Volland. It was dangerous, but it was cleared away.
And Camps needs another goal in order to be sure of this game.
Needs to really solidify that lead, but Dybala, and as we said, in terms of 1-0, it's a really bad lead to have, because you've got to then build on it. Otherwise, you're going to allow people the opportunity to get back in here.
Exactly.
Roma have a corner. Quite close to half-time here. Dybala dinks in, looking for Matic. Abraham heads it towards goal.
Excellent goalkeeper.
Anubu will happily take that into his hands.
Excellent goalkeeping.
It's Dybala. Dybala onto Abraham. Back to El Shaarawy. Last action of the half, surely. El Shaarawy is away to Levski. It's towards Dybala. It's going to be a corner.
I don't think it's time.
It's going to be no time for the corner.
Gagliardo is greeted by his teammates.
Looking for some inspiration, looking for some comfort a little bit there. I think he knows he's got some opportunities here if he can fashion the chances.
Yes.
I think Cam's, on the other hand, knows that he's got the goal and knows that he doesn't necessarily need chances, he just needs to make sure that he defends his lead.
Yes, but also in the second half, he knows that his team suffers a little bit more of being without energy.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, Zalewski in towards Dybala, Karen Rique. It's Dybala who's got away from it. It's Abraham! You don't need me to tell you, Roma have equalised. You can hear it all from Gagliardo. You can hear the reaction, you can hear the emotion.
And we didn't have anything from Gagliardo. Well, now we have, my friends. It's 1-1. He went for the equalizer, he got it right away. Kick-off goal.
I think it's this read here. It's Dybala. It's if you super cancel your run, if you hold L2, you can break away from what the game is trying to get you to do.
Yes.
And allows you to be quicker and have you a bit more free running. It's then allowed him to get the ball into the box. Abraham's got a clear finish.
And now we have a tie.
Now comes back the other way. Here's Kamara.
And this is a full tie because we are tied in points also.
It would certainly be. It would be a full tie here. It's Gagliardo's first goal. As we see, Zalewski in towards El Shaarawy. Back towards the header of Abraham. It's cleared away as far as Wijnaldum. Zalewski in towards Abraham. El Shaarawy. Good save for the goalkeeper. And had to be there.
Now the wear is starting to show in Monaco's players.
Yeah, you can see the energy is dropped, but that's a wonderful ball from Volland. I don't know where he's got that from. It's through to Ben Yedder, and Selic will take the ball away. Here's El Shaarawy on towards Zalewski.
Good defending.
Zalewski, Abraham on towards El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy trying to find a way through.
And now is Gagliardo the one who plays like Usmakabil and with fast touches and first passes.
Yeah, you can see the confidence is up. It's his first goal of the tournament, by the way.
Yes.
His first goal of the league. What a time to grab it. As we see El Shaarawy in towards Abraham, just can't quite get the ball through. Malang Sarr will clear that forward. 16 game minutes on the clock here, 30 to go. And this will be the last game of this series. As we see Stefan El Shaarawy looking to roll into Zalewski. It will be cleared away once more. Volland with a bit of an improvised pass. It didn't quite get there. His Fofana.
It's getting tougher for Camps to hold the ball, to have possession.
Great ball through. Abraham's onside there. He's looking towards the header of Zalewski, in towards Dybala. Kamara will clear.
It's like it's all in the feet of Roma.
Nemanja Matic steals one in possession here. He's moving forward in transition. It's Zalewski looking for Abraham. Dybala tries to clip it back into him. It's just not quite there.
Monaco cannot grab the ball.
You can almost hear Roma just willing every touch. Gagliardo just shouting every touch to be friendly. Instead, it's Diatta.
I understand a little bit of Italian.
And I would only suggest that you probably don't repeat what you probably heard. But you probably hear here, though, and I would imagine if Monaco can get a goal here, the explosion of emotion may just be a little bit of a response in kind. But Dybala, though, will play his way forward.
We may need to bleep it a little bit.
Is Diatta on towards Ben Yedder. Nemanja Matic will clear it away. El Shaarawy, clear forward. Golovin. Good defending there from Roma. Wijnaldum springs it forward. Maripan, it's just going backwards and forwards at the moment here. Here's Fofana on towards Diatta.
This is the last game of match 3.
It is indeed. They are one win apiece at the moment. Punched by the keeper, but it's an offside, so it doesn't really matter.
Not much time left. Usmakabil won his match. Urma won his match. And now they are tying this game. One for AS Monaco, one for Roma.
Nothing to separate them as yet. Although, I will venture to say, as our curse of the commentators continues, there's still time on the clock. There's still time there for something to change. There's not a lot of time, but there's still some time there.
Yes. I think there is time for one more goal. Who will score it? I don't know.
15 in-game minutes left plus whatever the referee decides to add on. Here's Kevin Volland, finds the ball through. Baudou, the Dutchman, can he find a way through? He's onside. It's a brilliant block by the defender.
With the last breath, he got to the ball. He'll get to defend, the ball goes out of bounds.
It's Mancini, I believe, with the block there. He had to get there. He had no option but to get there. Although the danger is not over here.
Of course not.
Now Enrique wants to get the ball into the box. See the kept it clear.
New corner.
It's another corner. Could see that sequence of corners that we're so used to seeing.
It's like once you have one corner, they keep coming.
They do indeed, unless they score, which Maripan nearly did. Here's Baudou. Tammy Abraham looking to claim it. He does so, and it rolls out of play.
Whoa, what a ball lost by Roma.
It's really, really bad place to lose it as well. As we see Minamino, what can he do? Minamino into the box, Maripan with the clearance.
It looks like all of the players of both teams seem tired.
They do, certainly do. And that's where substitutions are so critical.
Yes, of course. With good substitutions, you can win a match.
You certainly can. If you time them correctly, they are like gold dust. If you can time them correctly, that's where they come into their own. And 8 minutes left.
I think that both of these players couldn't mind to draw this game.
I don't think they would, but I think they will always go for this win.
Yes, but I mean...
I think if it ends a draw, I don't think they're going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
But certainly they'll be trying to steal this at the death. Because looking at it here, it's 4 in-game minutes left here. Roma are on the attack. Malang Sarr heads it back, and you can see there it's just kind of petering out a little bit. See Nubel launching that one forward. 2 in-game minutes left here. Minamino on towards Volland. Andrea Bellotti trying to get this one forward.
This may be the last one.
May just be. Depends on how much the ref is elected to give. If he's as generous as it's been the last couple of games, we'll see 6 minutes.
Yes.
But he may just not. It may be something a little bit shorter. See them deciding on a throw there. We're going to now tick into added time. 3 in-game minutes left. Andrea Bellotti. Must have forgotten man at Roma these days. It's Volland though, finds Minamino. Minamino launches one forward. It's more in hope rather than expectation. And I think that's going to be the draw, and that's going to be 4 points apiece.
It looks like that way.
Yeah, and that is the final whistle. It is 4 points apiece for 3 games. They could not be separated.
They both seem to not be so happy. A little bit of disappointment once again from Monaco.
I think neither team is happy. Neither team is happy to come away without one-upping the other, as it seems. But again, both teams have got 4 points.
Yeah, and great sportsmanship, as Stifler says to Maccabi. You keep coming and coming.
Yeah. It was relentless. There was no words for it.
I love that. Was so Italian. You know?
But again, you know, Roma had their moments. Monaco certainly had their moments. You know, Irma, you know, took that game away from Eldridge quite quickly. You can see that Usman Kabil took that game away from Stifler very quickly. It was only that last game where it was a little bit more cagey. Once that equaliser had gone in, it then all of a sudden became quite cagey. But yeah, I mean, you know, great to see the sportsmanship on it, of course, as we always see. And yeah, 4 points apiece. You know, you can see there just from the highlights. You see there from the highlights, you'll see there some of the touches. Brilliant double touch, 2 times over, and a wonderful finish. But again, I'm not sure what your view from was where it was from, Semra, as I can get my words out and put my teeth back in.
No worries. Listen, I have to say that in game 1, you did warn us that you had seen a glint in the eye of Orma. You were looking forward to seeing what he was capable of doing today. He did bring the heat straight out of the gate. He came flying out on all cylinders, and he scored the earliest goal of the day so far. And on top of that, the second goal, actually, is definitely a contender for the best goal of the day. It was a beautiful combination play, one touch off the wall, a nice little spin, and then a finish to the far post. It was a beautiful piece of skill, we could say, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It was almost kind of watching a piece of ballet at one point, just seeing a pirouette from Dybala and then a left-footed finish. It was fantastic to see. But then, of course, game 2 came along.
Yeah.
And
it was another 7-goal thriller, but a completely different type of 7-goal thriller.
It was, you know, I think, you know, as soon as you saw Stifler giving the motion for give me a sub, just let this be over, because I think even he knew. I think at 4-0 it was curtains. And then the last game was really, like I said, once that equaliser went in, it suddenly developed this really cagey nature to it, where all of a sudden nobody really wanted to lose. And it kind of, you know, again, I think 4 points. I think given the start of the day, or given where the teams were at the start of the day, I think Roma will be happier with the 2 of having those 4 points. I think it takes them up to 10 if my mental maths is right.
And based on seeing the celebrations amongst the teammates, I would agree with you. They seem to be the happier bunch of the lot.
With the 2, and I'm sure we're going to hear off Usman Kabil II, who, again, it's almost like his permanent permanent move is just angry, and then it works. But it works for him. It works for him. It's the players who play on emotion and play on the limit.
Of course.
It works for them. We've seen it in real world football. You see it in the virtual world as well. Because even just players who play on the limit always seem to get that little bit extra out of them.
There's a reason why he in particular, as Maccabiel, is a 4-time champion, right? Yes. He is someone who is so skillful and so masterful at what he does. And today he really came, like you said, very much focused in the zone, really sharp, knew exactly what he wanted to do against Stifler, and that's exactly what he did. 6 goals.
Well, it's easier to list what he hasn't won than what he has won. It's easier to list off the things he hasn't done. And he's a phenomenal player, and again, like I said, for me, the best to ever do it, and will still continue to do it.
Well, he actually, I think we could say, one of his goals also could be considered as one of the contenders of the goal of the day as well, his 4th one, and Stifler was able to get a little bit of a consolation prize in the end, but Maccabiel has been able to pick up 4 points for AS Monaco so far across the 2 days. Well, Fiorita is with him now. Why don't we go ahead and get his thoughts then about his individual performance as well as collectively for AS Monaco.
And here I am with Maccabiel, I must say, man of the match. 6-1, it's a big difference. And you go home with 4 points. It's a good result or a bad result?
We are the champion. We won 3-time eFootball. It's not a good result, but first time GG to Roma. They play a lot. I know them. They have a good level. They train a lot, and it's for me it's good for both team. 4 point, and now we will focus on the next match.
We were impressed that your style and Cam's style is completely different, using the same team, and you got 6 goals. Which is the way for Monaco in this season?
Because Cam's miss a goal. If he score, I think if he score the second in the first half time, he can win maybe 4 or 5. But it's like this. It's esports. It's like this. If you miss, he will score. Your opponent will score, and we accept. It's for me. It's 4 point. We don't play. For me, we don't play good. I win my game, but Ulma, for example, play better than O'Neill, and Camps. It's a close game and finish 1-1.
Okay, next match is against Milan, and they started very well. How do you prepare for that game?
I know them. They play very good. It's different team, but for me it's like this Matchday, because they are Italian player. They have all the same style. I think we will be ready, but we will see. It's totally different when you play in offline than online. We are ready, but we will see.
Well, it's the actual champion. It's a legend in this game. It's Maccabiel. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much indeed. Obviously, Fiorita speaking to one of the very best ever in the history of this particular game, and someone who already said quite openly that you can't miss your chances, and he certainly doesn't miss his, because if we take a look at the top goal scorers so far over the match days, the 2 match days, well, we can update it, because now Maccabiel is right there at the very tippy top of it all, 7 goals to his name. He joins Rooks, so both of them are level, and they're followed by his fellow teammate from Arsenal in Dominator, 6 goals as well. We still have a couple of games left to go, I should say 3 in total. An interesting matchup, I think, between Manchester United as well as AC Milan. Do you see any of their particular players finding themselves on this board?
Well, the one who we saw last season, who was kind of like the breakout star of last season, is Nexa. Not on that list. He's somebody who I would anticipate is going to gate crash that list. I mean, I said on commentary I didn't expect us Maccabiel to gate crash the list, but it's us Maccabiel. What was I thinking? Of course he was going to gate crash the list. Yeah, of course he was. I would expect the same from the likes of Nexa. I think that unit of Manchester United have got a lot of very good players. But to Fiorita's point, I'll be quite interested to see whether AC Milan can mimic that 9 points that we saw in the first day, and see where their level actually is at, and whether they just caught FC Inter cold. I'm not too sure whether that's the case, but I'm sure we're going to find out.
Well, there's no players yet from Manchester United in the top 10. We do have one player from AC Milan, Sassinho. We already saw earlier today for Fiorita that he picked up the Best Goal of the Day award for Matchday 1. Do you see him climbing up a few spots?
Well, I mean, he might, because he will have very, very harsh competition today. We've seen excellent goals, and you know, when you interview him, he said, not today, next match. Perhaps he was like a premonition, you know, because we had so much good games, but they only need 4 points in order to get to the top again. So I think it would be a very interesting match because Manchester United is at the bottom of the league.
It is indeed. Well, Manchester United, they only have 2 points to the name so far after the opening round of action. It'll be fascinating to see how they take on the most informed club and team so far. The only team to have collected maximum points in this competition is AC Milan.
We will do our best, our maximum, as always, in every condition, every situation. In win or lose, we will do our best, we will never give up. And I hope they will be proud of us.
L'obiettivo per questa stagione credo sia lo stesso per tutti, è quello di vincere. Sia io che i miei compagni siamo preparati alla competizione.
And here we are for the last match of the day. One of the best teams from match day one, the best, it's AC Milan, against one of the least good. I don't want to say the worst. I know the word, but I don't want to say it. And this is incredible, you know, because these guys, Lofty, Kills-You, Nexa, they are top players. So they will have to prove why they are here.
Yeah. Well, we'll put it in context for you guys at home. If you didn't watch match day one, the reason why Manchester United only have 2 points was they played Barcelona.
Yes.
So to put it in context, we saw how good Barcelona were earlier. You can kind of understand why they're here. To kind of set the table a little bit more for those watching at home. And again, you know, if you're not averse to football, if you don't really watch football and you found yourself here, first of all, thank you very much for joining us. Second of all, let's just fill you one of these two clubs as two clubs in general. For my money, the biggest club in England. For my money, arguably the biggest club in Italy, right? There are two mammoth clubs that have, and we talked about expectation through other clubs. These two have got expectations that are another level. There's a level of expectation with Manchester United. There's a level of expectation with AC Milan. The good news on AC Milan's side of it is, at this point, they've met that expectation.
Yes.
Because they have completely gone above and beyond. And I would
say they are the new kids on the block.
Yeah, well, to some degree, because I was sat at home and I was thinking, and I was looking through when you were talking about it, going, well, their gameplay might be a little bit hidden and things, and I looked at it and I went, well, actually, their captain, Naples, previous Euro 2020 champion.
Yeah, but
but in terms of the context of this league, absolutely.
Exactly.
And obviously, with it being a new team as well to the league, I can totally agree. But I think in terms of the caliber of those players, they are incredible players. To match that on the other side of the fence, you've got Nexa, who was the MVP of last year.
Yes.
You've got Lotfi and Kills-You, who have been around and in this competition for quite a few years. Previous winners with Monaco.
Yes.
Kills-You himself was a rising star out of Monaco.
Yeah, Kills-You is an amazing player.
So you have all the makings of, you know, we talk about this, and I very rarely use this word when it comes to games. It's 2 words. Box office. This has got box office written all over it, in terms of the caliber, the situation of the teams, the situation of the games, the players who are going to be playing against one another. It has everything that is designed to be that main event. You know, if he was to say, oh, it's going to be a show match, because I know that's the kind of the thing in kind of Europe where you go, it's a show match. This is it. This is the one. This is the, as much as we wax lyrical about Barcelona versus Bayern Munich, this one's a really intriguing one.
Yes.
And they're looking at the 2 players who are going to come against each other. It Kills-You versus Naples.
Yes.
And that in it's that's going to be a very interesting matchup.
And this has all the ingredients on this competition. We have an English team, we have an Italian team, we have a French roster, and we have an Italian roster.
Yep. Yeah, and that's it, and that's the thing. But again, when you are clubs like these two clubs, you'll go out and get the best because you want the best to represent you. Outside of grabbing Uzmakabir and Netarito, I would say that the three gentlemen who are fielding for Manchester United in this environment are the best three you could go and get outside of those. You know, in that pot, they're in that elite level of players because they've been around winning mentalities. They've been around beating teams and beating teams comfortably, and they have that in the ability. And again, to talk about the clubs themselves, both of these clubs though have got weapons. We saw how good Zlatan Ibrahimovic was in this game mode. We've seen Rafael Leao against Cezinho's goal. Was Rafael Leao converting it? But then on Man United side of the fence, you've got Rashford, you've got Sancho, you've got Anthony, you've got Martial. You've got players who you can move about the pitch and are interchangeable, and that's what makes them so dynamic and so dangerous.
Yes.
And I think at this point, I mean, you know, we haven't done predictions, and thankfully we haven't, because I couldn't split anybody here. It's so good from a, you know, as a kind of a personal comment from me, to be back for this match day filling in for Harry. It's been fantastic for me to be up close and watching this level again, because it reminds you of how good these players actually are up close and personal.
Yes, these players are amazing, and I think that this is my personal opinion, that today we saw better matches than on match day one.
Well, the players have got comfortable now.
Yeah.
I know it was only one match day, but players are now like, okay, well, I know what that feels like.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I can,
Yes.
you know, it's been a while, as Maccabeal said, it's different from being online to being offline.
Yes.
There's a different vibe. You can physically feel people. You can physically feel, as we said earlier, you can feel tension. You can feel the emotion that's in the room. And that is a different vibe. And it's something you've got to get kind of almost retrain your brain to be, because some of these players have not had those types of tournaments in, what, 3, maybe 4 years? They've not had that environment.
That's a lot.
Now you've got to get back used to it.
That's a lot. And they have to travel, they have to come here to Barcelona. We are live from Barcelona, enjoying with these players this amazing celebration of video games, of my favorite video game, which is eFootball. I've been playing this game for so many years. It was called so many other names.
There's been a lot of iterations of it.
Yeah.
I think probably the two of us have probably been playing it since we were in short pants.
Yes, and I like this game so much, and I enjoy this game so much, that being able to share this time with all of you at home, this makes me very happy. Thank you very much. This is the best community in video games for me. I mean, I grew playing this game and I enjoy it every day. And thank you very much to everybody in Latin America, in Argentina, in Brazil, in Peru. These people are really passionate.
Well, I was going to say, to pardon the pun, it's great to see the evolution of it.
Yes, of course.
Pardon the pun. It's great to see the evolution of, to get to this level, to get to a level where we have real world clubs that have rosters of eFootball or eSport athletes. You know, we haven't spoken about this one at length, but João Victor, for example, his dream was to move from Brazil, or he followed his eSport dream to go from Brazil to Portugal, to then, because he was chasing a dream because he wanted to compete in esports, and then now he's achieved that dream because he's now part of Bayern Munich, and he's now achieved that role. It's fantastic for those types of stories to be told, because again, if you're sat at home and you're watching this, somebody might go, I'm not really bothered about that backstory, but it does show you the level of commitment that some of these players have had to do in terms of committing to changing locations, changing cultures, changing environments. It just goes to show.
And this community is also a family. Last time I saw you, we weren't even world champions, and look at us now.
Indeed.
But here we are.
We get to what I would say, because it is the last game, it is the main event of match day 2. It is Manchester United versus AC Milan. And this, like I said, has a box office written all over it.
And it starts with kills you against Naples.
And it is AC Milan go from left to right. It is Manchester United in their traditional red shirt, going from right to left. It's Calabria gathers the ball up for a throw-in. And again, it'll be interesting to see who starts off the quickest of the two as Victor Lindelof finds his way to retrieve the ball, but Calabria's won it back. It's cleared away once more. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how nerves set up here.
Yes.
How do nerves set up, and how does it function here? Kaye brings it forward, finds Sandro Tonali. Tonali to De Cattiere. Brahim Diaz is cleared away. Here's Eriksson though, finds Marcel Sabitzer. We heard a lot about the position of Marcel Sabitzer in the build-up to this, as being deployed as a centre forward as opposed to his traditional position. Again, these guys are working under a collective team strength of 24-30, so they will be looking to maximise their potential. Here's Martial, looking for Sabitzer once more, back in towards Anthony Martial. Martial in towards Bruno Fernandes, not back, looking for Sabitzer. It's cleared away, only as far as Casemiro.
It was an intelligent play.
It's still there, danger is still on here as Calabria up against Bruno Fernandes. I expect skills in this game from both players. Both of these players have the ability and have it in the locker to be able to pull off skill moves as and when they need to.
And here it comes.
It's Calabria.
It's AC Milan.
Calabria looking forward here. Ball into the box. Brahim Diaz. He's towards Sandro Tonali. Tonali looking back for Brahim Diaz. David De Gea will gobble that ball up. And will take it away. Here's Sabitzer looking for the header. Gets the header, but he's gifted it straight to Rafael Leao. Leao into Tonali. Back towards Leao. In towards Brahim Diaz.
Epa.
Oh, it's Zlatan Ibrahimovic. He's looking to lurk there, but he's cleared away once more. Is Anthony Martial.
I like the fancy jump.
It's very much, the air flicks are very much a welcomed aesthetic that I'm very much a fan of within this game, as Bruno Fernandes looks to free up Marcus Rashford on that left-hand side, drifting in as he has been doing to great effect in the real world. He's now trying to do it in the virtual world too.
Yes, of course.
Tonali will win it back. Here's Ibrahimovic to Rafael Leao.
It looks very balanced, this game. It's battle in the midfield.
But it will only take a second for that to change. Long ball in towards the backfield, looking for Marcus Rashford. Bruno Fernandes trying to flick it on. But it's Magnan who will take that under his spell. Throws it out towards Calabria. Zlatan with that knockdown. And Sandro Martinez will take that one clear. It's David De Gea. Puts that forward towards Marcus Rashford. Brahim Diaz takes that again. Sandro Tonali. Tonali back to him. Is Ibrahimovic. Can he get free? Stunning strike. Blocked off. Aaron Wan-Bissaka looking to try and head that down. Ibrahimovic wins it to it.
It was very well blocked.
It was well cleared in the end as well by Kilzu. There is Christian Eriksen. Bruno Fernandes, brilliant through ball. It's Marcus Rashford onside. Can he find the strike? He looks to roll it across and it's cleared away.
And I can see that Kilzu, it's a little bit more advanced in this game.
He's looking a bit more technical at the moment.
Yeah,
here is Marcus
in
Rashford.
terms of chances.
Rashford in towards Martial, slipped at a vital moment.
Situations, precision, a little bit more for Manchester United.
But it'll only take a second for that to change as Zlatan Ibrahimovic finds it out to Brahim Diaz. Diaz turns in field. Bruno Fernandes with the challenge there. Nothing was given. Eriksen's made his way forward. Is Bruno Fernandes back? Instead, it's Tomori will take it clear there. Foul given away there by Victor Lindelof. Well, we've seen plenty of trick-free kicks.
Yes,
in our travels.
We haven't seen today any free kick goal.
No,
not yet.
I don't think we've only ever. I think we saw two direct free kicks.
Yes.
One was Bayern Munich, and the other one was the post hit for Arsenal from Dominator. So we haven't, quite rightly, fouls have not really been at a premium at this level of the field. It's going to be taken shortly to Calabria, and Sabitzer is going to nick that one clear, and that's a little bit of a waste opportunity there from AC Milan.
Yes, that failed. That was a prepared play that failed.
It did indeed. As Marcus Rashford looks to turn back in field. Kaye takes it away though. The Great Dane at the heart of AC Milan's defence. Ball forward to Calabria. Calabria inside to Brahim Diaz. Neat back here. Finds Tonali. Finds the hands of David De Gea. Martial. Towards Eriksen. Eriksson to Sabitzer, back towards Eriksson. Ambasaka, Casemiro, up towards Marcus Rashford, has overlapping runs should he use them. It's Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes looking to combine, plays it in towards Sabitzer. It's going to go all the way out for a corner ball, I believe. And this will be a corner for Man United coming up towards half-time here. Going to look towards Rafael Varane for a header. The goalkeeper's come out of goal here. Sabitzer, can he grasp hold of it? He's put it wide and an open goal.
What happened to that goalkeeper?
Manual goalkeeping to come and try and stop Varane's flick on. Instead, Magnan doesn't get out quick enough, and as a result, it leaves the goal absolutely wide open.
He went for a pizza.
He went for everything, and instead come up with absolutely nothing.
And you know, I could hear Kilsue lamenting because it was a big opportunity to have that goalkeeper so far away from the goal.
Just needed to be on target. That's all it required. And that would have been a Manchester United lead. And instead...
And now he wants to put the first half to bed. It's 0-0.
You can see the gesturing from Kilsue. You can see the gesturing from him. He's not quite happy. I think he probably feels that he should be a goal ahead here. I mean, there's only been that one opportunity.
Yes.
It was close. There was the half chance for Naples with Ibrahimovic down the other end, which got smothered. There's not really been a lot of other chances to really speak of.
No. It's fair. I think the result for now is fair.
Rashford. Martial. Tomori intercepts it, finds Tonali. To Rafael Leao. Casemiro intercepts it, finds Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes to Eriksson. Eriksson to Sabitzer. Tries to get it back to Eriksson. Instead, Tonali gets there. Eriksson with a lunge. Gets there ahead of the defender. But no foul was given. Here's Ibrahimovic up to his chest. Brahim Diaz. Forward again once more is Rafael Leao. Calabria. Brahim Diaz back towards Benacer. Diaz. It's back towards Benacer again. He just can't get the ball through, and Eriksson will clear that one down the line. Sabitzer giving that physical option, also going forward, being in that unnatural position, but balls through Ibrahimovic. Leao.
It's a very battled match. It's not precise. It's not skillful. It's just battled.
It's what we would call in the UK a scrap. It's literally a scrappy game. It's not one that's born out of skill at this point in time. It's not smooth, correct. It's that there's not really too much skill involved here. But it kind of goes against what we know about these two players, is they are normally littered full of skills. You can see their shots, it's 5 total. It's not really been a lot going here. Hopefully we see a little bit of individual brilliance as Brahim Diaz tries to find a way through. Martinez will take it clear. There's Marcus Rashford. Ball's going to come forward again here with AC Milan's Brahim Diaz. Diaz, it's Tonali. Blocked away again. Eriksson will clear.
And AC Milan, it's attacking a little bit more in the second half.
They are indeed, but be careful of the counter-attack of Manchester United. Here's Marcus Rashford, rolls it across to Marcel Sabitzer. Sabitzer to Eriksson. It's bundled. It's still there for Eriksson. Martial, it's bundled again, but it's cleared away this time by AC Milan. 60 in-game minutes on the clock here. As we said before, they will go incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I don't think that Manchester United had shot at target in the second half.
They may only need one, though, as we've said countless occasions here. They only need one. It's Bruno Fernandes. Calabria forward. Rafael Leao, Brahim Diaz. Brahim Diaz, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Rafael Leao looking back in towards Ibrahimovic. Varane had to flick it away. It's gone for a corner.
And right now, AC Milan is starting to knock on the door of merit.
Absolutely. I think they are looking to impose their will here. Their changes that are coming on there.
Sostituzione per il Milan. Numero 10.
See what effect they may take here, but Tonali is stood over this corner. Tonali looking in towards the header of Ibrahimovic, looking back towards Tomori. It's headed by nobody. It's gone all the way through. It'll go to a Manchester United throw-in.
And this match counterbalances how many goals we saw on the earlier matches.
Yeah, it's very much equalled it out from earlier on. You see Zidane Iqbal, highly rated youngster from Manchester United, onto the field here. Cleared away by Kaya. Just seems to be breaking down that last pass, that last moment, as Casemiro rolls it on to Wan-Bissaka.
Yeah, because both are best defending.
Sabitzer in towards the back post. Oh, it's off the post! And you can hear the groans. What an opportunity that was for Manchester United to take the lead. Ball's going to come back, though. It's still not cleared of full danger. Here is Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes looking to create a chance here. Zidane Iqbal. Casemiro. Iqbal. Back to Casemiro. Looking to roll in. Martial! Kilzu breaks the deadlock. Martial scores the goal, and Manchester United take the lead.
And he was looking for this goal since the moment this match started. He didn't have much precision, but when he needed, he found it.
Remember, it only takes one, and it only took the one from Anthony Martial. What a strike that was. Again, good interplay between Iqbal, Casemiro, Kilzu, as you said, patience, working the opportunity, working the chance, and Anthony Martial finds the back of the net. You can see Kilzu delighted with that. Absolutely delighted.
And he celebrates in his own right. The moment in where AC Milan was getting better and better was the moment in which Manchester United scored.
It's the perfect time to strike. You
Yes.
take your opponent.
Yes.
When they think they're about to get their way, sucker punch.
Pumba.
Pumba indeed. Very much sucker punch. And it sets that now in motion. There's now a difference here in terms of the way that these teams have now got to form. You notice there, left-hand side of your screen, he's looking to tuck up the shop. He's looking to put the shutter down and say, nope, you're not coming in now. And that also lends itself to how dangerous this AC Milan team are in this mode, in this mode and in this stance. Because again, physicality is massively important. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, incredibly physical, as we know, especially in this mode. He's gonna have to find, or they're gonna have to find something else here. As Naples looks to find his way through there, but instead his ball has been given away to Marcus Rashford. Rashford looking to try and find a little bit of a way through, and Krunic will intercept it and take it forward.
And this match is important because it may get Manchester United a little bit relief.
It may get them out of the danger zone at least. If not only for one game, is Kalulu to Tomori. Benacer. Looking to move forward once more. Rafael Leao, Krunic, Ibrahimovic. Ball being moved about there by Naples. Just can't find the next pass through. Instead, Bruno Fernandes looking to set Anthony Martial.
And Kilzu builds his game from the defense. He starts laying the base in his defense. And by having a good defense, he's getting able to win this game.
Absolutely, absolutely. And in terms of the way that he's performed here, it's again, as we used the word earlier on, maturity. It's a mature performance. It's showing that actually we can find our level, we can perform. Naples, however, though, is always a danger. Until that final whistle goes, he's always a danger. As Martial heads it down, Iqbal clears it forward. So now, as we said before, as long as that ball stays in play, that clock keeps ticking. And for AC Milan, that time is winding down quicker and quicker as time goes on, as Sandro Martinez plays it back towards David De Gea. Oh, a bit of danger here, maybe. David De Gea clears that forward. Only as far as a Benacer header. AC Milan, could they get an opportunity? It's closed down by Bruno Fernandes. Not long left on the clock here. Sabitzer looking to run that clear. He will clear his lines, and you would think that that is going to be 3 points in the bag for Manchester United. And there goes the final whistle. And it seems to be the stereotype with our French players here. They just get angry even when they've won. As we see Kilsey just very angry with what he's doing.
Yes. I'm angry because I won.
Yeah. I've got 3 points. I'm really annoyed. Yeah, it's like, no, that's not how it works. But again, as we say, players who play on the limit, or players who are frustrated or annoyed,
it's passionate.
Sometimes it works in your favour.
Yes.
And that is when it works in your favour, is that annoyance that he had of, I can't believe I've not scored more, I can't believe I've not played very well. Instead, you find a way to win. That's what champions do. They find ways to win.
That's true, my friend. And let's see the highlights of this amazing game.
Yeah, there wasn't that many chances really to speak of that you could point to and say AC Milan deserved to get anything out of the game, realistically. I look at some of the moves that they made, and again, that's a bit of chance that could have been. I mean, that could have been.
They tried, but they didn't have very clear chances.
No, I don't think they did. And I think looking at it, I think the balance of it is, I don't think they deserve to win that game. Like, looking at some of the chances, they were half chances more than anything else. Or, as one of my favourite sayings I used to use was, it was chances to have chances.
Yes, exactly.
If you're not picking the right options, you're not going to get your way through. And I think with AC Milan and with Naples, it wasn't particularly the most progressive of games, as you see there as well. Could have been more for them. You know, hitting the post off that header. Yeah, there were so many things that could have been a bigger goal difference on. And that probably explains as to why Kilsey was probably as angry as he was.
And now we are looking for the next match, but before, we still have to see the goal that gave Kilsey.
Fantastic work from him. Again, to work that chance, Martial scores, brilliantly finished off. And again, in terms of players we talked about, we said they have that interchangeable front three.
Yes.
If you're not using Sancho, you're using Martial. If you're not using Martial, you're using Rashford. If you're not using Rashford, you've got Anthony. They've got so many attacking options that they can use. It just comes down, as we've said before, it comes down to personal preference. It comes down to which one do you prefer using. Clearly, Kilsey likes using his countryman, because Martial was the one that took the game away from him.
And this is how it went. Now it's time for the second match, and we will have Sasinho, the man with the best goal from match day 1, against Nexa.
So you've got goal of the match day versus previous season's MVP.
Whoa, that's amazing.
That's a tie. That is a really good tie. And again, I think if Sasinho's correct in terms of his matchup, he will want to keep it tight, and he'll want to make sure that there is no goals conceded.
Exactly.
It's going to be incredibly hard against somebody like Nexa, because he, again, is one to watch.
And in fact, they have just lost the first 3 points. They came, when I'm saying they, I'm referring to AC Milan. They came with perfect score. Well, that's no more.
Well, it's gone by the wayside now.
There are no more undefeated. There are no undefeated. Well, I think, Barcelona is still undefeated.
Yes.
Barcelona is still undefeated.
What you're ready to say is that winning streak's over. That's what it is. But looking at it as well from that can also be a little bit of a blessing, because there's not that expectation you're going to go in and win every game. Because as we know from watching these games, you're not going to win every game.
No, of course.
You're not going to come in here and have a perfect record throughout the entire season. It's just,
it's impossible.
It's impossible, because the level of players and the caliber is just too high. So you're going to lose at some point. This now becomes a point for AC Milan is how are your powers of recovery? Is Sasinho going to be kind of disheartened by the fact that Naples has just lost, or is he going to be buoyed by the fact that he's going to bring in Nexa? And more importantly, is Nexa going to take comfort in the fact that Kilsey's just won, and he might go, oh, hold on a minute, I can do this as well. there's so many of those personality questions, and we talk about kind of the players on the pitch, we talk about the clubs, we talk about all these things. It's the intangibles of the human beings behind these controllers. It's how do they react on a human level. Because that's always the bit that intrigues me, is what goes on in their brains in terms of what do they look at and go, I'm inspired by that, or what do they look at and go, I'm really disheartened by that. What is the method and the game plan that goes with it? And there's so many different facets to this. You know, I speak to representatives from different clubs earlier on where they said, I didn't really know esports was this deep. I didn't realise it was this. Honestly, you know, when I spoke to them when they said the weeks and months of preparations that these guys go into, they were shocked. They were like, I didn't realise there was so much going on this. And it's like, it really is. And, you know, for those viewers at home that might just look at these 3 games and go, oh, they've only just turned up to Barcelona and they've just, you know, it's a little bit of a jolly, it's a holiday. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because these guys will now go home with whatever results they're going to come out with, and they'll go, we need to work on this, we need to work on this, we need to work on this.
This tournament in particular, you have just 1 match. So you have to expect at least 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's one of the best, but also one of the most cruel competitions, because if you come out and you don't win, or you don't score, or you don't put on a good performance, like you said, you've got 2, maybe 3 weeks of it burning you, the fact that you didn't put on the right level and you didn't put on the right game plan.
There are players that we have already a month going on in the competition and they haven't won.
Yeah, but that'll be something for them to go home and reassess, because as we've said, those guys will have teammates that have earned points here as we kick off game 2 here. It's Manchester United from left to right. It's Rashford looking for Martial early. He's offside from near enough the first minute.
Yeah, he was trying for this kick-off goal and he almost got it.
Almost indeed. Ball will come back the other way though. As we mentioned, it is Nexa versus Cicinho. His last season's MVP of the entire league versus the player with the goal of the matchday for matchday 1 this season.
And a check of 5,000 euros under his belt.
It's not bad for a goal. Not bad at all.
Perhaps he can have us for dinner.
maybe. Well, it depends on the result of this game. As you see Rafael Leao. And you'll see Cicinho try and grow into this, I think. I don't think it's going to be a case of... I don't think it's going to be a... He's not going to try and play Nexa's game. He's going to go try and play his own here. But as we'll see there, ball breaks to Lisandro Martinez. Martinez forward, looking towards Anthony Martial. Gets there ahead of Kalulu. Martial loses out eventually to Kalulu. It's Magnan forward to Calabria. Brahim Diaz. Ball is recaptured by Bruno Fernandes. Here's Fred.
Very battled.
He is indeed. Bruno Fernandes clips one over the top. Looks for Sabitzer. Sabitzer on the chest. Brilliant save from Magnan.
Very good saving by
big opportunity for the Austrian. Ball is not cleared fully yet. Brahim Diaz will clear it this time. It's forward to Benacer. AC Milan looking to drive this forward. Benacer receives it once more. Benacer has Zlatan Ibrahimovic, gets away from his defender, but that little go-between between him and Wan-Bissaka just put him off enough to just let go of the ball.
It was near 15 in-game minutes. Not clear chances for anyone yet.
Not just yet. Apart from that one big opportunity that was just down the other end, but here's Zlatan. Looking to work their way in again are AC Milan. Here's Benacer, double touch, finds it to Calabria. Brahim Diaz in towards the box, looking for a header on. It's Rafael Leao that will recover it at the edge of the box. Sandro Tonali. It's cleared away by Rafael Varane. Sabitzer launches that one clear.
It's a brainy match. They are studying each other. They're starting the game.
Oh, Magnan nearly came loose there at the seams. The ball goes launched forward again. Martial trying to flick it on. It's Fred who's going to recover it. Sabitzer in towards Fred. Fred, neat little back heel. Oh, it's Rashford!
Oh, la, Manchester.
I'm just counting up in my head. That was 1 back heel, 2 back heel, 3 back heel. Fantastic work from Nexa. Brilliant finish from Rashford.
And I think that today it's gonna be a very hard day for the guys picking the best goal of the match. Because we have amazing goals. We have incredible goals. What a goal. It's stunning.
I mean, as a highlight reel goes, I mean, the production team are going to have a field day with the highlights package here because this was fantastic.
Let's see.
If you watch this again, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Unreal gameplay there to see consecutive back heels just at ease. But again, it's knowing the positions of where your players are going to be. Brilliant finish from Rashford.
Amazing.
Oh, sorry, no, I beg your pardon. It wasn't Rashford. Number 9, it's not Rashford. No, number 9 is Martial. It was fished up by. I think I had seen so many back heels, I got confused between my goal scorers. I believe that was Anthony Martial. Such was the speed of the back heels and such was the speed of the movement. It's very quick to follow it when you see a name. Brahim Diaz looking to get his way through here. AC Milan trying to insta response here.
And how fast things change.
Oh, Rashford is not. No, sorry, I got my own lines confused. Rashford's not number 9. I don't know where I got that from.
First match day, AC Milan got perfect points. Now they are losing the first 2 matches.
As Rafael Varane flicks it up and plays it back to his goalkeeper. He'll take that one clear. Nexa knows.
That was a nice trick.
Well, you say it was a trick. It's more so to time waste because it keeps the ball in the air. But I think it's a little bit too early for time waste, especially 30 in-game minutes in.
Yes.
Well, we'll see AC Milan try and launch their own counter-attack here. Benacer. Benacer over towards Rafael Leao. Leao neat dummy. Looking towards Ibrahimovic. He swung a leg at it, but Lindelof got in the way.
He tried to kick the ball, but the ball wasn't there yet.
Kicked fresh air is what he kicked there. Here's Rashford. Rashford to Sabitzer. Back to Fred. Fred looking back in.
I'm still thinking about how great that goal was.
It was incredible movement. It was incredible movement. But we talk about players knowing where their players are going to be. It was second nature because he knew where that kind of row of players was going to be. So, again, it's brilliant prep work from him. It's Rafael Leao. Ibrahimovic, great give and go. Finds Leao, looking for Ibrahimovic again. Ibrahimovic still there. And it's a ball through, but AC are offside. And they will complain about it, but it's a foot. It's literally
nothing.
a foot.
It's nothing.
But as we said earlier, if you're offside by a yard or a mile, you're still offside.
But that was dangerous.
It was indeed. It's Tonali. Forward towards Brahim Diaz. Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Cleared away though. Bruno Fernandes looks to launch that one forward. He's up against Martial. Or to Martial. It's cleared away once more by AC Milan. Here is Sandro Tonali. As we'll see the live table, you'll see the effects that these results have had all over this match day. And of course, we will bring you a live or a full table once we get at the conclusion of all of these results here today. And you'll see the movers and runners and riders of all of the changes you've seen here today. Here's Brahim Diaz. Diaz to Benacer.
There will be 1 minute.
Rafael Leao takes it under his spell. Brahim Diaz. Fred takes it away. Sabitzer, will he get the last attack of the half? He will look to try. And there's a slight challenge. It's through to Rashford. Rashford squares it to Martial. Martial, has he got the opportunity to big save? Rashford! Marcus Rashford makes it 2-0 on the stroke of half-time. It's that lightning-quick attack. And again, it comes from, I can't say it's an error because they've read it correctly. It's just a ricochet that doesn't go your way in eFootball. It's a great side challenge to read the tackle, but it played straight into Rashford's hands. You'll see it here again. It's a great read. Instead, the ball bounces to Rashford. Martial, brilliant. Forces a save. Rashford sweeps it home. 2-0.
It's amazing how they build the play and how the planets lined up, because, you know, the goalkeeper did his job, but he had the second player on the right spot.
You see what it means to Nexa as well for that reaction.
Yes.
You can see what it means to them to represent Manchester United. It really is, like we said, it's that almost that badge of honour that they really have of, we are representing the club that we are especially proud of here. So again, great performance. It's only halfway of the job though for Nexa. He's got another half of football to go. But at the moment, he's looking that he's replicated some of the form that we saw last year, just in a different kit this year.
But you know what amazed me is that last week, last match day, AC Milan looked invincible.
Indeed, indeed. But the thing that also surprised me, which the goal graphic has just given me here, Nexa hadn't scored before today. As Rashford takes a neat little double touch, tries to find the ball in Kaya, gets the ball away. He hadn't scored before today. It's so unlike Nexa to go in a 0-0. But again, as we said, Manchester United had a difficult game against Barcelona opening game.
Yes.
They had, you know, and we saw Barcelona's level already.
And by now, Barcelona is at the top of the standings.
They certainly are. And again, looking at the way that they are moving at the moment, Manchester United look to be looking up rather than down at this point in time.
Yes.
As you see, Calabria has it forward. Neat back here, Raheem Diaz trying to find his way in there. Alessandro Martinez clears that ball away. It's Marcus Rashford in towards Bruno Fernandes. Martial, Fred, Sabitzer. Sabitzer in towards Martial. Martial to Bruno Fernandes. Trying to find a way through there. Here's Sabitzer. Fred. It's Magnan just trying to collect himself a little bit here. Ball's going to come forward here by AC Milan. He's trying to get the ball through. Instead, Alessandro Martinez picks that up. It's Fred. Fred with the super cancels. Nexa just trying to employ a little bit of trickery just to get that ball through that low block.
Match was 71,898.
Brahim Diaz onto Benacer. Benacer forward. Instead, Fred will come and pick his pocket and take it away from him. Here's Martial, who has got away from Kayet. And Martial has got his way around the back here. He's found Marcel Sabitzer in towards Rashford again. And it's cleared away this time.
And now Nexa is justifying his win. Why is he winning? Because he's playing way better than his opponent.
Hold that thought as AC Milan look to be on the charge here. Ball to Benacer in towards Rafael Leao. Rafael Leao looking to turn. Bit of a stumble, nothing given by the referee, and Fred will clear. Here's Martial on towards Rashford. Calabria will take it clear. Ball forward by Wan-Bissaka. Martial looking to chase. It's Calabria. Martinez will clear. Calabria back once more. AC Milan running out of time here to get themselves into this game. Again, as we say about styles of teams playing up against one another, AC Milan may have ran into a team that it doesn't fit well with them.
Exactly, and they are being able to get some danger into Manchester United's box. Not even once.
No, they seem to be struggling. It seems to be struggling with trying to find a way through. Again, that kind of the golden triangle, as I've seen it be said on social media, of Varane, Martinez, Casemiro.
Yes.
That triangle seems to be incredibly potent with stopping that block.
Number 8.
It really does.
That may explain a little bit why things are how they are.
Coming on to replace him is...
It's Rashford in on goal again. And
Sasinho needs a goal right away if he wants to have any chance of equalizing this game.
I think so. I think it needs to. It's now or never, to pardon the parlance. As Tonali try and get that ball forward. It's Fred. Forward towards Martial. Martial rolls it in. Rashford once more!
And this game has ended. This game has ended. Amazing win. Amazing play for Nexa. This is the Nexa that we saw last season. Has nothing to do with the Nexa from match day 1. 3-0 in a very clear game, in a very clear level difference.
Number 9.
Yeah, fantastic ball as well though there. Just that one. And again, AC Milan, or Sasinho, thinks he's done enough. Thinks he's got the body across. If you look here, you see there the hand out. That's always a key thing to look for in eFootball. He thinks he's done enough. Calabria's got across. He thinks he's got the block in instead.
No.
You pull the trigger. You pull the trigger. You get the shot gone. And Nexa finds the back of the net. 3-0.
Nexa definition was amazing. In all of the 3 goals, the definition, the last step was amazing.
It's always that last step that is the most crucial. But the ball in the back of the net is the hardest thing to do in a game of football, let alone in a game of virtual football. Quite a nice echo for Nexa's celebration there, mimicking Marcus Rashford's. It's a nice little echo because it's Rashford that's done all the damage for him here.
That's true. That's true. And perhaps, who knows if Rashford is watching this live stream?
Who knows? Who knows indeed. But certainly he has been a thorn in this AC Milan side, especially with Nexa, as they look to come on the charge again here as AC Milan just can't get that last bit of quality through the ball. Florenzi, Krunic. AC Milan just trying, and Cecilio just trying to find a way through here. They've got Rafael Leao. It's quick feet from Rafael Leao. Got the controlled strike, and there is
it's a goal.
1 goal. They've gone to get the ball at the net. There is still time. It's improbable, but it's not impossible.
Yes, I think this goal is more important for Kirito, who's playing the next game, than from Cecilio.
Certainly would give you a little bit of confidence to say, yeah, actually, we can put the ball in the back of the net. And it was that very quick feet there from Rafael Leao. A little bit of dribbling, then the double touch, takes it away from the defender. Controlled strike, finds it into the back of the net. Like I say, very delicately poised right now. And I know some people may look at it and go, but where's that? It's 3-1. I'm like, no, it's still poised. There's still time. Nexa will need to go out and kill this game now.
Yes, it's, as you said, it's improbable, but it's possible. For it to be real, he needs to grab this ball as fast as he can.
Yeah, and it's just whether Nexa's going to allow him to. And as we say that, well, he's now giving the ball away. And it's Rafael Leao. Rafael Leao through the middle, looking for Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and it's cleared away by Lisandro Martinez. Affectionately known as the Butcher around the place at Old Trafford. It's Florenzi to Tonali, in towards Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic still moving forward here. What can he fashion out here? Not a lot, as the chance may seem. Only 2 added minutes, so this looks like it's going to be heading the way of 6 points now, going the way of Manchester United. And the ball is thefted there by Lindelof, his friend. There goes the final whistle. 3-1 for Nexa. And that is a huge result for Manchester United.
6 points already in the bag. And, you know, if you are the AC Milan coach now, you're saying, how can this be? How can we come from 9 out of 9 to 0 out of 6?
Well, there's a couple of arguments you could make. Number one, you're in a derby in the day one.
Yes.
You're in a derby. There's an increased pressure. Number two, you could point to the results that we've seen from FC Inter today, point to them and go, are they as strong as Manchester United? Now, again, we're only taking this match day and last match day into account. On the basis of the results we've seen so far, Manchester United are stronger than Inter. And more importantly, we have seen a lot of players reference Manchester United as being one of the favourites.
That's true.
So with that all being said, as you quite rightly said earlier, we're needing to find where AC Milan are as a level. We need to find out exactly where they are in the grand scheme of things. Was it a one-hit wonder? Was it a flash in the pan? Or have they got more in their locker? Now, if they can take 3 points away of this third game, then that kind of argument kind of becomes a bit of a moot point.
Yes, exactly.
Because
I think
as it stands right now,
this match is the most important of the 3.
Yeah,
just because of that.
Because they need something to go away.
Yeah,
with.
because it's so different to have 3 points, 6-3, than to have 9-0. It's really it's a sea of difference.
Well, and also to put it in context, as the stat that well, between me and Semra dropped earlier, a 9-point match day never happened in eFootball Championship Pro. So I think it's such an anomaly that I think it's the anomaly that kind of almost disproves the rule. I don't think that we are seeing the best of AC Milan, but I think that's more so because we're now seeing the quality that Manchester United possess. And I think that's the real takeaway from this game. It's not necessarily how bad have AC Milan been, it's actually how good have Manchester United been. I think that's the real takeaway.
That's true. And, you know, if Manchester United wins this the last game, then we climb from the seventh standing to the second one. That's amazing.
Yeah, but it shows you just how compact it is in that cluster.
It's really compact. That's true.
And also it'd be great for them because again they could walk away and go, okay, well we're second. Okay, actually first match day may not have gone exactly as we planned.
Yes.
But we took 9 points away. But as I've said, a 9-point match week or a 9-point match day is a rare occurrence. But I'm hoping that we're not going to see kind of an echo of it. I'd like to see some type of response from Kirito. And again, we haven't even touched on the player that he's playing against in Lotfi, who, again, as we've said, went back-to-back in 2019 and 2020 with that Uzmakabeel team.
Yes. And he's
was a runner-up in 2021. Has had a litany of success, both nationally, internationally, as a co-op, as a normal, as a 1v1 player. And again, it knows his way around the game. It's not like we just grabbed random people off the street and gone, here, come and play eFootball for a bit. These are premier players.
Yes, he's a young veteran because he's just 23 years old.
Yeah.
But he has been playing since he was...
He's been playing since the dawn of time, from what it feels like.
Yes.
But it's right. You've got these youthful players, but they are experienced, and I suppose that's the beauty of this kind of setup now, is you've now got kind of players who are mid-20s but have been around for years, so they already have that experience. So when you have the likes of Nexa, Killzu, youngsters, although they're of similar ages, they've got a bag full of experience that they can import onto those players and then make their own styles out the back end of it. So I think this is going to be the real tale of this game. If it's United and they get 9 points, it's going to be a fantastic match week for them. If it's 3 points or a 1 point, if it's a 1 point, I still think it's a very good match day for Manchester United. But I think for AC Milan to walk away with at least some level of happiness, they're going to need 3 points here.
Yes, I agree completely. Lotfi is the oldest player in Manchester United with just 23 years old. He's the captain. So this is a very young team, but a very talented team. I think that perhaps their youth could take a toll on the first match day.
Well, as I say a not so wise man once said, you don't win anything with kids. And I'm thinking that these might disprove the rule. I think these might disprove the rule just a little bit, because youth, especially within an esport perspective, youth and kind of exuberance and reflexes, they're what you need at this level.
Yes.
It's the reason why seldom people who are of an elder age group, 30s and or above, don't come to esports events, because your reflexes go after a while. It's a lot like playing real football.
Yes.
Once your speed goes, or once your aerial ability goes, or your jumping, or your physical attributes go, then it's okay. It's always the adage is it's a young man's game. It's the same within esports. It's a young person's game. So for all of these guys now, this is like their prime. They're going to come into their prime pretty quickly. It's then going to be a case of, can you recapture it? Now, luckily for us, I would say even the two elder players that we saw today, who we had said, please find it, they found it.
Yes, of course.
So I think
Roxa, it's in Dominator, it's Alex Alguacil.
Yeah, but even by Alex's standards, he's not old.
No,
but one point stands is that you're going to be expecting it, as we see here, Game 3. This is the last game of the last tie of Match Day 2. And at the top of your screen, you can see the games that have just been and gone. And again, as we've said before, if Manchester United do take the game here, they will take all 9 points back to Manchester.
So this is our last match of the day, our last game of the day as well.
Indeed it is. It's Kirito versus Lotfi. It is AC Milan from left to right. As we see Ibrahimovic winning the ball. Tonali looking back over the top there, looking for Rafael Leo, heads it down. It's cleared away by Martinez. Here's Bruno Fernandes, Marcus Rashford, flicks it onto Martial. Eriksson, beautiful passage of play there. Sabitzer has got 2 runners in the middle if he can find them. Instead, he's ran into an AC Milan brick wall. Here's Rafael Leo. Brahim Diaz wins it and takes it back. And Casemiro, again, as we said, that DMF position is so vital in the 4-3-3 formation. You need somebody who is a disruptor or a destroyer. You need to break that. Who's just going to break that spirit. This is Calabria, Brahim Diaz.
And now is Kirito the one trying, the one making the goals.
Calabria into the box, headed clear by Rafael Varane. There's Marcus Rashford.
AC Milan is having a hard time attacking.
Kaye has been caught in possession here. It's Marcus Rashford. Rashford has 2 over in the centre. 3v2. Tomori going to come across, is he? He's doing a double touch instead. It's a brilliant challenge from Fikayo Tomori. Again, we spoke about Tammy Abraham, an Englishman in the Italian league, going and reinventing himself. Tomori also fits that category. There's Rafael Leo. Wan-Bissaka clears it away. Martial looking to win the challenge in the air. Benacer wins it. It's Rafael Leo.
It's a fast game. It's not a skillful game, at least for now.
No, but it will turn into one of those types of games very quickly. Once they have worked each other out, that's when the game really starts. As we see AC Milan trying to charge forward here. Eriksson with a defensive header. Casemiro plays it on. Here's Sabitzer, rolls it forward towards Martial, who's got man over, but he can't take hold of the ball, Martial.
But it's a very fast-paced game. It looks almost like tennis.
It very much does. And in terms of the pace, have a look at the players that are playing on this pitch. There are no slouches in terms of pace. As we see, Zlatan Ibrahimovic goes for the shot. De Gea with the save.
It almost looks like when you're playing against the AI, you know, that it's like a little bit mechanical.
Yes, but and again, to kind of lend itself to these guys will have trained to know what patterns work.
Yes, of course.
So you'll see a lot of into centre forward, into left wing, then back to centre midfielder, then out to the forward.
But then the one who breaks
the one who does something completely different is the one that normally scores.
Exactly.
Which is why we saw Dybala's goal earlier.
Exactly.
Which is why we saw a lot of Indominator's goals earlier.
Yes.
Which is why we saw that, like we said, sometimes with these players, and I've kind of said this a lot, is sometimes they try and be too creative. And that sounds silly to say. Sometimes you can be too creative. If you just do the simple things, you can score goals. And that's what we're seemingly finding at the moment. First touch finishes seem to be the order of the day. As the ball goes into the box, Rafael Leo with the header. It's palmed away by David De Gea. Cleared away by Wan-Bissaka.
Good defending by Manchester United.
Was indeed. Here's Tonali.
Well execution on the corner by AC Milan. I think the best corner execution on the day.
I think so. We'll have another attempt at it here. Tonali delivering the ball into the box, looking for the header of Ibrahimovic. It's taken away by Fernandes. And it was cleared for a goal kick. Rashford in towards Fernandes. Martial. Eriksson. Bruno Fernandes. Back to Eriksson. Manchester United looking for a way forward here. They found Marcel Sabitzer. It's Eriksson. Out of play. It is going to be a throw in the direction of AC Milan. Ibrahimovic with the knockdown. Finds Rafael Leo. Great turn from Leo. Finds Ibrahimovic. Wan-Bissaka gets there. David De Gea comes flying out of his goal to go ahead and deal with that one. Rashford wins the header. Ball goes in for the strike. It's a good save.
What is amazing is that with today's results, if AC Milan wins this match, they will still be the first in the standing league.
just goes to show you the turnaround in terms of club's fortunes as well. Is that they are looking to try and win this just to stay level at the top of the tree. Whereas with Man United, if they go ahead and win this, they slot into second. Yeah. It's a crazy turnaround. But that's the beauty of this format now. Now that there's 9 points per game.
9 points per game. That's amazing.
Yeah, it really changes the narrative. And because, you know, again, if you do best of threes in a league stage, a lot of the times you probably find that the third game or the second game, if somebody goes a goal up, then it gets a little bit kind of pedestrian at that point, where the ball just flies around the back and nobody really does anything. Instead of this, with every game having something on the line, it's actually perfect. You see ball going forward. Brahim Diaz slots it in across the box, and Rafael Varane will take that one clear.
Yes, and having a good match day leaves you open for when you don't have a good match day, and the other way around. I mean, if you do have a bad day, that may tank you on the standings.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, as we always go at pains to say here, you don't get these games back as ball goes forward here, looking for Rafael Leao. Varane's taking a bad touch though. Rafael Leao in on goal! AC Milan take the lead.
And they ran for the first in the table once again. They say, here we are. This was not a mistake. It's incredible.
Carito showing that there is still signs of life over there in the AC Milan camp. Again, it was a read of a bad touch from Rafael Varane, but we've seen it before. Sometimes you have to read those bad touches, and you'll see it here again. This ball goes forward here. It's just this bad touch from Rafael Varane. Keep your eyes on it. But you'll notice, because of how wide Rafael Leao goes, it shows you that Carito has already super cancelled and has broken that run, so he can then just get a hold of the ball. As you'll see it here once more. You'll see that just that little movement there shows that he's broken away from it, and he's able to then get in front of the ball. It's a great finish in truth.
So it's so important how quick you may think in that situation.
Absolutely, and it shows quick thinking. It's showing that you are, as you said before, you're adapting to a situation, and you're getting the best out of those players. You see ball going forward here. Here's Marcel Sabitzer, Marcus Rashford. Rashford takes a step inside, takes a double touch, goes for the strike. Oh, Rashford with the instant response.
Instant kick-off goal, as I like them. How hard was for AC Milan to score, and how easy was for Manchester United to get the equalizer?
Well, they always say that you are at your most vulnerable when you've just scored. And no further truth of this, as you can see here. It's this touch here, it's the double touch there, and it's an unsighted goalkeeper and a controlled shot into the corner. It's brilliant play from Lotvik. And again, you have to stay aware. Even when you've scored, you have to stay switched on. You can't just go, well, take the lead.
But it's difficult, you know?
It is, of course it is.
It's difficult because you make a goal, you say, okay, I'm saving the day for the team. Well, you're not saving it anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a little bit of time left in this day before we start figuring out whether they've saved themselves or not. So you see ball go forward. De Gea! De Gea can't save it. It's Zlatan Ibrahimovic. It is 2-1.
And as a great wise man said, you have to stay focused after you score.
That's exactly it. You've got to stay switched on. You have to stay switched on, and you have to pay your opponent the right amount of respect there. As you can see, ball goes to the wide part, cut back in. Ibrahimovic again. De Gea's already going to try and dive that way. Still can't get to it because of the placement from Ibrahimovic. Wonderful finish from the big man. Slots it into the corner, and AC Milan have their lead again.
Look at Sassinio's smile.
Yeah, you can see the lot. You can see them. They're just like, yeah, well, we've just done to them what they've done to us. Unbelievable.
It's payback time.
You've got to stay switched on, though, if you're AC Milan. It's Bruno Fernandes comes forward. Rashford. Tomori will clear it this time. Ibrahimovic looking forward there. Carito moves on to 4 goals. So he'll make himself present on that table. It's Tonali. Tonali forward. Brahim Diaz. Ibrahimovic forward to Rafael Leao. Leao on side. Good save. Oh, Brahim Diaz just can't sneak that in. The angle was too wide.
But that asks for a back heel.
It did, but again, you're talking about that with no heart rate, a cold pulse, and nothing on the line. Meanwhile, he's there. You know, Carito. I mean, it was fantastic to fashion the chance in the first place. Great ball movement, but again, the wherewithal to try and do a back heel at that point, you'd be asking a lot. Here's Christian Eriksen. Looking forward for Martial. Benacer.
I think it's the last chance in this halftime. Very nice match.
I think he does. I think it is the last chance. It is the last chance. It's 2-1.
And very nice match we had in the second half of the first half. Things got a lot better.
Well, we said if you were AC Milan, you're wanting to win this in the hope that you can give yourself something positive to go off of. They're 45 minutes away here.
Yes,
and we also said at the top of this game, 9 points or a 9-point match day is a rarity.
Yes.
You have to be incredibly on your game.
And also, Kirito is winning his game not by chance. I mean, he has done things to justify the score.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's not without skill, or it's not luck that he's ended up in this scenario.
But also Lofty is in the game.
Great drag back from Rafael Leao. Back heel. Scoop ball in towards Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and Varane will run that back to David De Gea.
That's the kind of game I like.
Oh, I know. You're very much a man for flicks and tricks as it goes. Is Marcus Rashford looking to win the header. Finds down to Bruno Fernandes. Sabitzer. What can he do? Can't do a lot. I'll go back to Maignan. Eriksen wins the header. Casemiro looking forward, and Kalulu will intercept it. Finds Rafael Leao. Sandro Tonali. Casemiro intercepts. Tonali back towards Rafael Leao, running a very good part of the field for AC Milan. Ibrahimovic wins it back. He's adjudged to have been illegally in the ref's mind.
Now the match has decreased in intensity, but it's just 10 in-game minutes.
If you were describing this as a fire, the coals have turned to an ember right now. We're just waiting for it to heat back up once more as Tonali finds Rafael Leao. Wan-Bissaka intercepts it. De Gea launches that forward. Sabitzer, Eriksen. As you can see, just a quick preview or a quick review of today's results as Rashford does to get through on goal once more. Rashford, good save, rebound!
And now everything starts again. We said this is getting quieter. Well, not anymore, my friend. Lofty was still in the game. I said it some minutes earlier. This game is far from being closed. This is 2 for Manchester United, 2 for AC Milan.
I was asked earlier, who would I pick as players to have in your arsenal if you were playing as Manchester United? One of them forced the save and the other one put the ball in the back of the net. It's Marcus Rashford, it's Bruno Fernandes. They are so critical to how this team performs, both in real life and on the virtual pitches you're seeing there. Bruno Fernandes right where he needed to be, anticipated a rebound and took it home for 2-2.
And now Manchester United is once again being able to grab that 9-point match day.
It's there to be claimed, but if there's a team that are going to not try and allow them to do that, it will probably be the team that did it on match day 1.
Exactly.
Will it be AC Milan? They will not want to have a reversal happen on their watch. Ball's going to go forward here. Brahim Diaz. Zlatan Ibrahimovic looks for the instant strike, and instead it's David De Gea that will grasp it to him.
Too far.
A little bit too far, off balance, was trying to hit it kind of in a 180 and to get as purchase on it. I don't think it's not really going to go that much distance. And hopefully they'll have a better opportunity down the track here is Sandro Tonali, Ibrahimovic. Rafael, Sandro Tonali. Cleared away once more by Manchester United, and they're looking to try and counter-attack here. There's Christian Eriksen. Forward towards Marcus Rashford. Rashford moving infield. Martial. Back to Eriksen. Good use of the football here, and it's given away to Kalulu. There's Rafael Leao. Ibrahimovic moving forward is
And now it's
Milan.
Kirito.
It's Kirito who's in the ascendancy here. Rafael Leo, Tonali. What could be done here? Can AC Milan score? They can't. It's forced to save from De Gea. Ball is not gone yet. It is a corner ball.
They seem tired, in pitch and out of the pitch.
It's been a long. If you think about it from a player perspective, it's been a long day for both of these teams to play.
Yes.
If you talk about, if you're looking at the time locally,
Yes, they were here from the morning.
So they've been here all morning. They'll have probably been practicing a lot during the day. There's a lot of energy that goes into that, and that's where you kind of have to pace yourself as a player. You don't want to practice too much, you don't want to practice too little. You want to hit that sweet spot so that when you come to match day or you come to the games that you're due to play, you're in that sweet spot.
And it's funny that tonight you may cross with a lot of players, but on Friday night you won't see no one because they are at their rooms practicing until late night.
Yeah, and that's the level of dedication that these players will take, as we see corner potentially going to be going in from Brahim Diaz, ball into the box, looking for the header of Zlatan Ibrahimovic. De Gea comes away with it. Now you'll see, interestingly, Zidane Iqbal on again for Manchester United. Again, looks to be a little bit of a go-to sub for Manchester United currently, as Kaye wins the header. It's Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes forward to Rashford. Rashford, what can he do here? Rashford double touch, passes into Iqbal. Iqbal round the corner for Sabitzer, takes the first time strike. I don't think Lovely thought he was onside there, and that's why he's taken that strike early. He had a little bit more time than he realised. It's Bruno Fernandes, lofts it forward. Kaye with the header. Maignan will take it in to his hands, and looking at it here, we've got 12 in-game minutes left here. Benacer. There's a good block there, and could be a little bit of a gift here for Manchester United. Marcus Rashford, Bruno Fernandes, double touch, looking to get around the corner. Marcus Rashford, big save from Maignan. There was a manual movement just before then. Kirito with a fantastic save.
So close of this 9-point match day that we were looking for. That's close.
Very close, but it's a brilliant save from Maignan. Finger-tipped around the posts.
How dangerous is Manchester United when they attack?
They are. It's lethal. Counter-attacks with their players and with the abilities they have between Eriksen, Fernandes, and all of the attacking talent that I have already listed. They are so good going forward. Look for the header of Rafael Varane, though, potentially trying to flick it on. It's Benacer who heads it clear. Tamori heads it away, only as far as Zidane Iqbal. Iqbal trying to show Tamori something different here as Iqbal looks to dance his way in, finds Sabitzer. Sabitzer takes a step away, and Adil will take it clear. Here is Rafael Leo. Krunic. Brahim Diaz back to Krunic. To Calabria. Calabria back towards Krunic again. AC Milan looking to just build up through the gears here. Rafael Leo's got round Wan-Bissaka, cuts it back towards Brahim Diaz. It's struck and it's cleared away.
Good defending by Manchester United. They got a lot of players on their box, and that's why AC Milan couldn't find that hole for the goal to go through.
Absolutely, but there's still danger here for both teams here. 2-2, delicately poised, not long left. Who is going to get the last chance, and will they convert it, more importantly? Here's Rafael Leo. Rafael Leo, Zidane Iqbal does well to not foul there. Ball has bounced to Hadley. And that is going to be all she wrote. And that is going to be 7 points to Manchester United, only 1 to AC Milan.
Which is enough for them to still be at the top of the league with, in this case, along Barcelona. Barcelona has 12 points, AC Milan has 10 points.
Yeah, and again, fantastic show from Manchester United. I mean, they were superb today.
Yes.
In terms of their level, but again, that just goes to show, in terms of the levels of teams, in terms of the levels of players, you're going to see it over the course of match days. You're going to find out exactly where AC Milan are. Whether it's a case that, they're a little bit of, as we would say in the UK, flat track bullies, or have they got the quality to go and damage teams that are either equal to or superior than them.
Yes, this seems really irregular to come from 9 points to 1. But, well, it's the way it goes. These things may happen, and these are the highlights of this game.
Yeah, and as we'll see these highlights come through here, you can see the chances that were there, you can see the chances that were being built on by AC Milan just wasn't quite going their way, or at least it did in game 1. Or at least you thought, oh, actually, no, sorry, the highlights here, I believe, are from I think it's from game 2, but you're seeing their first goals. You can see the disappointment from AC Milan already in terms of their body language when they came off.
They would do today is see how they would react, considering there was so much hype around what they did on Matchday 1. Historically collecting 9 points, maximum points, no one having done that before in the competition. And I think they got a little bit of a dose of reality today. Manchester United also came out with a brave face. They performed much better than they did on Matchday 1, picking up only the 2 points. And the other thing is we have to remember the Red Devils, they were eliminated from this competition really prematurely last time out. They didn't make it to the knockout rounds. And I think they've made it very clear today that they're looking to rectify that. So statement game, statement performance all around. Undefeated today, by the way, with 2 wins and a draw. We can very quickly go through all of those results. Game 1, I think we saw it was more of a closed game, a very cagey game. Not too many chances. The late goal coming from kills you in the end, but patience was really the name of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And as as we were referring to it on commentary, it only took 1 chance for Kilzu. It only took 1 opportunity for him, and he was able to score. It's that level of being clinical in front of goal is what you require here. And I think looking at both teams, I think we're looking at more questions than answers around AC Milan. And I think we found out a little bit more about Manchester United today and go, actually, we kind of forget the calibre of the players that they've got, and then you forget the calibre of the players they've got at their disposal. So you kind of go, you kind of forget that they are as good as they can be, and they certainly showed it today.
They certainly did indeed. Well, I have a funny feeling we'll be talking about some of the other players from Manchester United, but we're going to focus on Kilzu, who, as you rightly say, Wes, 1 chance, 1 goal, that's all you need. It's in the name, right? He makes sure that he takes the opportunities that are granted to him. Well, he's now with Fiorita, so we can get a better sense of how he feels after picking up those 3 points today, as well as how Manchester United did overall.
Thank you, Semra, here with Kilzu. Congratulations. Well, today 7 points. So is this the real level for Manchester United?
Yes, our first match day was very difficult. Even this match day was very difficult. Only small win, but that's the victory we need to stay in a good position. So yes, we are very happy.
You climbed from the bottom, and now you are on the top pack. And why?
Because I think that's where we should be, because we are one of the best team, I think, in the league. So it was a very difficult match, but yes, we will do keep better, and yes, that's it.
Next match day is an English derby, very important match. How do you prepare, and what have you studied about Arsenal?
Yeah, we saw their match. They are very offensive. They score a lot of goals, but we will work on our defense. But yes, we are ready. English derby, so I hope we will win this one.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations for the match day. It kills you from Manchester United.
Thank you very much indeed to both of you. Obviously, that English derby is going to be one to really keep an eye out on for the next match day, but we'll look ahead to match day 3 in a little while. Why don't we actually go ahead and review everything that was played out earlier today across the 4 matches in the 12 games, because there was plenty of excitement to go around. And I think we'll see here that FC Barcelona, they really came to play today. They have 7 points on the board. Nobody was able to pick up more points, the same as Manchester United for today. But a lot of disappointment whenever it comes to the 2 Italian teams. Inter, they're still hanging about on the bottom end, the wrong end of the table. They did manage to get some points today, but just the 3. And the same as well with AC Milan. They went from 9 to 1, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in terms of the turnaround that was there, it's quite shocking. But again, if you look at the game that they had in Matchday 1, it's against FC Inter, who are kind of flowering to deceive a little bit in terms of their like we said, 3 points out of a possible 18. Like you said, the little bit of reality check that they got playing against Manchester United this match day. I think, a point to mention about Monaco, they're starting to just find their range a little bit. And I think Bayern Munich will be bitterly disappointed that they didn't come away with more against Barcelona in Matchday 1.
And obviously things are looking very tasty indeed in terms of the English derby. Arsenal and Manchester United picking up a heavy amount of points for today. In the case of Bayern Munich, the Germans, well, a lot of disappointment with those heavy hitters, falling very short indeed, just the 1 point. Well, let's go ahead and do the maths and take a look at the full breakdown then of all of these 8 teams and see where teams have swapped and changed and who's moved up, who's moved down. Things are obviously looking very good indeed if you're a Barcelona fan, because you've got 12 points on the board. That's followed by AC Milan with 10, the same amount as AS Roma. Arsenal have managed to sneak their way into 4th, 9 points. Again, the same as Manchester United. Wow, very tasty indeed whenever we see that all-English affair. Next up, Bayern Munich. They're hanging on in there in the top 6, 8 points, but things definitely not looking so great for the reigning champions, Monaco, as well as Inter, who are rock bottom right now, Fierita.
Well, some results were amazing, some results were a surprise, and some others were expected. As Manchester United climbing, because as we said earlier, they had the material, they had the players to be there. And Barcelona starts to look again as the team we used to see when Torito and Alex Aguasil got together for the first time. I think this is getting better and better.
It certainly is, and it definitely is if you're Mekabiel, Roxa and Indominator, because the 3 of them have managed to lead their way all the way to the top end of the goal scoring charts. Sensational stuff from them today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you look at it and you kind of look at the 3 names, and one is not like the other because we're not used to seeing Indominator that far up the tree. Roxa, you could argue, again, one of the premier strikers on the planet. But Mekabiel, again, it's easier to list what he's not won than what he has won. And again, Torito, again, I think it was a difficult going for Barcelona today, but they got the job done. Sometimes it isn't about how many goals you score, it's about how many points you get.
Yeah, and also starting to see how many of the teams repeat with two players. That
Good
explains a little bit of how fair and how balanced this tournament is.
Well, there you have it. At the top end of the table, you've got Arsenal, 2 of them in the top 3, and then you've got Manchester United players as well in making it just inside the top 10.
2 AC Milan as well.
2 AC Milan, that's right. Quirito and Sosinho, and 1 representative from Inter Milan, FC Barcelona, as well as Roma. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 3 players of the match. So we'll walk you through each one of them and why we've actually selected them for today, even though I'm sure it won't come as much of a surprise. You've got Nexa, the 19-year-old last season, who, by the way, made his debut in the competition, went all the way to the final and won the whole thing. On top of that, he was the top scorer and the MVP. We saw that from him today. Sensational stuff from him, as well as Mekabiel scoring loads of goals, bucket loads of goals, and the same with Indominator. What was it, 5-0 in the end, a manita and a clean sheet?
Yeah, it was crazy that game. But to see the levels that these 3 have kind of re-emerged, because again, match day 1, you'd say Nexa maybe flattered or didn't score for 1 and didn't really show his level. Whereas Mekabiel is always going to be there and thereabouts. And then Indominator, again, kind of coming out of the shadow almost, as we said.
He's been saying for years that he was always going to live up to the name. So
at some point, it has to break that cycle of, as I said, bridesmaid and bride. It has to break. At some point, he has to go and hit that next level. And certainly, if that's anything to go by today, if he can carry on that form, kind of breaks that cycle a little bit.
Yes, and the thing is to know if Mekabiel can wrestle against himself. I mean, he seems a little bit still annoyed, a little bit cranky, and he needs to battle that.
Well, he's a champion's champion, isn't he? He knows how to compete, he knows how to be ambitious and driven, and we certainly saw the results of that for today. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at the remaining schedule and calendar for the competition. We have 2 down, 5 more to go whenever it comes to the regular league fixtures. Then, of course, we have the grand finale, the semi-finals, as well as the final, which is going to be the 8th round of action. But in terms of what's coming up next, Match day 3, well, here you have it. We've already said it was going to be an all-English affair between Arsenal and Manchester United. Then it's the reigning champions, Monaco, looking to pick up some points against AC Milan, who were very disappointed in what they walk away with for today. AS Roma will go up against Bayern München, another team that will be looking to lick their wounds when they return to action. Inter Milan as well, trying to work their way up the table as quickly as they possibly can so they don't get left behind when they go up against the league leaders right now, FC Barcelona.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to take my partisan hat off and not look at Arsenal versus Manchester United. I think looking at the games that are there, I think it's FC Inter versus Barcelona because, again, if results keep going the way they're going, Inter could be out of this quite quickly. They could be sunk without a trace, and it's not a place you want to be in if you're Inter Milan. But if they can find the level, if they can go away, they can go and kind of almost get into their kind of laboratory and figure out exactly what they need to do. They could get something out of that Barcelona game because we saw today Bayern Munich were able to frustrate and they're able to dominate. So that's what I'm looking at here.
I think I'm looking forward to AS Monaco, AC Milan to see where is the real level for AS Monaco this season. Is it match day 1? Is it match day 2? Or somewhere in between? Well, I think that's the match that may also let us know for sure if AC Milan today had a bad day or if in match day 1 it was a lucky day.
Exactly. Was it beginner's luck or is there actually something more to it? Well, guys, do you have any final thoughts before we say goodbye for today?
No, I've heavily enjoyed myself. I forgot what it was like to be in an offline environment. It's been fantastic. A massive thank you to the crew and to everybody. Obviously, you guys made it far easy for me to slot in and become a part of this once more.
Well, we've been very happy to have you back, Fiorita.
Of course. Just a big thank you to everybody at home, everybody at Konami, at Adrenaline, of course, of you guys. I enjoyed this a lot. This is my favorite game. I'm happy.
Good. We want to see you walk away from here happy today.
Okay. You will.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff.
Thank you
Great
very
job, team. And thanks to everybody at home who watched throughout the day. We hope you enjoyed all of the action. We'll be back here in 2 weeks' time on March 18th on Saturday. Make sure that you stay up to date on all of the latest information across all of our social media platforms and outfits. And of course, we'll be right back here on YouTube in those 2 weeks' time. So until then, take care. We'll see you very soon indeed. Adios.